On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on two-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, We hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
PUBG Mobile.
Let's get it. Ready to kill it, be my estimate. Those kickers up as up, teach and run. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't play me like a predator outside. My level got to 6 no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, my ear phone's singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes the fear away. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We must one, let's go. Crazy chicken, they be my estimate. Crazy chicken, they be my estimate. Crazy chicken, they be my estimate. Crazy chicken, they be my estimate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Crazy chicken, they be my bestie mate. Crazy chicken, they be my bestie.
Crazy chicken, they be my bestie mate.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Mel Glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome back here. It's time to run it back here on our first day on the second week here at the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. I'm your host, FaZe, and suffice today to say, today is the second chances for all the teams. Either a second chances for a payback or a chances to run it all backwards here. Obviously here now I'm joined by one of the teams who's certainly looking forward to this second chance here, Semnai Trexie, as well as our translator John. Welcome you two on board. All right then, so without further ado, let's head into our first questions. Trexie, as I mentioned, today is a new week and also a fresh start. So how are you guys feeling coming into this?
Okay, Trexie, ini minggu kedua fresh start lah untuk pasukan Semnan yang minggu lepas tak dapat masuk ke Super Weekend. Perasaan Trexie sendiri untuk minggu kedua ni macam mana?
Untuk minggu kedua ni, maybe kita orang dah prepare yang lebih baik untuk week 2 ni sebab week 1 kita orang dah gagal. So untuk week 2 ni, maybe kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah, akan all out lah.
Yeah, I think we prepared everything already. I mean, yes, as we all know that last week we failed to qualify to the Super Weekend, but then right now we are very, very confident and we hope that we can qualify to the Super Weekend.
I see, and it's very. I'm glad that you mentioned your runs for the qualification to the last Super Weekend here, because on day 3 of the last week, the final days, right, your teams almost pulled off like this miracle comebacks to reach the Super Weekend, right? But unfortunately, you narrowly missed it. So how did that affect your team's mentality?
Okay, kalau kita tengok day 3 minggu lepas, hari ketiga, kita nampaklah yang Semnan hampir-hampir melakukan satu drama yang mana boleh melayakkan diri ke Super Weekend tetapi tak dapat masuk. Adakah itu menjejaskan, adakah itu menjadi salah satu faktor ataupun benda-benda yang menjejaskan mentaliti pasukan Semnan sekarang?
Kalau saya mungkin ada efek sikit lah untuk orang sebab yelah Semnan dah lama tak pernah dah lama kan tak layak ke Super Weekend. Tiba-tiba untuk season fall ni tiba-tiba tak layak ke Super Weekend. So mungkin orang ada kena mental sikit lah, tapi macam mana sekalipun kita orang dah reset untuk week 2 ni.
Yeah, I think it's affect the players a bit. It's because of right now we all know that Sem9 always qualify to the Super Weekend, and for this season, unfortunately, this is the first time for Sem9 didn't qualify to the Super Weekend, and of course, it's gonna affect their mental. But then we already reset, we already do a lot of preparation, and we really look forward for the week 2.
I see. Of course, it's always about reset, right? Trying to get into back mentality here as well. And also, since we are talking about your team Sem9 right now, with Amazon joining the rosters, how well do you think he has adapted and fit into the team so far?
Okay, sekarang kita bercakap pasal Amazal. Selepas kemasukan Amazal, macam mana awak rasa Amazal adapt dengan pasukan?
Saya rasa Amazal okey je dekat dalam tim Sem9 ni sebab coach pun memang nak cari player yang firepower dia tinggi, and bagi saya Amazal firepower dia memang tinggi, lebih tinggi daripada saya. So bagi saya dia okey je kot. Maybe yang membuatkan dia tak perform ataupun tim tak perform mungkin sebabkan bukan sebab dia, mungkin sebab tim-tim yang lain lah.
I think when Amazal joined the team and how he adapt, I think he adapt very, very good. It's because of right now our coach basically he really aims or he really wants the player that have a lot of good firepower, and Amazal is one of it. Amazal is very good player, and if compared to myself, I think when it comes to firepower, Amazal is very, very good. And when the team is not performing, it's not because of him. It's maybe because another factor. So yeah, I'm really look forward for Amazal.
I see, of course, and I'm certain that all the teams would keep their keen eyes here on Amazon as well as Sem9's firepower. With that being said, though, since this is a clean slate, right, we are heading into the group stage of the new week. Are there any particular teams that you are keeping an eye on today?
Okay, untuk minggu kedua ni lah basically ataupun hari ni, ada tak tim-tim yang menjadi target pasukan Sem9?
Tak ada kot, tak ada.
Nope, I just don't want to say.
Okay, then that's just it then, I suppose here. Of course, thank you very much Sem9 Trexie as well as John, our translator here. We would not keep you here any further here. Let's head right into the first day of our second week here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall group stage.
Thank you so much, our host just now, FaZe Palm, and we're waving hello, not goodbye to you guys. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia PMSL League Fall 2025 with me, Chuchu, and Cloud. that was the team interviewed that did not qualify for last week's Super Weekend.
Yes, and it is weird to not see Sem9 not qualify because they've always qualified and they have always been in the grand finals. But yet again, hope is not all lost. As long as they can qualify into this week's Super Weekend, they do decently well, then they can move into the grand finals. But the bigger question will be, can they qualify or not?
Yeah, it's going to be given a second chance once more when it comes to the second week. The 8 team that did make it through the first week, will they finally redeem themselves in the week number 2? Yeah, but before we going further ado into the game, of course, we have to thank none other than our sponsors. Without them, none of this is going to happen. Before we get into it, I'm waiting for the... slide it down there, but Techno, the Pova 7 Ultra 5G as the official gaming phone for PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia PMSL League this time. But I think we're going to break into format first. So in case you guys just join us this second week of start of the day, at least the points is going to be the same for the chicken dinner, but the total prize pool is $200,000.
Oh yeah, 200,000 US dollars on the line here for all these teams to compete. And today specifically, we are at the 17th of September. It's going to be the first day of the second week of the group stages. So it's a fresh slate, 3 days to decide which teams will enter the Super Weekend, and we'll tabulate all the scores to see which team will be in the grand finals next week.
Now, speaking of the grand finals, before we're heading to the finals itself, it's going to be only the top 16 make it to the Super Weekend. Last week we had top 16. This week it's going to be another smasher implemented in this Sunday, last day. So the point accumulated will get them into the grand finals. We re-welcome the teams of Group A, B, and C to battle it out when it comes to the second week here.
Yes, and we're going to reshuffle the groups, ladies and gentlemen. So today we're going to focus on the Group A as well as C. So if you don't see your favorite team playing today, they're probably in Group B and they will be back again tomorrow. But today, A and C will be battling it out. And these are your teams within Group A and Group C. Of course, there are all these amazing teams. But more importantly, there are teams that did not make it into last week's Super Weekend playing today.
Yeah, coming up from Group C, majority of them, NST, AZ, MXG, and VKE, and 3 come up from Group A, 52, XSOPHERE, and who did I miss? That's 6, 4.
Oh, so it's XSOPHERE, Sem9, AZ, Slumber.
Oh yeah, Sem9. Majority 5 of Group C.
Yeah, there you go. So it's going to be a big brawl here today, right? Of course, we're going to recap a little bit on what the current Super Weekend rankings is like. And this will only involve the teams that played last Super Weekend. And in case you guys didn't follow for whatever reason, Team Flash smashed it and they claimed that #1 spot. So they took home a maximum points for the first week, which is 15 points, and followed by last season's champions, eArena, at 12 points. So we can safely say that if you're like on the first half of this page, you have definitely secured your ticket into the grand finals. It's just a matter of what will your starting point be. But for some of the teams at the end, say like Glue Squad, like FaZe Clan, maybe even TALON, maybe even Xavier, who only has 2 points, they need to make it into this Super Weekend in order for them to lock in the grand finals.
Yeah, on second page, even the Xaviers is a bit awkward for them not to be saved, but I expect them to be all out this week. TALON, GLU, and FaZe, this team, despite having their spot into the first Super Weekend, doesn't mean they will actually can go for it yet. Now, also, I noted, we talked about this before, this is going to be the drop spot, but we never trust this. Sometimes they change. They change a lot. So you're going to have to wait and see whether this will happen or not later on. But speaking of the grouping again, I feel like Group B is going to be the group of death this week, since majority, except for one team, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, that actually didn't make it through the first Super Weekend. So I see in Group B, a lot of them heavy hitters are actually in there.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very interesting one, right, as we roll through the day. And also, it's also going to be interesting because we're going to play Rondo, and by now we all know the rules of Rondo itself. You can recall and you can gain more elimination points as compared to like the Erangel and also the Miramar matches. So the first game, we kind of set the tone for how the teams would rank themselves as well. And when it comes to the map rotation, we are not going to play 8 maps today, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to focus on to the 6 maps, starting off with Rondo, and then we have 3 Erangels, and we end the day with 2 Miramars.
I like you touch a point again. Rondo is a point map, I would say. All eliminations will be focused on Rondo first. Chicken or not is a second objective or just a bonus for most of the teams out there. But when it comes to all the games, I hope you guys already know what kind of device the players are using. If you have an update your PUBG Mobile. But nonetheless, thank you so much for Techno with POVA 7 Ultra 5G as the official gaming phone for the PMSL this time. And it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS. Also giving a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with 144 Hz refresh rate. So that gives you so much room to perform. And also 6000 mAh battery where you can actually play all day with very fast charging, 70 watt ultra charge, 30 watt wireless charging. Now POVA 7 series, if you haven't got it, get it in the market now.
Yes, check it out, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to have a preview of how it looks like in person instead of this image, you can just keep an eye on what the players are using. The players themselves are using the POVA 7 series, and you might notice it comes in different colors as well. So do check that one out later on, ladies and gentlemen. But what we're going to check out right now, of course, is the potential of some of these teams to not make it into the Super Weekend at all. So it's going to be scary, especially for the teams that didn't make it into week 1. If they don't make it into week 2, then it's automatic disqualification. It's automatic elimination from this season. And all they can do is look forward for the next season, which will be early next year perhaps. And that's going to be a long holiday.
Yeah, but at least for the case of teams that actually qualify, the PMGC slot, it's going to be 2 slots coming up from this league. So they might want to end up there if they're possible. Now, we do have almost very similar names. So the teams that actually qualify for the grand finals also getting into the PMGC spot. Now, I want to see for once a different team this time. There's high chance we actually might get, for example, Team Flash. I hope I didn't jinx them, but they're doing great last week.
Yep. They already did well on week 1. Now it's all about consistency for them. And especially if we talk about like regionally, well, they have overcame the Xavier for week number 1. But for the PMGC slot, it is not only the slots who top the PMSL SEA, but also there will be top 2 from each respective region. So we don't know yet, right? Like how many points and all that, because there's just so too much map to it. We need to tabulate even the points here as well. So we'll see how things goes. But if the teams don't want to think about like, okay, how many points that we have collected throughout the year to qualify the PMGC, just win PMSL SEA. That would be the best.
That's pretty straightforward, and no more equation into that as well. But it's going to be a tall order for the teams at the very bottom. We talked about the 8 teams that didn't make it through. Majority actually shared the same group with Team Flash and eArena. Now also with VOIN. These going to be the 3 teams that their firepower when it comes to, especially during the Super Weekend. They were relentless, they were brutal, and they were just bulldozing all the teams out there. If Group C really want to come back, majority of them, 5 of them, actually come out from Group C. And they have to share with these Titans, they have to fight it through. Like it or not, Rondo is the start. It's a great start because right now, this is the point where they want to gain and set the tone for the day. Rondo is a map for eliminations.
And these will be the teams that we will put focus on, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Mine, I'm going for XSOPHERE and the Mixer Gang, the bottom 2 of last week. So we want to see them make a big comeback. I see you going for pretty much the same bracket, the teams that did not make it through. So NST and AZ Slumber. Any thoughts about your first 2 teams pick?
Do it now or don't. That's it. It's do now or never. Wake the Vikings. Now, can the Vikings really take it away this time?
Wow, wake the Vikings. I like that one. Okay. Hopefully they'll be able to wake up. Yep, they definitely need a good game, a good start as well. Alter Ego also. Well, they obviously qualified last week and they did Well, okay, but some fans would have expected more. But since they have qualified last week, they were somewhere in the middle. So we should be able to see them in the grand finals. Team Secret. Okay, this is going to be another interesting one because they have not been playing Frankie that much, but yet their performance is all right.
Yeah, I think Team Secret is doing okay with this lineup. They don't need to change so much when it comes to their overalls. They are pretty darn good compared to last season right now. But when it comes to different teams, I love the jacket. I actually have that jacket as well. But speaking of what we love and what we don't, can they actually perform when it comes to Rondo? Let's head into our first map of the day.
And this is the map that the teams will have the opportunity to gain a lot of eliminations. It is Rondo. Let's see if teams have learned a thing or two from last week, as we saw a lot of teams when they tried to go for the recall tower, especially. It ended in vain because the blue took out all those players the moment they got recalled back. So it ended back as a 0. So let's see how they will adjust the strategy this time.
Speaking of their strategy so far, we've seen a lot of fight around Meiran, around Phong Tun. So I assume it's going to be almost the same case here. Not last season or the previous ones that we've seen earlier this year. I think it was the PMRC. A lot of them actually fight and fought on top of Neox Factory. Not so popular these days, I guess, for the teams. But we do have Zhao team, possibly high chance of a clash between Team Flash and another team down there. Well, a lot of them actually drop themselves down south thanks to the flight path itself. And we do have to remind everyone here, there's no way they can actually play in the blue zone long. We've seen that happen. Majority of them ended up not a happy ending.
Yep, so they need to really time themselves, especially with the first circle up north. But we're going to see an early fight here. And we have two teams. Okay, we have Sem9. And they are going up against another team. Oh, it's AZ Slumber. Both teams from the same region of Malaysia.
Seems like Sem9, they just got the interview. Speaking of Malza entry into this, are they really prepared for it right now? We're both having a heavy toll of their loss for AZ and Sem9. Sem9 seems to be on the losing side, but Vampires. It's going to be Shrubs, might actually cleaning off the mess done by these two teams.
And this nade by Brian will be the one that cleans off the two players of Sem9 down on the ground, but Mika is there to counter back on the Azmi though. That's going to be Calamity and Brian. And Sem9, they seem to be in big trouble right now as Brian moves in with the S12K and Sem9 goes out, not able to claim a single point at all. But here comes the Vampires onto AZ Slumber, but Brian! By the stairs, able to defend his ground, but then again, Red Bull came in just in time to take him out.
It's close. Brian did it, almost. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. But I did not expect Vampires to have to trade one of their players at first. Seemingly AZ and also Sem9 both actually having a big loss. Thanks to Brian for that. But for AZ... where's the last player? Calamity still recalling right now. We talked about the recalls. And Calamity straight going for the recall. Did Mix actually manage to get recall? No, he didn't. It was just slightly 2 seconds too early.
Oh, here comes eArena. There you go. Well, but here comes the return of the player of AZ Slumber. Just right beside eArena. I don't know, is this the best position? And eArena, obviously, they're ready here. We can see Brian on the other side, though. eArena, they are a full team. So, eArena can be the one to push. And they saw the drop, so they know that these players, they are fresh off the recall.
And C2 coming in with nade as well. On the side of AZ from a pan to the fire. With only 2 players remaining, despite they managed to recall their teammate just now, did not actually do so. But at least he's got himself 5 elimination. Bryant on the ground again. Let's easily get finished off by MC2 coming up from the rooftop. That's going to be the last member of AZ. If this is gone, it's going to be it. And oh, they got chipped down. Pretty difficult. Now coming in, and that's going to be a done. The second team to get ousted quite early on. And sad news for these two teams. They're both actually in the Group C, where eArena's also be at. So wherever they go, eArena will follow.
But it's unfortunate for both Sem9 and AZ Slumber. So first thing is that these two teams didn't make it into the first Super Weekend. And secondly, inside of Rondo, you did mention about like very early elimination. And this is considered very, very early because normally in Rondo, like you will have one other player that can go for the recall, but these two teams, yeah, they don't have enough to recall and they just went out with minimal points.
AZ did recall, Calamity did the job, but did not actually recall on Mix because of he was being eliminated after he recalled. It was unfortunate actually when it comes to the timing. It's super important to make sure that you keep tab with all your teammates, whether they're all really been taken out yet or not, but we do have a 1v1 confrontation between AST and Red Bull. Vampires really all over the place, aren't they?
But I guess they're playing with the strategy and the mindset of like Rondo is the map for us to collect elimination points. Whatever it is, there will be another player that can still recall. So they're just going around looking for eliminations. And so far, they managed to collect a handful. And they're looking for the next elimination here. And there goes Motic. Down on the ground, eliminated immediately. And Vampire, they collect their fourth elimination point.
It's going to be on the outskirts of Mayran, just on top of it. Snape cooking up the nade and get on dab. Oh, but the rest of TODAK just arrived. Snape playing the blue zone. We mentioned about this before. Not the best bet. It's actually EMP zone, this one. So unfortunately, not all of their devices will be functioning, especially those vehicles. But Alter Ego Alva is there to actually pick up on Snape. As Alter Ego slowly joining in the rest of their teammate. TODAK still going to circling around, hoping they will find somebody, especially MAQNA. Alter Ego. MAQNA coming in from the back. Very quiet right now.
Oh,
flying car.
Something out of the movies, people. But let's see if Red Bull can make it absolute cinema here. A 1v1 for now, but he will be backed up by Mela behind. It's going to be Kenboy alone on the second floor. But I'm sure he wouldn't mind that the Mela joins him. But anyway, Kenboy wouldn't be staying on the second floor for long. Jumps down to the ground floor, gets Red Bull, and he gets eliminated. Now Mela comes in to counter with a nade, and Kenboy goes out.
Vampire is treating this lobby like nothing at all. But the Blue Zone just arrive, and like it or not, they have to start to leave. We know how this is going to go through. Oh, but shots coming out from the side of NSD, above a bit elevations. Mela seems to be trapped himself right now. Well, they are very scattered. I feel like Vampires, they all have their own agenda here. When it comes to each of the play, they managed to recall on Red Bull just now. But on the side of where they are, I think everybody's just aiming for this elimination. That's probably going to be the coach idea, or maybe behind the scene that we don't know of. Vampires, today's aim, every one of you just man for yourself. Go for those aim of elimination and don't care about world regarding their own position here.
Yeah. It almost feels like Vampire is like everyone's on their own mission. Like, who gets the most eliminations and who gets the least in the team buys dinner, sort of thing. That's why they're like all scattered out. But so far, based on the strategy that they've been working out, after starting off with as a full team, they rush in and then they start to scatter around. They're still able to bring in 5 eliminations, so that's pretty nice. Now, with the circle shift here, and usual Rondo trend, we've been seeing teams do spend a little bit more time in the blue. So in this case, it's still going to be the same for now, that is. We still have like a lot of teams on the outside and bathing in the blue itself.
I have a feeling NSD and Vampires might have another go, another clash afterwards. Whether that will translate into more points on the side of Vampires, I guess that's good news for them. But we do know when it comes to the blue zone in Rondo, it's no joke. It's so far to get into the safe zone. They have to actually leave early. BTR and MVKE, now the Vikings, are they awoken yet or not? Wonti repositioning. Alter Ego, also another team that seems to be very far away from each other. I guess all the teams that really aiming for eliminations, that really believe and have full confidence of their firepower, are planning to do so. But it's so great for ANSI too, because it's GLU slowly chipping their HP and their players out.
And that's 30k eliminated. And eArena, we have Sakura there picking out 30k. But here comes the rush in by Glue Squad. Circling around 30k in the vehicle to give him extra protection while he heals up. But Noel shows up from behind. Taking down 30k, taking down Sakura. And eArena now, only the one player left to hopefully go for the recall.
GLU, eArena. Way so deep in the blue for Joker. Trying to find that recall tower. Now, recall tower, great for its function, but if the player, if actually been recalled right on top of a stadium here, they have to cut across bamboo and then go straight into the circle, which is doable, but provided they have to have those vehicles on point and on time. Because despite just stage 2, it's still quite far for the team to get into the safe zone.
At least these teams, they are still not bathing the blue, so they're okay for now. And we have Alter Ego here. They made it through, but they're still playing like the scattered approach, right? Like we have 2 players here, but we don't see the other 2 players. So they're still in the mood and the strategy to try to claim elimination points by spreading out, perhaps. But now Krypton sprays onto the other side. Trying to secure elimination points here. He almost got Woonty though. Woonty is bleeding out behind the buggy. Krypton should be able to secure this one, bringing in the first point for Alter Ego.
Look at the tap. All embracing coming from Krypton. Final finish off Woonty on top of the hills, right on top of its buggy as well. That's a very long tapping, by the way. Quite a commitment showcased by Krypton. Like you mentioned, their first elimination secured. But the next circle is going to be right on the north, slightly on the outskirts of Lo Hua Sing. Now, this bridge is going to be super tricky. If the circle ended up at the very small patch of land in between those bridges, that's going to be fun.
And in the south, so many teams coming by. Probably going to be another big clash down there. Moana will finish off KNS. That's going to be another point secured by Alter Ego. Point number 2 within the circle. Doing not too bad, Alter Ego. But now they need to defend teams from coming in. Here comes the rush in. Oh, nice one by Moana. That's a defensive stance here. Lobby X went down to Moana. It's a double clutch by Moana.
Why not getting 2 instead of 1? Moana not shaken at all, despite you saw that that vehicle is actually rushing to its side. But Alter Ego don't want to overextend their stay here. They don't want to go for the chase. Have a very good discipline this time on the side of Alter Ego, sticking as a 4. But VOIN and BTR seems to be FaZe, the only man that cutting across VOIN. I'm surprised he actually made it out alive, even though being swarmed by the rest of VOIN players.
Ooh, that was a close one there. Secret almost went down. And he managed to survive for now, that is, but he's not in the zone yet. Smoked up vehicle, not helping him. And around him is going to be VOIN. They saw the vehicle, they heard the commotion. They're going in, and they want to secure this elimination point. They saw that vehicle smoking up. And now they know that Secret is on foot. Potato tries. First with the name, but dude, nobody's home, dude.
Potato got false hope. Being raised his hope to get a point there, but it's actually been taken out by BTR just now. But we're not done with him, Secret. SQ with Empires. They being hunted instead of the usual. Doki getting on another one. Did he just wipe out Vampires by himself?
Okay, that leaves Vampire with only one active player. But we're not sure where he is. But what we're sure is that Dewey will be taken out by Juke. It's going to be a point to Team Secret. And now we have another fight here involving 52 against Team Flash, the Smash winners of week number 1. And we only have Kiddo here. It's going in on alone, takes a lot of damage, immediately goes down with a follow-up. And Tops will be the one to gun him down. Now it's a matter of his teammates. Are they able to follow up and save him? But it looks unlikely as they're kind of far away.
It's too risky to save him as well. Might just find a recall tower at this point for the side of 52. they probably are doing and running over to that side. And these guys, the reason why they did not execute instantly, these players, so that they can buy time instead of instead of their opponent's team recalling their teammate who might get executed. Actually a very smart move, by the way, to delay their recall for the map. But when it comes to the circle, it shrinks down to the northern side. Muho Pan. Those are actually inside of Muho Pan. They have to strive for this survival. But whoever haven't crossed over on that bridge and the rest of the team coming up from the south, there's going to be a lot of thinning of the crowd from the south here.
Yeah, especially with the hardship circle towards the north. So again, the teams on the south will need to track up. We can expect to see a lot more fights. BTR involved in the fight. Federers just went down to the hands of Razak. But at the same time, the blue is starting to chunk out health. And one of the players of Blue Squad just got taken out by the blue. Same goes for Hexas as well. Spent a little bit too much time on the outside. Vampire Esports, they seem to be in the same situation. Mela and Dewey down.
Oh, Vampires. They just recall. It feels like they're going down once more, leaving with one last player. The Blues are eating them out alive. The players as well. But NST, also the team that being recalled before, they managed to get back as a 4. But on the other side, it's going to be towed up from a distance. Both teams actually struggling to get out from the blue. This is not the fight they want to take for both teams here.
Not at all. And plus, you might have other teams waiting on the inner side as well, but looks like they were still trying to take it. Okay, Kenboy. You don't want to flip your vehicle in this situation. And it's still all right. And TODAK looks like they will try to disengage as well. Oh, but maybe not. They're waiting here. They want to get those points.
With the blue chipping down their HP bit by bit. But NST, the moment they left TODAK just now, leaving with only one last player to make it through. But I have a bad feeling the moment you over that horizon, there are bullets flying. The moment we mention it, Kings, will it be a fallen king or not? Well, we have both left, right, center. It's going to be Alter Ego surrounded completely. NST players. TODAK might actually share the same fate here.
And here comes Krypton with an 8. He surely secured his elimination point without a doubt. Already 8 elimination points now for Alter Ego. And Krypton could bring their 9th elimination now by taking out Death for TODAK. One more player of TODAK. We have 9 here. Oh no. He's stuck there. And Krypton spraying him down. Not only Krypton from the side as well. He's going to be Snape on to 9. And with that, Alter Ego, they eliminate TODAK.
A great setup coming from Alter Ego, waiting for the passerby and take them out where they're unguarded. But for the side of Alter Ego, they know for a fact nobody is coming over up this hill. They will try to conquer, dominate it, and they are on the move as well. But for the side of Snape, he's trying to venture out to help the rest of his teammate. He's fighting against MXG. Now, MXG, this is a very unique position right now, a 3-1. While they're being surrounded and also engaging in another part of the map. We do have a right side and left side of the fight right now. Right side, we have VOIN, BTR, and VPE last player. Red Bull, what can he do at this point?
It's kind of tough for Red Bull, right? You have 2 different teams looking at him. Probably might as well deny away the point. Not able to move at all. And we're coming into stage number 5 in 5 more seconds. So I guess that's the end of the line for Red Bull. And he's the only player on the outside of the circle or at the zone as of now. Coming to stage 5, I guess. Yep. It's a matter of time right now. Looks like Red Bull isn't moving and he will give away his point out.
He's trying to heal up and wait for the right timing. But like I mentioned, I don't think his health utilities will sustain him enough. I mentioned about MXG before. They're fighting against the Viking on the left side. There's one player hovering around towards the side of Alter Ego. Voxy, on the other hand, is trying to do the gatekeeping against Red Bull and BTR. But Red Bull's really making it a hard day for the side of VOIN right now. And that's going to be it. Being finished off by the players. And next is going to be BTR. They managed to fish out VOIN's position here. With Voxy opening fires before. But next, we're engaging towards eArena and Team Secret.
Here are 2 sets of nades. Let's see who will land their own nade here. But nicely done by NC2 on the Juke. Landed it first, but NC2 just got taken out by Manzi from 52. Okay, a little bit of an assistance for eArena, and it will survive this one. NC2 will be back up again, but 52, they might want to claim their dues. They are coming in onto eArena.
Nate's flying over from above the roof by TODAK, while NC2 will get that reset. But for 52, if they're not being careful, Team Flash will sandwich them in between. The thing about warehouse are great, but this warehouse is not actually the best. There's so many holes and also openings for them to toss those nades. But VOIN, BTR finally had it enough. They're going to rush it over to VOIN. Seems like they are in trouble. Zeta with that boulder's been called on. Also got shot. What a position by Alter Ego today. They wrap around their enemies almost entirely in every single clash. 11 eliminations by now.
Yeah, they seem to be very comfortable with the Rondo gameplay here, and so far so good for them. With the amount of eliminations and the full squad, they're doing very well so far. But for BTR now, not as well as Alter Ego. 3 players, the Molly, trying to force Zuxi out, and Zuxi, so much pressure onto him. It's not much space to move in. And now the smokes are being deployed here by BTR, but finally Krypton lands a nade onto Zuxi. Now it's going to be only Federales together with his teammate, and MAQNA almost got taken out, but Snape, whatever it is still behind MAQNA.
Snape hoping will land at nades in between those boulders. But it will not somehow completely connect. Just chip down a bit of Federales. The Krypton as well. It got knocked down by Federales. Federales is going to be the pivotal point for BTR to go for the rescue. Razy will have to distract or just try to revive Arun Zuxi. But high chances of very risky revival here, because the nades keep on being tossed around the crate area where they actually dig it themselves. But Zuxi still somehow surviving this one. While the smokes just seconds from dissipates, Alter Ego trying to wrap around BTR seems to be slightly harder than their usual against the other teams. But like I mentioned, we have another visitor coming up from the back. That's going to be MXG. And the circle might just squeeze in the center here.
Oh, okay. Luckily for these teams, it slightly moves towards the right side, so they're not too far away from the circle. But the fight will continue on. Team Flash right now coming in to claim the lives of BTR. And BTR now only 1 player left. And Zeus showing up together with his teammates. But the final player of BTR, Federales, will not go down without a fight. He still gets 1 knock, but not able to secure the elimination point yet. Protected by the smoke from the backs of Team Flash. And now Team Flash coming in. Federales tries to rush forward just to be taken out. Snape will now need to be revived before Team Flash comes in.
BTR totally got sandwiched. It's a total sandwich game in this one. Will Alter Ego share the fate of BTR as 4 Flash coming in? Yep, they will go down as well. Seems like BTR taken down by Team Flash. Same goes for Alter Ego. But in spite of that, they still got himself 11 eliminations. That's more than a chicken dinner. And provided they also secure a couple of points when it comes to the rankings. Yeah, but Team Flash, they are on the hunt right now with the most across the board that's still alive. 8 eliminations, full squad hunting for others down.
Yeah, no doubt, Alter Ego, not bad this round. But let's see who will gain more after this. Team Flash, we already 8 eliminations and they're still in the game with the full squad, so they can still collect elimination points. Now, a lot more focus is going to be given to the teams at the north this time. We have 3 different teams here, or maybe even make that 4, with Xbox inside the circle, just waiting for exit frags. While eArena 52, they need to kind of decide who will win this fight soon.
Xbox, he got those elevation. Well, Ansi to just drop another big nade. Ansi too is so on form today. So many times his nade dropped right on the bullseye. Joker and the rest of the arena attempt to flush. Will they manage to do so? They breach into the building where the rest of 52 players are. TODAK will try to finish off on the second floor, find it clear. But Sakura is bleeding out, reaching out to TODAK. And C2, on the other hand, keep those nades at the ground floor. But back towards on the side of NC2, the moment he was cooking up the nade, being chipped down and taken out by the players of 52. Now he's on his knees. Very tricky to play, but TODAK, he almost got that one.
Yeah, he wanted to reload at the wrong timing, but then again he pulled back. Unfortunately, not able to land his shot enough as Sakura shows up from the other side. Manzi goes down, and TODAK, Mr. MVP, went down as well. Now it's only Joker for eArena. And Joker looks like he's going to lead this fight. He's going to survive on his own. And 52 will be victors of the fight between themselves and eArena. But hang that thought for a second because Joker is still here, still getting killy.
Double down on that. Got a discount with the one night only. What a game changer now. Joker, can he toss another big one with the Blues and helping on this side? He got himself only the boulders to cover himself. But Ryan, the moment he tried to revive the Blues, it will start to chip them down. Like it or not, you have to face Joker first. And Joker got hit quite a bit when it comes to those explosions with the circle shifted away again. This is going to hurt them with Joker managed to secure Kimmy. Team Flash getting on Ryan instead. We're down to top 4, but Team Flash is one scary team right now.
Joker just hoping that Team Flash don't focus onto him first, but at least he has the boulders around him to protect him. But here comes Team Flash, probably looking for their next elimination point. While MVKE on the other side, with only 2 players here, and they're going to stay chill for now. They know they don't have the numbers, so they're not going to pursue much further. But Team Flash might just do so. Here we go.
Comes the leap of faith for the side of Team Flash. They are trying to open up their grounds there, try to take control of the circle, while MXG, they are quite at the edge of the blue zone. The Vikings, where are they? Last we've seen the Vikings taking the left side of the circle. Now with the MXG in the center here, there's airdrop as a bonus too. At least this curvature of the ground, a bit of a ditch and valleys will blind Team Flash from seeing them. So like it or not, they cannot use those high grounds earlier for Team Flash. They have to scour for those spots. But they might actually find Joker in the process.
There goes the boulder drop again. Okay, and now looking at the current situation, Team Flash, they have a good spread since they have the numbers, but the name by Zeus. Finish out the final player of eArena, Joker taken out. Number 4 for eArena this time, as Team Flash will bring everyone else to the top 3.
Team Flash have to be extra careful. It's not just one team they're going against, it's going to be 2. Due to their sounds and noises from their vehicles that just attracted all the attention from MXG. All eyes are actually on Team Flash right now, but for the side of MVKE, the Vikings, they are being aware there's 2 teams right across them. If you look at the arrows in the minimap, they're definitely focusing on MXG first. MXG under attack, but will Team Flash take advantage as well? Macarius at the back and holding on against Bose.
Macarius very low on health. Sends a tornado to Bose's side, but gets slow. He's not getting slow here. He's getting fast against Tops, although he has the lower ground, but still able to get that one knock. And now Team Flash, they need to defend against Macarius. He's trying to close the gap between them, popping up that smoke. He's rushing forward right now. Sends a nade on cross onto Bose. In the face, Macarius gets it.
We saw how those double nades flying over to a side of Bose and Superman getting an off angle. What an angle! He got towards all the flank side. That's blindsided by Team Flash before. Straight towards this. It's going to be another nade toss by Superman. And it did not connect, but it opens up Vikings a bit of space and kind of make a damage on the side of Team Flash down to 2 players. MXG, they might actually can win this.
Yeah, they have the numbers, right? It's 4v2v2 now. They stand a really good chance. Let's see if they'll be able to wrap things up. They do have the circle, though. If you look at their position, they are in a good spot to wrap it. Unless a surprise might happen here. Waiting for the next move by all these teams, especially between Team Flash and MVKE. Nobody wants to be the first one to make the move, hoping for either MXG and Team Flash to maybe fight, and then MVKE will come in as a third party to come up with a surprise chicken dinner.
Tens were forced to make a move for the blue zones here. MXG. You didn't know it's 2 teams. I think they definitely know by now. They're waiting for the right time for these 2 to engage, and they squeeze in to take away those chicken out of their hands. But for Win and Zeus, they spot their MXG players. Macarius is jumping up and down, hoping it will somehow see any information behind these boulders. But those boulders, they know there will be somebody behind there. But can they land those hand grenades? That's the question. Long toss of nades flying over to this side. MXG doubles down by Oh my, that's a big golden nade drop by Team Flash. They're gonna go. They might be trying to actually revive them, but can they do it? Superman also tossing another one. Now, MVK, they're a bit busy towards their backside, but they're not focusing on Team Flash, who's trying to go for the rush against MXG.
Oh, this could be a big moment here. Maybe for Team Flash, maybe for MVK as well. Now, MXG, they don't have a full team. What are players? Bleeding out. It's going to be Tins on the side. They're not able to reach him at all for sure. The rest of MXG on the other side still trying to hold on to their position as well. While Team Flash playing as a duo, putting a lot of pressure on the MXG. That is insane, but the cross, the nade did land on the Zeus, putting a lot of damage onto him. A second nade comes by, and now Zeus is on the ground.
MXG, they managed to reset. Got slow, getting on our Superman, but the fire is coming up from below. Will be shut down anyway. Team Flash, they almost got it. That was a beautiful nade before, but MXG, what a fast bounce back. And we're looking at them not able to get into the first weekend, super weekend, but maybe this week is a whole different version of them.
Oof, at least MSG didn't let the ball drop earlier on, because at some point it looked like, could Team Flash actually do it after getting multiple knocks onto MSG? But still, okay, MSG held on, and that's what their code says. Rakna job. They did the first chicken dinner for week number 2.
Oh, what a game. But I have to give it, Team Flash, they didn't drop their performance at all. I have to give it to the side of Win today is really winning those nades when it comes to those tours. And Bose didn't manage to get those off angle that he needed to. Unfortunately, that's where things turned around for the side of Team Flash, because MXG, this nade that was big. But it was difficult for Zeus and the rest of Team Flash to reach out to them. Thanks to the side of MVK, the Vikings coming from the side. Nonetheless, Macaris, KTN, Homebois, and Gatslow managed to secure quite a number of eliminations. They're a total of 5. But when we compare with all the other teams, a lot on some of them even have double digits.
Yeah, I guess because we have a few teams that actually went for the hunt, like we saw earlier, Alter Ego, Vampire. So naturally, a lot of points would have been cancelled from the battleground. And MXG, we pretty much only saw them towards the very end. So they play a little bit safer in this round, but still able to bring in the chicken dinner together with 5 eliminations. That's something that they definitely can't complain. And MXG, one of those teams that needs to make it to the Super Weekend. Even if they just barely make it, as long as they're in top 16, nobody will remember just 5 eliminations from the Rondo match. So that's probably what they're aiming for. Just be in the Super Weekend. And this chicken dinner brings them a good start in their campaign to meet the Super Weekend in week number 1. A Super Weekend that's so crucial for MXG. But still, competition is tight. We did see a good amount of points being taken by Alter Ego, by BTR, by Team Flash as well. So yeah, but then again, you have 16 slots that's able to make it to the Super Weekend. It's plenty. And if you're able to score this first chicken dinner, and if you're able to just be kind of consistent, well, surely we'll see MXG there. But let's check out the best moments from Game 1.
I understand the frustration coming from BTR. Be crammed down and sandwiched before that. Oh, gonna be tough to be the players right now. But congrats to our top 4 teams, Team Flash, eArena, MXG, or Mixed Gang, and Alter Ego. Now, Alter Ego, they don't have Rosemary, but I'm loving the fact that they're really sticking as a 4.
Yeah, and if any one of you watching wondering, where is Rosemary? Why is he not playing? So apparently he is not feeling well. So we wish him all the best in health, and hopefully we'll be able to see him in the coming days. Now, with Team Flash putting themselves at the top of the top 4, so I guess they gain more points in total, and that's because of their elimination points. But we have to give it as well to KTN 203 as well, MVP in the first game with 3 eliminations and 482 damage for Mixer Gang. And this is more than half of the eliminations that they had, of a total of 5 eliminations.
And I hope they can bring this forward for the rest of the day. They will need it, especially this is a good set of tone coming up from Mr. Gang. But when it comes to the overall rankings, Alter Ego and also Team Flash, the only 2 teams that secures those double-digit elimination, despite MXG actually got the chicken. But thanks to that 12 elimination points by Team Flash, what's stopping this guy? There's nothing. And also eArena, look at how all this high kill volume come out from eArena and MXG with a 5. But the rest of them still scary. The only team without any points is going to be XSOPHERE. Surprisingly, we didn't get a lot to see from them just now.
Yeah, we didn't get to see them on screen, I believe. By the time we noticed, they got eliminated. But those high elimination volumes, that's especially for Rondo. We're going to jump into Irango. No recalls here. It's going to be back to normality. And yeah, we do have the map drop spot here, but we all know by now too that we can't fully trust this one.
Yeah, it sometimes depends on the flight path and also the circle, whether they're going to change a drop of the circle pops at the end of this flight path or not. And depending, so far we have very generous circles, so general flight path. So they might actually drop in one of those spots, but a lot of them start to change the gameplay here. And speaking of Alter Ego, I need to say this one out loud. Next is going to be Wrangle, but whenever, this is from my experience all the years, whenever Rosemary catch a call, it's actually a good sign of Alter Ego, not because he's not playing. It means that when he comes back, he will actually fire double of how he used to play. And that's how they usually have a better ranking or better outcome by the end of the entirety of this tournament, including the grand finals, if he actually got a cold.
But you know what? If you're feeling cold, it's not necessarily that you're sick. It's probably because your phone is now cooler here with the new update of PUBG Mobile version 4.0. Especially if you always felt that, your phone is a little bit too hot when you play the game, frame rates drop, takes too much battery power, battery goes out quickly. Well, the solution is very simple. Just update to PUBG Mobile version 4.0 and all that will be put to an end and you can enjoy a smoother gameplay. So make sure you update right now. It's been a while, so if you have not logged into PUBG Mobile, do it right now before we enter the next game.
And also when it comes to this month and next month, which is going to be the month of October, it's going to be the Halloween month. Make sure you guys update your PUBG Mobile version 4.0 because also the spooky soiree is already live. So be ready up for new gameplay and epic IP collaboration. There's a lot of surprises dropping in this September, October. You guys don't want to miss out all this spooky fun and very cute spooky fun indeed, where we have that very ghost to help you in the game and battle it out. You can't kill it because it's a ghost anyway.
Yeah, and I don't think I want to kill that nice cute kitty ghost. So yeah, let's not harm the kitty ghost, okay? But you know what else is not harming us? Is G-Dragon X PUBG Battlegrounds and PUBG Mobile. Wow. And today is 17 September. So tomorrow the console version will be released and mobile version 2 more days. 2 more days, ladies and gentlemen. September 19 will be the date that this will land into your game. So make sure you check this one out by that. Can't wait for this. G-Dragon!
But I don't judge you, but I think everybody loves a G and a dragon in it. But also we have the latest Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Don't forget to take command of the road in style. Join in the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus car. #Amira and #Amaya. Precision performance and exclusivity awaits, available for your limited time only. Now I think this is the second time we actually have Lotus collaboration, isn't it?
Wow, okay. We had a lot of vehicle collaborations, and I'm starting to lose count on which is which, right? But no doubt Lotus is one of the best one. That slick car, we do love it. But you know what else is the best? Of course, when it comes to predictions, it's us. And you, because you're late by one round.
It happens again today. It happens in week 2 as well, but who knows? Okay, I'm not going to read out for my next prediction, because whenever I do that, it means the team will get eliminated quickly. It's better late prediction than getting out of the lobby. But we're looking at Brian just now. It was amazing play, but unfortunately didn't make it through.
Yeah, thanks to Vampire, who came in as a third party. So they play by the rules of the recall. So they see an opportunity, they just go for it. But it's also kind of sad that the Sem9 also went out early as well. They only managed 1 point, and that's about it. So they are also one of those danger teams. Same goes for XSOPHERE, 0 points. Our danger teams haven't been performing in the first round, except for Mixer, that is. But majority of them have not. So they need to tinker their strategies in Erangel.
I give credit to the Viking. They didn't last it long enough as well. So that's 2 out of the 8. Now, I think it's going to be out of the 8, 7 is actually playing in day number 1. Then both of them actually in Group A and Group C. And Group C, majority of it are the teams that did not make it. Out of the 8, 5 in Group C did not make it in the first Super Weekend. And unfortunate for these 5, they are hooked up in the same groups as the heaviest hitter, eArena, Team Flash, and VOIN. These guys love to fight and hunt you down. Can they fight them back? Because wherever these 3 teams go, they will follow the rest of these 5 teams, since they are in the same group.
Oh yeah, they'll be seeing each other again and again and again and again and again. So there'll be no strangers. But let's see strangers that clash here. Okay, of course we want to put a little bit of attention this week to the teams that didn't make it into last week, especially Sem9, who obviously has a huge fan base, so the fans are definitely concerned. But their first round isn't what they hoped for. Hoping for a big comeback here in round number 2 as we head on to it in Erangel.
We're back where everything is normal again. No recall map, whatever recall tower. Sometimes there are issues that players still carry out the momentum of Rondo. And they go blindly, relentlessly, just hunting people down since the start of the first ring after Rondo. They should erase and reset quickly, because there's no recall if they being knocked down get finished off. But at least the flight path this time slightly to as the southern side. We have plenty, too much of left side circle, right around Quarry, right on the outskirts of hospital. We have that too much by now.
Yeah, we haven't had much military base. We probably only had once or something, but that's not enough for us, you know. By our standards, Chuchu, once is not enough. We need more. We are that greedy. So please, PUBG Mobile Guards, there's a time for us to be fed with our greed of military base circles.
I'm still waiting Zaki after so many years.
That one is like me waiting for a new girlfriend.
Okay.
So,
to be honest, other than Zaki, is there any other players in the Erangel that we haven't had that circle before? You see, look at this. Don't blindside Zaki. Don't put it like, you know, being a stepsister or brother. Like Zaki doesn't exist in the map at all.
Yep. You might as well remove the name Zaki, right? Can you imagine that we can get Starbuck chemistry, we can get Lipovka, we can get Milta, but we cannot get Zarki? Like, what is this?
You tell me, boy.
Oh man. Gotta check with the dev team on that.
But at least it's quite a peaceful start for most of the teams here. But due to the very south flight path, very north circle, we might ended up right on top of Roshok. But there will be a lot of thinning of the crowd on top of Roshok. Okay? We're going to see when the teams like 52 who drop around Roshok early on, BTR probably running around there as well. They might want to go to Savannah as fast as they can. And we never fail to see Federales on top of the 5 eliminations. I expect it to be like 30k up here, but he's nowhere near the numbers.
Oh yeah, we did see him a little bit on screen, but by the time we got a good clear view of 30k, he got naded. It was the best of my memory of him in the game 1. But it's nice to also see Federales here, like, oh, he's the only one with 4 digits damage output, and everyone else is still at the triple digit. So again, it just shows that he is a strong player and worthy of the name Filipino Terminator. But BTR, they're hoping for more consistency from the overall team, I believe. After last week, they're okay. It's very likely we'll still see them in the grand finals, but it's BTR we're talking about. Grand finals only. It's not enough. They want the championship.
It's been a while since BTR actually hold those crowns. Years, actually. If you go back before the PMSL days, that's the last few times they actually managed to hold the trophy. But speaking of the teams that never hold the trophy before, this might be the season with Rondo coming in as esports map. This should be a kickstart for them to eye out this trophy as well. But when it comes to Alter Ego, I don't know. I have a feeling they're gonna come in strong this year. Whenever Rosemary have a flu or cold, because last time that what happened, that really happened. Both when they got a back-to-back champion last time, both times Rosemary is actually having a cold in between. During the league stage. I don't know if that's going to be the case again this year.
If that happens, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here from Choo Choo. Week number 2, day number 1, map number, end of map 1 and start of map 2. Yeah, there you go. That's specific. Yeah. Gonna claim that, right, Choo, when it happens?
No, the thing is, if he's healthy, please don't pray that he will get cold. We want him as the best version, but that it is what it is. Okay, it is what it is. Maybe it's like an ick. You know, when there's all sayings when your hands getting itchy means money gonna come.
Oh yeah, I heard that before.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's sort of saying now, if Rosemary getting cold or flu, they might actually score as a trophy.
Oh, I thought you want to say Rosemary's getting itchy.
With what?
Well, I mean, it could be a symptom of something. I don't know, you know. I don't know which itchy are you thinking of.
Itchy for the trophy, I assume.
Ah, see? There you go.
What C? What C?
C, PMSL SEA 2025 Fall. Oh. But somebody
First
fell.
contact mate. Ooh. Not fell. That's definitely executed. Now, TODAK. We haven't talked too much about this team yet when it comes to week number 2, but I love their Super Weekend performance. And they definitely bring a fresher version of TODAK. Well, we do know the players, half of them coming up from the previous 7-9. But the thing is, it just gives a different dynamic this time. It feels like they completed that roster right now.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It's the best version of TODAK that we have seen ever in in PUBG Mobile Esports. So this got a lot of fans excited. Like, okay, TODAK is so different. But let's check out what happened here. Wow, okay.
It's 3v1.
That is what we call TODAK Langa, people.
That's brutal. Well, you can see it feels like frogs trying to see it across the other side of a wall and try to talk each other out, but it's not talking. But on the other end, AZ, they are tailing Alter Ego very closely.
They saw it. But MAQNA, okay, a bit of a distraction to AZ Slumber. So AZ Slumber, they don't seem to be interested to pursue, I guess because, yeah, they're pretty happy in the circle. And plus, if they want to pursue, they have to like cut across the road, goes up a slight elevation, and potentially need to be in a compound or breach through a compound. So it's a bit too risky for this stage since everyone's in the circle. And also there's a chance that the circle will go up north anyway. So you don't want to overcommit to that one. But SEM9, they're committing to the bridge. Ooh, okay. Trying to take the chances.
It means, despite the blue is here, they definitely know there will be somebody will cross this bridge. Last we've seen, I assume it's probably going to be VOIN. Because last time we saw they are actually at the south, but I don't know, maybe I got that wrong. But on the side of SEM9, is it worth it to wait it out? Yeah, it is VOIN. So they actually spotted out the players on top of the bridge. I don't know what kind of binoculars they're actually using, but is it worth awaiting VOIN that might actually have a different rotation, probably going to have a boat or swim over, than rather crossing the bridge? Because if they're waiting and tanking the blue for that, that's too big of a sacrifice.
If they have enough information, they could still rotate towards the right side bridge. But it's going to be a long travel for them. Very likely that circle will end on the northern side, perhaps around the area of shooting range, so they have to go all the way up. But on the map, we can see VOIN starting their vehicles. I guess they're deciding on where to go, but Razak here has a hovercraft. Okay. So it's going to be easy access for him, but he needs to somehow bring over his teammates.
It's too much of a risk for him to U-turn now. But we'll let it wait for SEM9 and VOIN, the one that actually have a bit of a tension between those two. I think SEM9 just thinking, hey, it's not worth it to stay over too long inside of the blues, and now they start to move as well. With the circle shrinking even further on the north. Now, whoever's late at Rozhok is going to be a bloody massacre in just a few more seconds. The last time we saw a lot of teams coming up from south, some of them just entering at the southern side. Not many teams in the northern yet. I assume teams like eArena are probably already inside of Savannah now.
Yeah, perhaps so. But what I'll be interested to see is that how SEM9 will come in with all these teams already taking point up north. See here, Alter Ego, one of them, outside of Savannah. So they shoot away his secret from XSOPHERE, and lucky for him, he managed to get away and he joined back together with his teammates. Now this is where we can expect more teams to just get together, even though it's stage number 2, because they can expect a lot more teams to migrate up north. So you don't want to be caught alone when the team actually starts pushing and taking points and you happen to be the only one player at a spot.
Yep. 16 teams with a very small radius, like almost probably a 2.5 or 2 by 2 kilometers of a circle. There's not going to be plenty of space to house all 16 teams, but lucky there are some teams not inside of a circle. Yeah, that's going to be NSD, VOIN and SEM9. I don't know if it's going to be lucky or just bad news for them, because with this sort of circle, with 16 teams still intact, it means there'll be a lot of gatekeepers coming out around this south side. Now, if they're being wise about it, they try to avoid it completely and try to go up north from a longer rotation. That's going to be the case of SEM9, but unfortunately, it's going to be Vampires still gatekeeping towards this bridge.
Yep, this was the earlier worry. Like, how are they going to cut across with now teams parking themselves in key positions like Vampire? And we can see SEM9, they're scattered. Yuhai just right in front of Mela. Okay, that's the vehicle. Mela sees him. Mela sprays. Mela did connect. Second time around, Mela tries, but not able to get knocked down onto Yuhai. But from the other side, it's going to be Red Bull that makes sure Yuhai doesn't go far.
Oh boy. Vampires, Shraps, Lazarus. The same person, by the way. Shraps is Lazarus, in case you guys just joined us. really chasing Sam9. They're not going to let them pass by yet, but they made a U-turn. Now, will he actually aim for TODAK too? If you actually spot this one out, it's going to be a jackpot. If TODAK's not aware, of course, but maybe they're Bane. But on the side of TODAK, they're actually on their migration navigation as well towards the southern side of the circle. We're looking at vampires. They're very splitted out, trying to find any victims to take them down.
Wow. I wonder how Sam9, the rest of them will fare right now. Look at this two. They are spending time in the blue as well. On the elimination, Vikido gets break, okay. With the Astor of K, so that's a CQC, Woon T. Shotgun on the Kido, another CQC, okay. And 52 lost Kido officially. And 52, I wonder how they're faring right now. Okay, so it's probably these two players in this compound here. Rushing by MVKE. And obviously they don't have the numbers and they failed to defend it against the incoming Vikings.
Right on top of Rosshawk just now for the Vikings. Alter Ego. We just seen two players here. The other two seems to be quite far. Split into 2-2 formation. The teams outside of the blue zone, where they finally get out, are still in there. Last time we saw Vampires actually guarding over this side of the bridge. Are they still here? Marzo, the one who just got into this season with the rest of Sam9, be taken out as well. But for VOIN, they managed to make it through. I'm surprised Vampire's not there anymore.
Oh, but Vampire, I guess they decided to play on the inner side. So far, okay, they managed to recover, so they are fine for now. Not too worried about Vampire. Still worried about Sam9, how they're going to survive this one. But on the left side circle, we have VOIN coming in and eArena on top of this shooting range mounted, one of the key positions. And VOIN, the moment they notice that, oh, there's somebody there, they move away to another spot, so that's okay. But Sam9, not able to get away from the blue, they lost Hamazal.
Yep, he got shot down before, but not translated into a point by the teams. It was TODAK last I saw, or was it somebody else? But Vikings spotted our team secret. Here comes the clash, but it's going to be inside of the blue zone, the worst place possible. Break will try to fetch his friend, but feels like more, making him a human shield at that point for everybody to shoot freely. Hopefully it's going to be a-okay, but for the Vikings, they are struggling to keep their boat afloat. Last time we saw it's going to be Team Secret also in trouble. Now Vampires, TODAK, and Team Secret and Vikings, 4 teams taking the blues, happen to be fighting there.
And we have Long Ranger by Zerus on the other side, and Zerus gets Sins eliminated. Razak, Lone Ranger to 30k, and VOIN looks like they'll be able to take point, taking over the spot where eArena used to be at. But this spot is no longer valuable, and eArena left it. Or VOIN resetting. But oh, Doki alone? 1v2? Okay. Taking out 2 players of TODAK, just like that. Now the third one's coming in. And it's going to be Frenzy, but is Frenzy going to push Doki? Probably yes. Oh, he's U-turning. He's going for it.
Yeah, but I think it's one of... Oh, Frenzy. That overcraft is inside. You tried to force him out. He's out. He's fought back. Oh, Doki, what a play just now. But it's going to be a different team entirely. And surprise, 52, Ryan. Out of nowhere, pops his head, but did not finish off on Doki. Zerus can actually reach out to Doki and revive him again. That's going to be 2 players still leaving out on the side of Team Secret. But Ryan, is he interested to make a U-turn? He pulled over. Feels like he wants to go for it. While VOIN just finished off Vikings. For quite some time, they tried to rotate.
Oof, okay, so now VOIN starting to take point. And inside is still eArena. The next fight with eArena might be inevitable. We'll see where will VOIN go. If they continue to go south, then maybe it can be avoided. But inside of shooting range itself, Sam9 somehow, Mika and Viren managed to make it in, but heavy casualty on the side of Sam9. So with only 2 players, the only thing they can do right now is just to stay quiet and hope to gain play some points later.
Playing hide and seek for both 7-9 players. It's sandwiched badly by NST. There's also MXG. There's eArena, Vampires. Everybody's scouting. Just happen to be around circling the shooting range area at the fences. But these teams going to be the teams that's coming in later on the southern side. I actually chuckled just now because one of the comments asked, "Where's Ryzen?" I mean, like, that's been years, but update yourself. I think he's not in the competitive scene anymore. But Zuxi still is, and he's playing here today. Well, eArena make a circle to make sure they know exactly where the positions of GLU and how many teams are they around them right now. But how do they respond to this? Do they want to cut over and get towards the high grounds where VP is at the low grounds where VP is at, or just stay at the high grounds and fight against GLU?
Everybody wants to try to take the shooting range high ground. It's a key spot in this circle. But latecomers, of course, they need to fight. And that's eArena. But they don't have a full team. Circle will shift again. The team is still going to be the high ground, and it will still be the high ground. Vampire Esports in the middle. The 7-9 also inside shooting range, and MXG will be together with them on that area too. But on the southern side of the circle, that's where most of the teams are at. So there might be more fights that we can expect here for the high ground.
High grounds, eArena will hope the next circle will be in it, because if it does, there's a huge win with where they're actually standing here right now. Being a shooting range, yes, seems to be at the center, but those low grounds were actually tough for them to get out if the circle shift away. But back to us, Team Flash and XSOPHERE, Zeus and Top, the last remaining of Team Flash members. Not really, they still have a 4 win coming out from the back. They lost Zeus instantly. That was a false execution by XSOPHERE. But return back, Top Z coming into a side of Team Secret. Win is down as well. Lobby Axe. KNS, Top Z from the back line. Team Flash, they need to wrap this up quickly against XSOPHERE because Alter Ego is just behind them.
Okay, they have to do it quick though. But Lobby Axe with the nade across, still alright. Alter Ego monitoring the situation, but at the same time the blue is closing. Balls will go down. Maybe Lobby Axe can pull off a clutch here. 1v2. Comes in with the DBS, and Nate launch behind him, and the blue will push. Tops forward, and Tops now on the other side will lose that 1v1 fight against Lobby Axe. Lobby Axe wins it, but he has to move quickly. Look at his health going down really fast.
XSOPHERE. Oh, he couldn't save Secret. Lobby Axe, the last member. It's going to be tough. He couldn't even leave to get into that vehicle. The Blues is just too much of a pain right now. Can he actually have any more health utilities? Despite he managed to get out, but he got stuck in between. He needs to reset himself even furthermore. But back to the side of Alter Ego. This is going to be around the bunker area. But they're not taking it underground. They're going straight to the high hills where the rest of the team might fight into it.
Okay, and here is Glue Squad coming in. Oh, Hexa's got Voxy. Okay. That could be the entry in, as VOIN will need to recover their teammate anyway. Glue Squad managed to make it in onto an area of the high ground, but Hexa's just got shut down by Razak. A bit of a trade-off here. VOIN still coming in on the left side, and now this fight is a definite yes and a definite must here for the two teams, as KF from the side gets Razak, and that is VOIN Esports, eliminated by Glue Squad, who took the high ground first before VOIN.
Oh, KF really keeping tab towards all the teams behind him as well. He popped the smoke on his buggy, but where to run? He can actually go from the south side of the circle. Those high ground can buy him time with the eArena already being eliminated. But AZ, spotted out by Alter Ego, they're actually repositioning themselves to get into another fight. Not to get into the circle, but try to gain this elimination. MXG, on the other hand, Sorry boy, did not expect 7-9 be hiding here for a long time. But Vampires, would they get out or back into shooting range? And it's slightly towards the right side. They can actually go in there. There's plenty of space still. But AZ will actually try to keep them right. And XG.
Nice one by Fear, and they're getting a double. He is the final player of 7-9. Managed to survive that one. So holding on, now they're starting to gain play some points as well. But the rest of MSG now alerted by the presence of Fear, and they might go in to seek revenge for their fallen teammates. But it looks like KTN is not really that interested yet. Looking for an alternative route, and from afar, he sees Hexas. That's going to be another point. Now looking for KF behind the rock, but it's a little bit too far for KTN.
A bit too ambitious here. Yeah, KTN repositioned himself. GLU, on the other hand, to get down from this slopes of hill, it's going to be a wide, clear view towards Vampires to shoot them down. But right now, Vampires a bit too distracted, focusing on towards AZ and Alter Ego, who make so much noise. Snape, look at Snape coming out from straight from the front. MAQNA is the one they should watch out for. He got himself on the flank side as well. And Alter Ego, like usual, they're wrapping around their opponents. AZ took off by surprise, but that push will it fail or will it be a successful one? As Brian also in the shack seems to be knocked down, leaving only Miz Axe again, the last player. The nade will slowly pressuring him to get out behind that tree.
Ooh, Azmi! He wanted to reach Mizi, but unfortunately Mizi might not be able to save his teammate because now the pressure is still on. Alva circling around. As long as they're not clear, he can't save him. But oh, Azmi taken out by Viren, but here comes Vampire Esports on the Mizi, and it's going to be Mizi. Eliminated by Vampire Esports. 6 teams left.
Oh, Alva is being chased! No! No mercy shown at all! What Alva? He clutched it almost! Are you kidding me? They chased the heck out of Alva just now. Mela started it. Rebel knocked down. But at least on the side of Vampires, they can actually go for the revive. But MXG, Gatslow, is really getting it quick on his feet, trying to take any advantage as they can. But right across him is going to be NSG. Back to SG, LDU Noel. Running on foot, no vehicle, with an open space as well. Nothing to cover himself, but at least all the other teams seems to be, never mind, Gatslow, never let it slip by.
Oh, and Gatslow, definitely not slow on the fingers there to lock in that elimination point. But now, 2-on-1. Viren, the player who took down the 2 players of MXG earlier on, will now need to face with the other 2. And the nade being cooked up, but the simple nade by KT at 203. Mr. MVP will finish off the last player of Sem 9.
Vampires are being smart, not staying inside of a shooting range or around the fence area. They go out of the shooting range just now to climb back, hike up here to be around the middle ground and slight elevation that can give them a clear view regarding any movement inside of shooting range. But this will force them to get out and down anyway. As the circle shrinks right on top of the shooting range, they're going straight towards the fences. But NST is a bit too close to MXG. So right now, Vampire is just waiting it out for these 2 to fight first.
And who's going to pull the trigger first? But with this circle, yeah, it's very likely that MXG and NST will. For Vampire, all they need to do is just chill. Or if they want to go and be aggressive and gain those points, well, they can start off themselves. And they might though, depending on what Shrubs will do here. And Shrubs right in front of Mortic, and Mortic gets Shrubs. Now the rest of Vampire will need to come in.
Will they? Or will they let it slip by? It's a bit too much exposure to try to help Shrubs. There's going to be King Mortic coming up from NST, secures 1 point out of Vampires, make it slightly difficult for Vampires to close things up with only 3 players remaining. A P90 in that airdrop, alongside with the all level 3 gears and even a Mac kit at that, is reaching up to that airdrop here, but it might be a bait. Vampires already popped the smoke. They might surprise the rest of NST players. With Red Bull coming out from off angle, Gooey focus on MXG. Every player of Vampires have their own role right now.
Oof. And now they need to hang on for that chicken dinner. 3 players left. Doesn't guarantee them the chicken dinner though. But let's see where will stage 8 go as well in about 40 more seconds. That might give us a better clue of how might bring in the chicken dinner. As MXG, they're trying to get into the inner side, trying to get away from the edge of the circle, which is fine because you don't want to be caught on the outside where the circle shifts. The next team that might need to consider how to move in is going to be NST from the right. No doubt, Vampire, they still have the numbers, so they can open up that spread like how we can see here on screen. So they still have somewhat of the control of this current circle, but that might change when we come to stage 8.
Slightly difficult being NST right now. They're being sandwiched two sides here. Going back to the shooting range center might cost them their life because MXG is waiting the other end. Going towards the fence, Vampires on the other end. Now, do they have other smokes? Right now, we're looking at one of the players and not having those smokes at all. They need those smokes to stay alive. And the Blues start to squeeze their life out slowly. King Mortic in the most problematic position here. He needs to advance forward, but how with Miller watching them so tightly? Gooey keeping tabs on MXG, relaying the information towards Red Bull. Red Bull is the center here. He can shift his focus whether to go to NXT or MXG. But for MXG, it seems to be slightly comfortable compared to NST. They have plenty of walls to run with. But Vampires, those fences might actually be their bane as well.
Yeah, if they got caught with the blue behind them and then the fence is still there, then it might be difficult. But at least for now, they are in the circle, so they can still play with fence. And Mela, playing with the fence, gets a nade on the Kings. But as he wants to move forward... oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Gatslow, a sneaky player selling away on Mela's nade effort just now. That was cheeky. But back to our side of Mela. He naded another one. This time, no stealing as the last player of NST being eliminated. Nax is down to MXG. They have to take actions. And Mela, he's unhappy. Just now, that stolen point under his nose. But Gooey and Red Bull also responding to it. KTN Gatslow in trouble. He's down on his knees. But KTN, look at the nade parade running over to his side. They're rushing in. The attempt to steal the chicken, to take the chicken and seal it. Vampires made it happen.
Yeah, it was hard not to see Vampires scoring this chicken dinner. They not only had the numbers, but also the winning circle, the 8-stage circle, did favor them as well. They had a good spread. Yeah, 1 point was stolen away. And yes, they wanted to claim it back. But then again, they got a bigger share, which is the chicken dinner. So that's going to be the first chicken dinner for Vampire. Game number 2 locked in. And 2 chicken dinners for the Thai region.
I love the fact they already prepped the chicken just to stick it on the board, knowing the fact, hey, we're gonna get this chicken. Yep, they are ready for it. And the way they position themselves and the patience coming up from Vampires, playing alongside, like I mentioned before, at first they were actually around this fans area, and then they go up knowing that the circle is unpredictable, is a bit too scary. There's so many teams there before. And the moment where they were at, they know exactly where to lay low because they've been there, done that prior to that chicken dinner. But Mela, you have to give it. He broke the tension despite being stolen by the other team just now with that elimination, but he still secures a 3. If not, it's going to be another point added on top of these 4 players. A total of 7 eliminations by Schweppes, Red Bull and Gooey. Mela as well. We don't see a lot too often. Schweppes putting up one of his beloved weapon up there with Ace S1897 alongside with Gooey too. That's a rare scene, by the way, guys. I don't know why. Why? I think they do it for fun.
Oh, yeah, and it's not only like Schweppes, Yui has the same as well, and you're like, okay. Even Mela as well is like, with the ASM? Oh, okay, all right. We don't see this all the time. And Red Bull is like, okay, I know you guys want to have fun. I'll just do whatever normal do. But let's check out the highlights here, people.
with a board message, good luck, have fun, a smiley face on it. I assume their mood today coming up from Vampires are really great. They look happy, they look refreshed, they had plenty of rest, hopefully. But Vampires, GLU, NSD, and MXG, I hope they really get into Super Weekend here. They've been quite consistent, 2 maps in a row now.
True. It's a good start for MXG, and now, okay, 2 in a row. Okay, we just need to see how many points in this are as a confirmation, right? But if we were to base on last week, the amount of points needed to be in the Super Weekend, the team that only qualified at number 16 is Homebois MAQNA with 50 points. Of course, it's hard for us to take last season's data because there's no Rondo. But with Rondo, 50 points. So it could be around there that they need to aim. We'll look at the points later because right now we have to celebrate our MVP, which is Mela, who could have had 4 eliminations, but 3, they'll be fine.
Oh, thanks MXG, I think. Stealing away that 1 more point. He wasn't happy about it. We can see he's really hunting people down early on, 11% on that headshot. And he's been chasing a lot of players by himself here today. I don't know what unleash, but it's still going to be a beast of Mela. I love he's back. This is the Mela that we used to know, by the way. 17 total points coming up from VP of Empire Esports. MXG, the Mixer Gang, got it again at a double digit once more. GLU and NSD, this is when the numbers start to be single digit. And across M9, Alter Ego, AZ, and VOIN still on the first page. We do have 1-0.
Yeah, and that's BTR this time. Too bad for them, the only team to not score anything. As for our other suspects, right, that didn't make it into last week's Super Weekend, like XSOPHERE 4 and then Team 52 with 2. So not the biggest of number. But MXG, well, 27 points now after 2 games, and they're sitting at the throne at the first place. Doing very well for MXG. They're looking pretty nice to see the Super Weekend.
But Vampire is chasing up the numbers with only 5 points difference. Elimination-wise, we have to give it to Team Flash. They're having the most out of all the top 3 teams. But BTR fallen from the first page. Not a great turn setting up today. Early on, previous map, we saw how frustrated they were when they got eliminated in Rondo map. I think they need a total reset of their mind games here when it comes to BTR to come back. But for XSOPHERE and the rest of the team, they're actually at the very bottom. VOIN. It's a bit awkward to see VOIN and TODAK, despite we saw them have been having a lot of scrappy fights early on.
Yeah, especially these 2 teams, they did qualify into last week's Super Weekend. They did okay as well. So not the beginning that they've been hoping for, but it is the beginning that MSG is hoping for. So now with 2 consistent rounds, and of course Vampires going to the second chicken dinner, we move on to the next match, which is coming back into Erangel again. But I also want to put out that there's still a lot of concern for the teams, some of the teams that didn't make it into last week's Super Weekend, namely Sem9. But can they return back to their smooth ways? Well, we don't know. But what we're sure is that if you download the PUBG Mobile version 4.0, you can get smooth gameplays.
And you guys should be enough being brainwashed by us by now to update this. And we still will remind you every single day while the leak is going on to update. Go and update your PUBG Mobile version 4.0. Why would you want to punish yourself with using the old version? The latest version support up to 120 FPS. Now, even though your device might actually not support that, but at least it will reduce your GPU and CPU over processing too. So it will help to reduce the use of your battery when it comes to the longer playing of time.
Yeah, and of course you have to pair PUBG Mobile version 4.0 with the best phone to meet that specification. This is the POVA 7 series, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us. And with the POVA 7 series, it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS. Super smooth, competitive gameplay in your hands. And it also gives you a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate. Buttery smooth, I must say. And it comes together as well with a 6,000 milliamp battery, 70 watts ultra charge, and 30 watts wireless charging, the POVA 7 series, the phone that is used by your favorite professional players in the PMSL Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
Yeah, you can see a mouthful coming out from Circle just now. We're trying to remember all the points. But back to as you're mentioning regarding SEM9. I agree. It seems like we don't see a lot of action. A lot of the action's happening, yes, but most of them are them running away from another team. So I hope it's going to be a reverse when we actually get to see them under the radar once more. Because whenever we see too many times a team that seems to be always running from a different team, the outcome's never great. So they need to change their mindset. Instead of being hunted, they are the ones that should be hunting people down.
Yeah, and they played the bridge camp earlier that didn't give them anything. Because I guess by now, right? Okay, if you're like VOIN and your regular drop is in military base and you kind of know that, okay, somebody is bridge camping, by now you would have learned how to counter that. So if you were to like just wait there for one team that didn't even pass by, it just didn't do well for SEM9 because by the time they want to rotate it, and plus the circle is north, by the time they want to rotate in, teams are already waiting. So it didn't do them good at all.
Yeah, I guess the lesson today is just, you know, don't take too much of the blue time because it's always ended up where they don't get anything out of it. But worst case scenario, you might actually get eliminated by the blue. That's almost going to be in every single case we've seen before. But hey, maybe they have something else in their mind. They're still the pro players. That's why we're sitting here, because we're not playing in their shoes. But when it comes to SEM9, I agree with you. They have to think of their strategy again because it didn't turn out so well. Probably gonna we put the blame on Circle for now. But if it happens once more, then it's not the Circle to blame anymore.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't end your sentence, right? Or I'm glad you didn't continue your sentence because I can imagine what you're going to say there. But I would say yes. I would concur with that, right? Like, let's see what the next circle is like and how they will play. I mean, if we see something similar, that I guess the best way for me to put it is that we'll have a lot of questions.
Well, it's for them to decide and answer those questions themselves, because I love to see more skirmish fights like how Team Flare is actually doing. But we want the rise of teams that didn't make it for the first Super Weekend. And MXRG or MXG, Mixer Gang, is the only one who seems to be slightly promising. We did see a bit of Vikings seems to be fighting there, but it didn't turn out so well since they're rotating very late based on that kind of circle. And we do know latecomers with 16 teams at the third stage. That's very late indeed if you want to come in with a very small circle. But next up, okay, you did mention about SEM9 before. We are talking about mostly the teams that focus it, the teams that make it to the first Super Weekend here.
Yes, so I happen to have them on my teams to focus. So I don't know, is that going to be a jinx or is that going to be what, right? So I'm scared now. But let's check out how the players are feeling there at the venue. And obviously they're getting ready, they're prepped up, and keep fighting. Keep fighting.
You know, and when it comes to this fighting, I want to see the board. You what as a hero? You fated as a hero, was it?
Yeah.
You're slightly up. Oh, okay, there you go. We're done. Before time. What is this?
Why before time? Why? I think there's something in between, but it's too small.
It's tiny. Small is just an understatement.
Guys,
I don't think an
size
ant can
do matter, okay? Size do matter. Please write it big.
Exactly true. But when it comes to, I want to see the mood board once more. Is there any team that seems to be really scared right now? Now, not so much Team Secret. They seem to be in the middle pack. They're doing A-OK. Not the worst, not the best yet. So they're just warming up. We can see they are warming up for certain teams because it feels like they're adapting to this lobby once more with the rotation of the group at this time, since it's still not the Super Weekend, so they have to figure things out. Back to Wrangle we go.
A new round, a new beginning for the teams. Time to reset if your favorite team did not do well in the previous round, because this is a brand new round. They need to have a fresh new mindset coming in here into this Erangel match, and this will be the match before the extended break. So you want to do well and you want to have your dinner in a good mood. So let's go flight path. It's already nice enough for majority of the teams cutting across from Suaree all the way to Ferry Pier. They should be able to get to their regular draw spot. But like what we always say, it all depends on how the first circle goes.
Depends on where they also actually land themselves and where the circle, how far it is. But when it comes to SLUMBER, XSOPHERE is going to take it over it. VOIN and MXG seem to be very interesting if they happen to clash on top of shooting range. Will be another shooting range circle? That's the question. Sam9 split himself into 2-2 now. Vampire's high chance, as per usual, going to drop himself on top of Primos with this sort of like path. But Alter Ego, well, that's going to be straightforward where they usually drop as well. While we're still waiting this circle to pop, will be S and B. Oh, never mind.
Okay, towards the right side. If it pulls towards the both card, that'll be kind of nice. So I'm not going to complain about that. But Alter Ego surely won't complain since Lepovka is their regular drop spot. Now, our observers are highlighting on Sam9, so we gotta talk a little bit about them. When it comes to circle, this time, it's similar to how it was before, in the sense that it is far away from Sam9. Now, here becomes the question of the strategy that they will play. Are they going to play it slow again like before, or are they going to switch it entirely and play it fast?
Oh, but somebody switch. It's going to be Razor and Vexy coming out from a BTR. Now, with BTR frustrated with their random map afterwards, we can see a smash on the table before, and then ended up with a 0 in the previous round. Definitely need a change of roster just to reset their mind, just to change the view of how they will play this game. But at least Zaxi is still in there to play this one. But BTR, I mean, the worst case scenario, they got a 0, but prior to that, they at least scored themselves some points. So it's still going to be in the middle pack so far, but they cannot afford to go another 0. Too much at stake here for BTR.
Yeah, they're now at 10 points. So obviously we only like into 2 rounds, so there's still rounds more to go. But then again, if you kind of think about it, actually the group stages will run very, very fast. It's like today you have 6 matches, and then maybe you break tomorrow, maybe you don't, and then you have another 6 matches, which is 12 in total for every team. By the time we finish day number 3, it's like, oh, okay, we already know who's the top 16. So it goes very, very fast. So if you don't make the best out of your every round that you can get, then it becomes very hard later. So you don't want to leave that to chance later, and you don't want to leave it to a scenario where you have to hope for another team to be eliminated early, sort of scenario. And that becomes like, oh, you can't control fate. So might as well be like MXG is a good example. They're controlling their own fate by performing the first 2 rounds, and they don't need to worry about how other teams perform later.
But the one that should be under the pressure other than MXG is also going to be the 8 team that make it through the first week. Because I am revising regarding BTR first week when it comes to their points. It's not too bad either. They're not actually at the very bottom. They scored a 6 point. I assume they have high expectation. Sometimes having high expectations for yourself and your team is great, but too much of it will be contradicting your performance here. Too much of having high expectation make it so constricting for the players to actually be more creative, a bit more confident, because they'll be worried too much to make a mistake. And I like the fact that you point out about MXG. They play just like their usual self. But we usually get to see the fall of their momentum when they start to have those super high expectations once more, worried, thinking they will make a mistake. This will haunt the players. This is why it's so difficult to be the players and in their shoes. The guilt of might or will make a mistake in the game. But it happens. We're all humans anyway. So I think they all need to just let loose of themselves and just play at the best. And that's, I think, what eArena has right now. They don't have a care. Okay, if we make a mistake, they do care, but they learn from it. And they reset once more. That's why we get to see players like even Mormon to actually be goofy about it, because he knows that he needs that reset. It's needed.
I wish Mormon was playing though, but now that I had a good look at the lineup again, then yeah, he's not playing. So I guess even if they score the chicken dinner, we don't get to see the goofy moment. But nothing will stop them from coming into the interview. So just saying, right? So maybe if eArena does well, then at least Mormon can do his dance on the interview. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah. But for now, I guess if anyone were to be interviewed, it definitely has to be MXG. I would want to hear from them on how they're doing this comeback so far.
Yeah, how do they feel about trying to be consistent? That's the issue, because it's going to be 3 long days for them to be consistent as well. To maintain that momentum is the hardest part, especially when we have Group B coming, which is going to be, I think, tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's where all the heavy hitters, because in Group B, just to update you guys, okay? In Group B, there's only one team that make it through in the Super Weekend. And that's going to be the toughest group, because they still have those momentum come up from the Super Weekend. If we compare with Group C right now, the strongest in Group C is definitely going to be the top 3 teams, and also the titans of this entirety of this season. Team Flash, eArena, and VOIN. The others, 5 of them, did not make it through the first Super Weekend. So this is a chance for Group C teams, example NST, Sen9, AZ, MXG, and the Vikings, to really push their ceiling here. Because they are, like it or not, group with one of the strongest team in this season. 3, make it 3. So this is where it takes, instead of taking it as a blocking wall, oh shoot, we are in the same group as these guys. Instead of that, if they change their mindset to, if we can beat these guys, we can actually win this entirety of the tournament.
So here's a hypothetical question, right? Would you rather to be grouped in a group of, let's say, teams who qualified into the first Super Weekend, or teams who did not qualify into the Super Weekend? And hear me out here, right? Like if you're in the same group as all the teams that did not qualify to Super Weekend, in my theoretical mind, it'll be like everyone's like will scramble for the slot to Super Weekend, and there's like super desperate to get into Super Weekend, as compared to like, oh, we already first Super Weekend, we got a lot of points, we're okay, sort of maybe mindset.
Oh, that's 2 ways to actually look at it. It depends on which angle you're looking at. You're looking at from the area of eArena, Team Flash, and VOIN, or the other 5 teams didn't make it through the Super Weekend. But before that, we put it on hold. The circle just slightly on the northern side. Not slightly, it's quite on the northern side all the way. And there's going to be too many teams. Not even a single player being eliminated, with a circle that's smaller than 2 kilometers radius. That is not going to be housing enough, but at least we do have just now Poliana multiple buildings. Now it's going to be a lot of building fights, including GK already knocked down, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. The minute finish off Menzi. Xeris is there and prepared.
And that's going to be finally the first few eliminations in this round. Ryan will finish off GK. A trade between the 2 teams, but GK went down to the nade of Kimi. And 52. This is their chance to rush in to finish off Xeris. But it's not easy to navigate Xeris on the higher ground, or the higher floors. As 52, they don't have direct access, but they have to be careful right now with the fact that Glue Squad might come in anytime soon. This is the third party.
Oh, as Kimi found out Juke around the corner. Team Secret down to 2 players. Xeris. The nade will actually land, not really connect somehow. Xeris is slowly hiking up to the top floor, while Zeta taking on Vikings, and 52 on the other hand now caught Doki as well. It's down to Xeris to actually do the play, but can he... Oh no! Wrong toss at the worst time. I see managed to pull it through!
Oh!
Oh, that was almost a complete blunder, but he managed to avoid those explosions. But you mentioned about GLU, they are here as a housekeeping team.
And they know there's only one more player after looking at the elimination fee. It's going to be Ryan. Right, SLK gameplay, too many for him to handle, and they will take him 52. Becomes the second team to be eliminated, but at least they scored 4 points.
For Vampires, they are on the move right now, just crossing in prison where Sam9 is at. Last time we saw, Mela loved to chase M9. I remember the moment that actually he keep on chasing them. He's actually doing it as well. Oh no, I was gonna say he will not actually do that. He's back on his buggy. And the moment he made a U-turn, it's gonna be Alter Ego next. Alva is on the run. Now Strap's definitely gonna give the information to Mela. Will Mela commit to it or not? That's a different question. But they got himself already a very high compound there. But MAQNA got shot from afar. I assume that's gonna be Rat Bull. Yep, he got charged back by MAQNA. Alter Ego, they try to circle around, wrap around Vampires. But when we talk about seasoned teams, they know how to recounter those wrap around.
Circle around still Yasnaya and the outskirts of it. So Yasnaya will be a point where a lot of teams will want to go for. But I'll be interested to see what happens to the teams at the south. A lot of them rotating towards the side coming in, but that means that they will meet with each other at some point as they try to enter the circle. Vampire is one of them. By the time we'll see who will be the gatekeepers. It could be even eArena now that they will take point on this high ground.
Oh, they're going out of circle. Really just for the high ground sake? Or is it because they spotted MXG? Joker made a U-turn. MXG actually will challenge them. They're moving in parallel motion for both teams now. Sorry boy, Joker already prepped himself. They're going to go for the fight. They commit to this. Macaris coming up from off angle. They didn't see Macaris from beneath. Gatslow with an AUG. How will he respond to this? Tourniquet coming out a bit later on that off angle as well. But unfortunately, couldn't spot anybody out. Sakura is a bit too far. There's no way Sakura can help from his distance. But MXG are losing too many men while eArena, despite not having Sakura around there, they try to make sure they will stop their run away and get away position for the rest of MXG.
Oh, the spray by NC2 almost got his target. And now, the elimination beat Mika from Sam9 just got taken out. Okay, multiple fights happening at the same time, but we're going to focus on the eArena right now. High ground by Joker puts damage onto Macarius. But before whatever, he'll finish off KTN 203, Mr. MVP. Point taken away by eArena. Now Macarius tries to drive away into the sunset, but NC2 is following.
Macarius, Joker have a bit of a drift. But for Macarius is going for around the long rotation, hoping the trees and the vegetation would block the rest of eArena from actually committed to those chase. But the fact that the Blue Zone arrived, it made a U-turn for the side of eArena and go for the high grounds instead and make a big U-turn to get into the circle. But Macarius, at least he survives. But AZ on VOIN, they make it a CQC, a close quarter combat between these two. But there's going to be a free space for him to go around. Foxy just arrived, coming in. VOIN, Potato, and the rest of VOIN are here. They wiped up 2 players of AZ, and that remains with the last player alive.
Voxy navigating around the smoke, trying to find cover. As a Team Flash managed to break through into the middle of the circle here, just outside of Yasnaya. Back onto Alter Ego and Vampire Esports. They're not done yet with each other. Only Dewey here. So I guess he would disengage to join back his teammates on the northern side. And myself plan on to getting into the next phase of the circle, which is going to be on the outskirts of Yasnaya Polyana.
GLU, they are in the center, but 2 of them only for now, split it apart. Gui trying to find Snape. He heard those footsteps. He's going to go to the roof. But it's going to be a tough one to hike if the Blue Zones start to arrive. But Gui is taking the Blue Zone. Snape's down to last HP and the Blue Zone and him. No matter what, Gui, you can actually leave there right now as Vampires. is actually on the rise here today, Clap. 3 eliminations by now.
Yep, but they'll be playing the rest of the round without Mela. Now VOIN onto Team Flash. The moment they arrived, they took out the 2 players of Team Flash, but Zeta just got gunned down by Superman for the Vikings from a long distance. He should be able to get into the building, but Zeta is still bleeding out. Too much damage onto him. And Superman will claim that elimination point. But VOIN will need to be ready because the rest of the Vikings are coming.
And they're gonna have the attempt to just push it, but it's 3 down! It's 3 down! How did that just happen? The Potato and Foxy, they fought back! The attempt to flush them out in this very small house seems to be a total failure for Vikings. And Team Flash shooting from afar as well. VOIN still lost with the 2-player. What a haul coming up from VOIN, Potato and Foxy just now.
Oh, they actually did it. Oh, man. What a defense here. And now the IGL will need to pick up his teammate. But here comes the nades by Joker. But eArena, not really interested to be the cleanup crew. So they will leave this one for now. Not able to land the nade. Maybe it's just too far away. Too much open space. Too risky for eArena. And they decide to bail this one. But that's good news for VOIN. At least they can reset now.
Oh. That was a tough one. They made it through. It was a 4v2. But we're back to eArena against Macquarie. Still going to be on the run. MXG. Last player, last health. Macquarie to go from the pan to the fire. And now straight into NC to Suzanne. Teddy K just arrived. He's a bit disappointed. Didn't get a point, guys. He's trying to go for the Terminator, perhaps. But the rest is history for the side of MXG. Despite they have a very consistent run early on today, we're down to 10 teams.
And here comes TODAK. Welcome to the circle. Entering through a safe path on the left side of Yasnaya Polyana, so you'll be fine. Though there's a chance that the circle will go away from Yasnaya next. And that's where they will need to cut through Glue Squad. But we'll check on them later because right now, the 2 Thai teams, XSOPHERE and eArena. And of course, between these 2 teams, XSOPHERE, they're the one desperate for points.
Looking at Vampires, it's not stopping at all. Still going for more, and it's going to be BTR. BTR needed this more than anybody else for their mental strength. But for Red Face, at least Zaxi reaching out. But NSD, hello, TODAK just arrived and they just leaving when they got stopped. But at least they fought back, but within seconds it's going to be back to the lobby on the side of NSD. But we're back to Vampire versus BTR. This is going to be on the southern side of the map. Can they? Do they really want to commit to Vampire since they got that first knock towards BTR before? Or will they actually navigate into the circle a bit longer rotation and going slightly towards where Team Flash at?
Ooh, it looks like they kind of hurt you, so they're trying alternative routes. But they still have some time, 20 seconds before the stage or the zone closes. eArena on the north and XSOPHERE. Okay, this is a fight that might highly potential happen as XSOPHERE 1 player on the outside, while the rest of eArena also not entering the circle yet, so they're gathering as much information as possible before they're making their move. And here comes NC2, the frontline scouts. He just needs the information, and they will execute that plan soon. Likely, they will take the fight against XSOPHERE.
GLU shooting TODAK from afar, and there's going to be almost 200 meters distance where they're actually shooting these guys. Within those buildings. How did they even see that through? There's so much trees in between. But nonetheless, they secured 2 eliminations out of there. But for eArena, they couldn't turn their back straight and get into the circle due to a different team just now. But they spotted out TODAK player, but GLU finished them off. And eArena, they are aware about GLU's position right now since they keep open fire towards the rest of eArena. It's definitely going to keep them enraged later on. They might hunt these people down, but XSOPHERE, they keeping tracks and tabs on eArena as well.
And NC2 looks like he got finished up by KF. Back on the XSOPHERE, looks like the fight didn't happen. And eArena, though not perfect, but they somehow found a way into the circle. But on their way, Tony K got taken out. And VOIN now, they stay as quiet as possible in the middle. I guess the next team that we need to put a bit more attention to is going to be Glue Squad here. Hexas making his move in between two different teams, but now smoked up vehicle. Oh man, spraying so hard right now that he's able to make it to his destination.
It lasted long enough for VOIN not to go down right now, but Sakura's on the ground. It's going to be Hexas GLU taking one of the players of eArena, but Joker taking on KF as well. The rest of eArena, there's nobody there. He's the last player. He's in an open field. He even stands up. He's literally giving away his own body to all the other players, but he still survived regardless. But for Voxy VOIN, at least he got this compound for the longest time. But for Joker, he's digging his own grave when he stands up like that just now. KF fought back. Here comes another nade lop over. It's going to be difficult for Joker to stand up and run towards that smoke. It's too much of a risk.
Well, they probably saw his vehicle anyway. But Joker moved away from the smoke, so the smoke became a distraction to KF. None of his nades landed. Joker, he does only have one molly though, but he sees KF and Joker! Beautifully done by Joker. Took the advantage after distracting KF with the smoke. Went to the side, saw his target, and took him out.
Now, there's a lot of solo players here. That's going to be XSOPHERE and eArena right now. But at least they lasted long enough to get himself some placement points. But the blue zone is just slightly far for XSOPHERE. Can, as he's thinking about it, he wants to go cut across into the circle straight away. But there's VOIN gatekeeping that side. It's a bit too high risk if he wants to go in straight forward like that. If you take a longer rotation, there's going to be vampires waiting at the other end as well. Pick your poison for KNS. At least he's ready for the fight. The fact that he's chugging down all those energy drinks and pills. But on Joker, he landed himself for a wall. How much longer can he retain his position here? Will it be the same as VOIN before?
Oh. And Joker now hoping for the best with this building. But I guess a lot more attention will be given to every other team, like Team Flash and Sam9, for example. And Sam9 on the outer side of Visnaya. You need to navigate around the buildings and cut across Team Flash to get into the circle. While the north, we have KNS here, the final player of XSOPHERE, creating the smoke bridge, but it's going to be super difficult for him. The moment he step out, even though if he had that smoke, but VOIN will be waiting for him.
Carefully approaching. Can he be a ninja for once? He got a couple of haystacks in between. It should be no problem for him to actually be on his feet. But Voxy and Potato, here comes a nade flying over. Voxy, they got plenty of barricade with those vehicles. Potato forced himself to get out so he can actually see where the bullets flying from. And Voxy will pop the smoke to get out as well. It's not safe to be indoors at this point with barely at the edge of a circle, but in Flash, speaking of the high-rise buildings, here comes the fight. Sam9 friendship downtown to only 20%. UI taking on WIN as well. Oh, he coming out hot for UI this time with off-angle position. Nobody see him right now.
Okay, and that's the kind of gameplay that Sam9 needs, that Sam9 wants. Able to get into the circle while collecting elimination points. Looking for more. There's another player of Team Flash inside the building that they're trying to flush out. It's going to be Bo here. But they're going to focus onto the circle instead. While BTR gets a player of Vampire Esports on the other side. In Sam9, they somehow made it through. They are in the circle. So they can breathe a sigh of relief for now until stage 7.
They've been playing the high-rise building for quite some time now, bros. He saw UI. It's so itchy to take down on UI. Be sneaky all day long, but BT also still have a 4. It's going to be a Vampire who still have a 3. Straps this down. Spot out back to what? A spray coming out of a bullseye Red Bull with a Scar L. What a control of the barrel, but Joker! VOIN never fell twice now. Make it 3 times almost, despite a whole crew, and leave alone one person to charge into their very small building. But it might be Sam9 next against VOIN. Can they hold against another squad?
The small building is the fortress of VOIN Esports. But at least for Vampire and BTR, they're in the circle. It'll be interesting to see how Sem9 will overcome this one. So VOIN, the next challenger could be Sem9. That is their next checkpoint now. The smoke being deployed by VOIN, just to blind away the viewpoint of Sem9. So for them to breeze through, they don't have the information thanks to the smoke. But he could dissipate anytime. Okay, yeah, one smoke dissipating, but the other one's still active. Oh, Foxy shows himself. Foxy, Viren fires back. Viren almost getting his target. That was close.
They had a TV4. Here comes the Raja coming in to attempt the flush. Voxy managed to reset himself, but they have defended valiantly multiple times. Can they do it again? Make it another time. Oh man, this is just what VOIN needed. Another one to walk into the trap, holding across the fire angle.
Foxy.
What a clutch! Are you kidding me? 11 eliminations. They had a TV4, they had a TV1, and now a TV3. This is a blessed building for VOIN.
Oh, it is crazy. Only 2 players holding it on now to a top 4 and also bringing in a lot of elimination points. Next, Vampire Esports and BTR. Nades thrown across. And Vampire Esports putting pressure onto BTR. BTR responds back with a nade. Sent onto Red Bull by a little bit too overcooked, and Red Bull will not be damaged by it at all. But 2 nades onto BTR. BTR now forced to move away.
Oh, Bose, you're not even trying, aren't you? He's going outside. He knows indoors is going to be a death sentence. Those 12 eliminations are coming out only from this small building. I'm having the greatest time of my life. What a small building, but look at how big the contribution it gives to his VOIN and their covers. But for VOIN, it lasted to be top 3 with the last player remaining. We're back to it. Red FaZe, BTR versus Vampire 3v3.
Man, that is insane. The VOIN run is just absolutely insane. If they can top it off in a chicken dinner, it will be a crazy, mind-blowing run. But let's see what happens here between Vampire and BTR for that to potentially happen. These 2 teams might cancel each other, and Voxy might take advantage of it at the later stages. But we still have stage number 9, people. Now between Vampire and BTR. Still stuck here though. But Vampire, they managed to push BTR onto the other side of the circle right now with Red Bull getting red face, but Federers responds back with an 8.
It's trading a 1-1 for both teammates. A 2v2 for now. Federalis blindly sprays, hoping it will somehow keep them at bay for Vampires. Knowing they try to push, Lazarus aka Shraps almost completely get chipped down as well. They need a reset, but numbers-wise, it's going to be on the side of Vampires. BTR down to only 2, but Federalis, what can he do? He's short when it comes to ammunition. His reserve won't be enough. He might have to switch, but Federalis down on the ground. Vampires try him, and he will reset the 3, but Voxy is there. Toss the nade at 3 seconds. It's flying over a bit short. Voxy, 1v3.
Oh man, Voxy! Can he actually pull a big one here? He's now at 8 elimination points. Oh, this nade landed by Voxy! Onto Schweppes! Now Voxy has to move! Vampire, they reset as a duo! And then the nade behind the tree, but nobody's home! Vampire, reset right now! Because Voxy's coming for you!
If Voxy clutched this, it's going to be the biggest day for VOIN. He lost at 3 teams before. He dropped another one! A bullseye! Down to only Red Bull! Red Bull have to pick and choose whether to actually revive one of his mates or go up front, confrontation towards Voxy. He's going for the revival, the odds is better, but the flying nade slowly closing in! They need to make it fast! Vampires! Want Voxy to be the bane for these bloodsuckers, but Voxy coming with the DPS, playing around the rock. Vampires still managed to win it, but what a play by Potato and Voxy! Amazing plays.
Oh man, not gonna take it away from Vampire, but the Voxy run was insane. The Voxy Potato duo, that was crazy. But Vampire, like Mela says, no. Chicken dinner is ours, but I want to see the reaction from Voxy here. Whatever it is, he must be glad with however that round came through.
Back-to-back chicken dinner for Vampires, but still a huge win for VOIN. You have to give it. These 2 guys, VOIN, Potato, and Boxy has been carrying this thing. Nobody else get those double elimination other than those two. But it was a slightly genius for Win coming up from Team Flash to not get inside of a compound, not to get baited into there, because that's going to be the layer of VOIN to be playing the crossfire so well. But that nade just now is just slightly off, just slightly bit. He managed to take that on too, but it was so close for Red Bull. If he did not revive on time, that might actually Voxy to clutch it off.
If the terrain wasn't like a curve, right, and Voxy had like a better view, then maybe he could have gone for it. But yeah, the terrain had a curve, the smoke was still active, so he wasn't sure like whether they have revived or not. So that's why he couldn't really rush in. But still, it was an amazing run by Voxy. But we cannot take away the spotlight from Vampire Esports as well, because they already scored 2 chicken dinners out of 3 games. It is still an insane stat here. And if we were to look at the eliminations, everyone contributed to the elimination points this round. 8 eliminations collected by Vampire Esports, so 18 points. Surely they will take away the #1 spot from MXG after this, no doubt, with the 2 chicken dinners that they have got so far. Even though Mela got eliminated somewhere in the middle, but still the 3 players of Vampire are still able to bring in the chicken dinner for them in this round. It is still an amazing run so far for Vampire. Now, have they done enough points to qualify? Well, we need to look at the overalls, but they are definitely on course right now. And nothing is stopping Vampire from these 2 chicken dinners. Can they gain more though? Or will the break slow them down? That's something that we'll need to find out in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned right after the highlights.
I love that reaction, man. I love it so much. You know, Voxy and the rest of VOIN, they were, oh, they know it was so close, but they know they did their best. I am intrigued to say each of the players, Potato and Voxy, how much actually they secured the damage coming out from that with double elimination coming out only with 2 players.
Yeah, this is the definition of doing your best, even though, like, okay, you had 2 players only, and then, yeah, you couldn't score the chicken dinner, but clearly, they did their very, very best, and it's a nice showing there by Voxy and also Potato to defend that house. If only the circle still favors that house at the end, right? It could be a different case because it is their absolute fortress.
I have to say, it's non-penetrable at this point. It's 4 teams trying to take them down. All 4 of them failed. Except for Vampires, of course, we have to give it to Red Bull. 1,250 damage. 405 damage received with 4 eliminations. Now, a lot of them being stolen by either his own teammate or the other teams out there.
Yeah, and it was almost stolen away, or the highlight was almost stolen away by Voxy. Imagine if VOIN scored the chicken dinner, surely Voxy will be up here as the MVP, no doubt.
And probably the most elimination by a single player in probably the entirety of this tournament this season. But we have to give it same points at 12 points. God, Voxy had it so much. And 8 elimination coming from Vampire. The chicken back-to-back from Vampires is astounding. But for VOIN, that was something out of the world performance. But we have eArena with the double elimination as well.
Yeah, 13 points, so that's kind of nice. Even though they only had 2 rank points, so that's okay for them. 7-9, at least a slight improvement this round with 4 points collected. But MXG, they went the other way from hero to unfortunately 0 this round. No eliminations, no placement points, so it's 0 points for MXG. But they've already done 2 good rounds in a row, so they're still pretty okay up here at 3rd place with 27 points. But for Vampire, 2 chicken dinners, they are 40 points now.
Oh, given the fact that that 20 points gap coming up from those chicken, but Team Flush, no chicken, is still on top of the top 3. MXG slowly pushed down due to no points at all. They've gone pretty quite fast and cold in this map, but eArena start to rise, and VOIN from the bottom, we last saw them in the bottom 3, and now they've been in the top 5 thanks to those 2, Potato and Voxy.
And on page number 2, XSOPHERE is now the only team to have a single digit. So they need to go back to the drawing board after this break. As for some of the other highlight teams here, so Sem9, NST, 52, AZ Slumber. Yeah, these are the teams that also didn't make it into the first Super Weekend, but they are at page number 2. So it's one thing to be at page number 2, but it's also another thing to have enough points to be in the top 16. So they still need to work that one out.
Man, that's probably going to be the best game. I'm hoping for more, of course, but so far that's going to be the highlight for right now. But before we get into more action and more highlight of the day, we're going to hit the breaks for a bit so the player can reset and refresh themselves. See you guys after this break.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support a teammate. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V 4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side. And our PGC champion!
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open Ghost Crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the Haunted Residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings, WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the War Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Welcome back to a very intense first day of our second week here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. And I hope you don't mind me saying this, but it has totally been the host day so far, with a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner from Thailand's Vampire Esports, and also another chicken dinner from another Thai teams here, whom I have the representatives up on board with us here. Welcome mixers, gangs, Makaris, as well as Peggy, our translator. Welcome. Okay then, so let's hop right into the interview questions here. Makaris, Mixer Gangs missed out on Super Weekend Week 1, right? But you guys now return with a very strong performances. So what turned things around for the team?
คำถามแรกนะคะมาคารีก็เราพลาดนะคะวีคเกนไปเนาะซูเปอร์วีคเกนคราวที่แล้วแล้วก็อะไรเป็นจุดเปลี่ยนเขาวันนี้กลับมาแบบสตรองเลย
ก็เป็นการแบบทบทวนข้อผิดพลาดภายในทีมครับว่าเราพลาดอะไรไปในวีคที่1เราเลยมาคุยกันแล้วก็ปรับแก้ให้มันดีขึ้นครับ
We correct our mistakes by watching the replays from all Thai teams and also from our teams as well. That's why we come back as stronger.
I see, and it pays off well for you guys so far here. So during the break here, since you guys didn't qualify for Super Weekend Week 1, right? What activities or routine that you and the team did on to reach this level of performances?
ก็คำถามถัดมานะคะมาคารีเราใช้เวลาว่างไปกับอะไรคะช่วงที่เราไม่ได้เข้าซูเปอร์วีคเกนนะคะแล้วก็กลับมาแบบมี performance ที่ดีแบบนี้ค่ะ
ก็คือเป็นแบบการนั่งเล่นเกมอยู่ในห้องเดียวกันครับได้แบบพูดคุยสื่อสารกันมากขึ้นภายในทีมครับ
We communicate even more in details with our team bonding skills even better during the recess time that we take.
I see, and also this has been like quite a drastic reset from Mixer Gangs here. But also we have a questions for you personally as well, Makaris. What made you make the decision to leave FaZe Clan and take the risk to join a PMNC teams, which seems to have been paid off well so far?
คำถามถัดมาค่ะอันนี้จะส่วนตัวนิดนึงค่ะมาคารีอะไรทำให้เราเลือกที่จะออกจาก FaZe Clan แล้วก็มาเข้ากับทีม PMNC คะและดูเหมือนจะไปได้ดีซะด้วยค่ะ
ก็คือว่าอยากออกมาหาประสบการณ์ใหม่ๆครับแล้วก็อยากจะไปแข่ง PMSL กับเพื่อนๆด้วยครับ
I would like to gain more experiences in terms of playing games and I would like to be with my team and my friends so we can go on the tournaments together.
I see. Just go the distance right now, right here and right now with Mixer Gangs, right? Okay, so Makaris, Thailand's team seems to be performing really, really well today, right? So are there any other Thailand teams that you are keeping an eye on?
ก็คำถามที่4นะคะมาคารีก็ไทยทีมนะคะหรือว่าทีมประเทศไทยเราก็มีหลายทีมเลยที่เล่นได้ดีค่ะจับตามองทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะ
ก็วันนี้ก็น่าจะทั้งทุกทีมนะครับทีมไทยทุกทีมเลยโดยเฉพาะ EA ครับ
We keep watching all Thai teams especially for eArena.
Ooh, eArena it is, whom they have set their sights on. Okay, now this is the last questions here for Mixer Gangs Makaris. After you got winner chicken dinner, Vampire Esports secure another 2 chicken dinner as well. So do you think you can get more winner chicken dinner in today's match than them? And do you have any words for them?
ก็คำถามสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะมาคารีวันนี้เราได้ไป1ไก่นะคะแวมไพร์เนี่ยจัดไป2ไก่เรียบร้อยแล้ววันนี้คิดว่าจะได้ไก่มากกว่าแวมไพร์ไหมคะแล้วก็มีอะไรจะฝากไปบอกถึง VPE ไหมคะ
ก็ถ้าได้ก็ดีครับแต่ถ้าฝากถึงแวมไพร์ก็อย่ายิงผมเยอะแล้วกันครับ
It depends. It could be a good luck for us or not. We played along well as a team. To VPE, don't choose me that much.
Okay, so hopefully Vampire Esports adheres to your request here, Makaris. Thank you very much, Makaris, as well as Peggy, our translator here. We would like to send you back to the remaining 3 matches here and on the first day of the second week here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage.
VPE, don't choose him that much? I thought he wants to choose VPE, join them, get it. Or maybe, he doesn't want to leave all those clues and breadcrumbs for his team right now because he's definitely happy to be there. So far, so good for Mixer's gang. All the teams that missed out on week 1 Super Weekend. And they are now on the right path to making the week 2.
Yep, quite consistent in the first 2 maps. Unfortunately, before we're hitting the breaks, they actually did not land any points. But that just shows that they are here to reset their mindset after this break because we're going to head over to the last arena later. But I have to give it a max G. They have this fighting spirit, very resilient indeed. And one of the most tenacious team when it comes to really fighting for their Super Weekend this week.
Oh yeah, we see a lot of good fights, right? And even though it's like only the first day and the first half, and we're getting onto the highlights where we get to see VOIN Esports. That was one of the highlights. Yes, definitely Vampire Esports Double Chicken Dinner is a big highlight, but it's hard to take away Voxy and Potato from giving them the credit where it's due on the previous round. If only it was the chicken dinner for them, then, well, not only they break the streak of the Thai teams, but also they sealed the deal in this round for VOIN to be one of the best rounds any other team would have gotten so far this season.
I'm waiting at the time where they actually have that very last minute. Vampires. It was a down to 1v1 just now. This is it. That nade,
Bam.
It hits on straps. And if a Red Bull didn't pick on Kiwi, that might be it. But the what if will not actually do anything anymore for now. But on the side, we can see they're having fun. They're having fun because they know they did their best. There's no regret regarding their performance there. But you have to give it. Now, despite we don't see a lot of ultra special highlight on top of Alter Ego, but they are actually leading when it comes to the top 4 gunslinger within these 4 teams. But eArena also chasing up very quickly when it comes to those points. But we do have this going to be the top teams for now: Team Flash, Vampires, Alter Ego, and eArena.
Oh yeah, still with the top 4 gunslingers and number 1 Alter Ego. Like what you said, we don't get to see like them scoring the chicken dinner or like towards the very end, but still they're very consistent as a team, and they're playing without Rosemary as well, still able to bring in that amount of damage output. But that could be a clue to what might happen next, because now we're going to come back into Erangel again. There's going to be the last Erangel for today before we switch up the map into Miramar. And so far, the chicken dinners have been dominated by a Thai team. Now, which other region will be the one to break their streak after this?
I'm looking for VOIN for the next one for no reason. It's plenty of reason based on their performance in the last one. They still have this adrenaline kick if you compare with all the other teams, but Vampire is really aiming it down when it comes to week number 2 so far. And speaking of what you guys should be aiming for, is going to be updating your PUBG Mobile, guys. Go and update the super smooth graphic, which is going to be the PUBG Mobile 2 version 4.0. What else you need is going to be in here. The super smooth, because it reduces the lag on all devices by 30 to 50%. And reduce all the lag on all devices 100%. It's going to be by 10 to 30%, which means whatever device you're on, it's going to reduce in every single device you have, if in case you have a very potato phone before.
Yeah. Well, in case you have a potato phone, it's time to change, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to Techno for being together with us this season. And why do you need to change from a potato phone to the POVA 7 series? Well, it's because if you play PUBG Mobile, you can play it at 120 FPS. And it also has a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rates. And it also comes together with 6,000 milliamp battery with 70 ultra charge and 30 watts wireless charging. This is the POVA 7 series here, ladies and gentlemen. It is also used by your favorite players in the PMSL Southeast Asia.
So if you are in search of a new device, I think that's pretty straightforward. And the best thing, it lasts so long. Trust me, sometimes you don't have to charge for days, by the way. But when it comes to the matter and the business in hand, that's going to be what teams will actually score the chicken. So far, Vampire's been taking a highlight across our board with their chicken, but I'm waiting for eArena to go crazy as well. So far, we haven't seen the craziest version of them yet. Maybe because we haven't seen Mormon play yet. But in the meantime, I feel bad for Group C. Whoever's actually in Group C alongside with eArena, VOIN, and Team Flash is going to be having the toughest day or week for now. But you did point out the question that we had the conversation before the game started off. I want to ask your standpoint. are you asking whether you want to be in the group like Group C, where there's so many teams that still striving to get themselves this Super Weekend? The standpoint from which team? Is it going to be the top teams or the teams that did not ever make it to the Super Weekend yet?
I will probably pick the I'll probably pick the Crocodile Spit. The Crocodile Spit of every team is trying to fight for that top 16 that didn't make it into first weekend. And I'll tell you why, right? Because if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest. So that is the kind of like a motivation. If you're able to go through, if you're able to get into the Super Weekend while having to fight through all those other crocodiles, that's a statement there.
It's also kind of tough. It sounds great, like VOIN, EA, and Teamfly. Some of you guys might actually have the perspective that these teams actually have the teams that never been in the Super Weekend before, so it might be sounded like they might have more easy points, but not really. When you push a rat into a corner, they will bite you back, and this is going to be the case of teams that never get into the Super Weekend, which they have nothing else to lose anymore, which means they will fight for their life out there. They are more desperate compared to the other groups. And Group C is the group that we should all watch, because right now they are the ones that majority, 5 out of 8, never get into the first Super Weekend. And MXG or the Mixer Gang just showing a tip of the iceberg. I'm waiting for the other teams like Sem9, MVKE, the Vikings, AZ, NST. These teams will actually try to push forward as much as they can. Now is the best time.
That's where they will need to learn from the head of esports for TODAK, Abang Lord. Bring it on! Yeah, we're still waiting for them to truly bring it on, because majority of those teams that didn't make week 1, they're on page 2 right now. So you gotta work it out. Now, they only have 9 more games to go, because, well, some of them will be breaking tomorrow and I'll come back the next day, but the whole point is that they only have a total of 9 games now, and we have not factored in what are the type of points that tomorrow's team, Group B teams, will bring in as well. So they need to set the benchmark now that they're playing on the first day.
I agree. Now, it seems like running short when it comes to the numbers of maps they get to play. So the teams at the second page, I wouldn't worry so much for the teams that did not actually make it so well today, but they managed to get some points on the first week of Super Weekend, including BTR in this case, mostly coming up from Group A, other than 52, XSOPHERE. Now, XSOPHERE is the most critical point from our view right now, with them barely actually get the numbers pushed up and not able to budge from the bottom 16. We don't get to see them a lot as well when it comes to the games. Not much action. Rather than most of them, the bottom teams that I noticed, they're actually being taken out during their migration stage 3 to stage 4, and happen to be clashing with a different team and make it even a 4-way war. So they have to figure out whether they want to change their second checkpoint, whether they have to restudy regarding their navigation throughout the map, or do they just, skip certain things and go straight towards the center of circle. Whatever works at this point for them.
Yeah, maybe they can take a thing or two out of the playbook of Sem9 after their third game was okay, right? It wasn't the best, but at least they kind of found their groove of like, okay, what kind of timing that they want to get into the circle, which is more efficient than the first irregular that they had. So for XSOPHERE, what I noticed is that the playstyle in the previous irregular, they came in very, very slow. And it's not bad about that, right? Nothing bad about that. It's just a matter of like they get caught up by a lot of other teams, but they fail to manage how they're going to get into the circle when there are teams in front of them by then, especially when it's already like stage 5 or so, where the zone really hurts and it's difficult for them to change the rotation or move to another area, even if they want to.
At this point, I feel like just put your brain outside. Because overthinking is always going to be the main cause why the players are having issues to go certain rotation. They're doubting themselves to unlock a different version to up-level themselves during the game. Because most of the calls where you actually ask the player, like for me, I love to ask the player, if I'm actually there, I love to talk to them as well. What causes you, what you make that decision that kind of, jeopardize the entire team? usually the main cause of it usually because they overthink themselves. You know, they're thinking too much during that time. They kind of put a hold regarding what they should be doing. So sometimes, you know, just go brain dead, we call it. Just go for it in the game. Sometimes being relaxed is actually the best option for these players. But it's all up to them at this point. There's nothing the coaches or analysts can be done. I mean, it's all down to the players during that very critical moment. That's the challenge of being a player as well. You have to decide what's right for you with no guidance from the outsource, like your coaches, your analysts, or your managers as well. They have to decide amongst themselves. That's why it's super important to have chemistry and also, you know, teamwork, because their communication can actually change so much for their team play as well.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And that's where the IGL plays a super important role. Like, he's basically like in the game, he is not only the IGL, but he's also the coach, he's the analyst, he's the manager, he's pretty much everything, because he needs to decide, oh, what do we do now? Where do we go? What do we rotate? Oh, what were the notes again? Oh, what was the timing of these teams? Where could it potentially be okay for them to rotate? Yeah, there's just so many things that they need to, or the IGL needs to figure out, right? So it's truly not easy being IGL, and for the most part it's underrated because there are no stats to show why this person is a good IGL, but there's so many stats to show, oh, why this person is a good fragger, or why this person is a good survivor. But for an IGL, none. So that means love your IGLs, people, wherever they are, even though in community teams.
Yeah, I guess a lot of appreciation should be given to IGL, but I think the most we can actually get sort of a view on IGL, how well they actually do it, is probably by the voice communication or the mic check coming up from the teams itself. But it's so hard to land those clips into our hands. But for the teams to focus now, I'm gonna go for other than you, of course. Now you guys asking where Rosemary's actually is. A lot of you guys asking that. He's actually down with a cold, so they need to reset him, as well as resetting his health to the maximum HP. So probably he's gonna be back in a couple of days.
Yeah. Oh, this is where we get to see the boards. Okay. Oh wait, Rosemary is back. Who needs days when you have games? Welcome back, Rosemary.
He's definitely gonna got a pet. Yeah, there you go. You can see how red his nose is right now.
This
but
is
it's always good news this happens. I mean, sorry for you, Rosemary, but we really wish you a speedy recovery. But every time he got sick, he plays better for some reason.
You know who I pity in that Alter Ego booth? It's the Marshal.
Oh, yeah.
He has to handle Rosemary's phone. He's like, oh man, I have to touch your phone? I have to keep it? Oh man!
It's probably just seasonal flu. I don't think it's anything serious at this point, because it is the season where allergies might actually kick in during the month of September, August and October due to the season itself. We're heading into a fall season. Every time season change, that's where the flu will actually hit. So I don't think it's going to be that much of a trouble for the Marshals. But I want to see the board. We've seen so many words written on the board, but we don't get too much of a glimpse right now.
I was referring to the Marshal needs to... Ew, I have to touch your phone now. But it's okay, never mind. I'll skip that. There was too serious of a feedback. Well. But I guess the CM9 needs to tune up the seriousness here. They are still on pace 2, and obviously with a huge fan base, there's a lot of concern for CM9. But for the fans of CM9 out there, as long as there's still games, there's still opportunity for them to get through. So continue to put your support in the comment section, because I'm pretty sure after the games, like the players would, when they check out their VODs, when they look back at the tournament or the day, they will read the comments at the same time. So put all your support in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to restart the round here. We're going to come back onto Erangel. It's the last Erangel for today. So without further ado, let's head on to it.
It's going to be the last Erangel day and last Erangel map for today, sorry. And it's going to be, I think, a bit more spicy than usual. But at least this flight path is very very vertical. Very straight indeed, coming up from north down to south, but slightly towards the left side or towards the west of the map. But when it comes to the circle, so far we had multiple sort of northern circle, just Naya, shooting range. Probably gonna land one time, just go SMB.
Yeah, so we've got not an SMB, we got a north one, and then the other one was around Yasnaya, so it's time to bounce down. Now, bouncing down, of course, is going to be VOIN, and if it goes there, then VOIN will be one of the happiest of the bunch. And it's Semnine's call to rotate from Fairy Pier to get into mid to the base, but it shouldn't be a problem since it's not that far anyway. But other than that, we haven't seen early fights. In fact, the previous round, it was 64 players until like stage 2-ish. So we can expect pretty much the same, unless, well, some other teams choose to be funny on day one.
Let's be funny, XSOPHERE, why not? Oh, it's gonna be left. It's in the north of left now. We don't get a lot of southern circle, but high chance we've seen this. Might ended up right on the outskirts of hospital, near towards the sea area. We've seen that happen many times before. And I assume eArena, with they landed right on top of Gatka and nearby the foothills of Gatka Mountains. High chance they will actually straight away go there. But we do have some swaps, surprisingly. Brian's been doing so well early on.
Yeah, he had a good first round. Looks like Calamity is going to take a break as well, allowing Rush to play. But we already have our first knock and elimination. So first blood, given to Joker from eArena. So I guess since it's a vehicle elimination, it could have happened while they were tussling for it.
Barely got anything here for easy. Quite a tough spot they dropped themselves in the middle of very small compounds instead of going straight to the towns. It might take them some time to loot up. Rosemary, you guys requested for it. He's in, and Alva is being swapped with Rosemary's position here right now. Well, we get to see. So far, Alter Ego's doing okay. Just okay. Pretty much still in the middle pack. But it's just the start. I don't know how Rosemary can actually play while try to wipe his nose at the same time. I hope he really gets well soon. But he hits we miss. There you go. Joker. This is a huge win coming up from eArena. I feel like they are probably after that one, even though it's just one elimination, but the moment you set the momentum for eArena, wait, okay, we already got this. They won't stop. Oh, NST.
Because it's Rosemary, you have to show it twice. Like, oh, wait, Rosemary's back. And then whoever who's operating there is like, yes, Rosemary's back. Let me show you.
So if it's Tony K, we can get it like, what, 3 or 5 times?
Oh, we're going to get 10 times. Okay, it's not Rosemary.
Oh, it's Razy. We've seen Razy before. This might what they actually need. Even though I'm a bit sad, we all love Zoxy. He's one of the most OG player. And I think he's in PUBG for like, what, 8 years by now. And still got the edge to it. But we've seen Razy during the Super Weekend. I think eArena, will they want to go for it against Razy?
But yeah, I guess having Razy in is a good choice as well. I mean, you do need a solid IGI. Razy has proven himself. But we also have XSOPHERE making a swap. And Lobby has got to take a break. And XSOPHERE at their position, yeah, they need to do everything now. Even Sem9, they're feeling like doing something. So they're going to swap IGLs. Trexy is going to come in as the original IGL of Sem9. When Trexy is not playing, Yuhai is the IGL. So it's quite clear that they swap ideas here by bringing in a new in-game leader.
Just a couple of replays. I'm surprised actually, because Yuhai did so well in the last one. He got those long shots going. Remember around Yasnaya, Poliana, he got himself at the level 3 or level 4, one of the highest building there. Got those long shots, but unfortunately no execution. There's only knockdowns. But maybe they need a change when it comes to preparing themselves into Mirama, Zerus, and Frankie. It's been a while to see Frankie.
Yeah, my guy, Frankie is back. Glad to see him though. Looking at Team Seeker's current position of only 10 points, I guess they're also at the position like thinking like XSOPHERE is like, okay, let's just do anything to try to bring back up the team. Because games will just go by. Like 9 games, it sounds like, oh yeah, it's 9 games, it's a lot. But actually, 9 games will go by really fast. And today is 3 more games. It will also go by really fast. So if they need to make changes, they have to do it fast. So that's exactly what Team Secret did. And I'm glad to see Frankie in. I've always rated him to be a solid player. I was kind of surprised that he's not the main lineup, but let's see if he can prove himself this round.
Whenever I see Frankie, makes me thinking about Chua for these Xaviers. It feels like they've always been a pair back in the days when they were in the same team before. So maybe even for these Xaviers, they're probably going to drop a Chua tomorrow. Who knows? When it comes to Group B, we have to wait for tomorrow. But today and right now, it's going to be left side circle. But we do have our top 4 eliminations. Voxy just now, that performance. Wow, 1,605 damage. But you cannot compete against Red Bull. The Red Bull is like almost hitting that 2k already.
Yeah, though this stat is zoomed in onto eliminations. And imagine this, like Voxy has a total of 10. 8 of them from 1 round. That is crazy by Voxy. And because of that, VOIN brought in like the same amount of points as Vampire in the previous round. That is absolute insane. I want to see it again if Voxy or maybe anyone else can actually pull off that sort of insane run, but topping it off with the chicken dinner. That would be chef's kiss.
It's hard to get those clutches against 4 teams back-to-back at that for VOIN. Speaking of VOIN Team Flash, this might be the clash that we're waiting for. Because these are the 2 teams that on the rise here when it comes to the season. But on the other hand, oh wait, Sakura, Team Secret, Frenzy. A bit hostile on the side of Sakura. Frenzy on the other hand seems to be like taunting him just that. I don't think they will commit to this because we do know stage 1 is a bit too early for most of the team. Other than picking off the players that seems to be stranded or far apart from the rest of their teammate due to either finding vehicles or the scouter usually be taken out. But are they committing for Team Flash this early?
Oh, they might, but VOIN is not interested. They're moving away from Team Flash. So that's okay. I mean, the circle is going to show close anyway. And it will go towards... Oh, wow. South Joe pull towards the left side. With a good amount of water, maybe about 40% of water here. So this is the time where we'll see the fights.
We've seen this sort of circle before, Cloud. High chance it will pull back to its Kapka Mountains. I don't know if you remember that. I think it's during the Super Weekend. But shots fired. VOIN, they avoided Team Flash. And now XSOPHERE, will they take action? I'm loving the fact that this time XSOPHERE is the one that opened fires first, but VOIN know the fact early conflicts never actually played out well. But speaking of early conflicts, Viking versus M9 and Vampires at that side. Ooh, it's going to be really tricky for these 2 teams.
Yeah, with the fact that Vampire is around the corner. But let's see how these 2 teams will settle each other first. Nade into the building, does connect on the tins, but not enough to knock him down. 2 nades back to back, does not connect at all. Sun9 throwing everything, but no return yet. On the elimination feed, we have a few fights happening here. XSOPHERE in the fight with VOIN, and Vampire Esports took out Mika from a distance, but Viren gets Schwupps.
Oh, BTR is there as well. Seems like this is the more the merrier it gets. While Vampire is watching out, they have a bit of a trade, but 7-9, they are indoors. And BTR now next to Vampire. You see Mela cooking that nade against BTR right now. And Traxi and the rest of 7-9, at least they're at peace for now. But they have to deal with Vikings, who's closing their distance as well. It's going to be 4 probably. If eArena wants to join in, please welcome. please do so. We want to see more actions there. Well, it's going to be a building-to-building fight between SEM9 and Vikings, each having this one apartment for themselves. Superman will reply the favor by giving back those hand grenades. A bit of a long greeting between these two teams.
Early elimination for my guy Frankie. Oh well, I guess it's a warm-up round for him, and hopefully we get to see more of Frankie in the following round. But now, just outside Hospital, Frenzy, doing the scouting work, trying to find their next pit stop. But his teammates, they are in the building, so it's still okay. The Frenzy just needs to be careful here not to be knocked. If he gets knocked, then it's going to be hard, but he's going to monitor the situation between eArena and Glue Squad. I don't think he's going to do much there though, so he might as well fall back to his team.
I think around 5 to 6 teams just around the same corner. GLU, Noel want to commit somehow, but the rest of the team saying it's not the time yet. But the circle will pull back down to its hospital area. Well, we don't have any more teams coming up from the south, but some teams still inside of the blue zone. XSOPHERE have the opportunity to gatekeep them. Will they put it into their hands? But SEM9 going in for the rush. They're going to go and try for the flush. The attempt seems to be failing as they're losing 2 men knocked down. A bit of trade 2v2 right now. Superman and Break still alive. He's going up to the attic while Break trying to break the corners by his shotgun downstairs. But it's going to be Amazal coming in, and another shotgun done the job. SEM9, that was a quick elimination.
They were the ones that pushed, but unfortunately it failed for SEM9. Only managed to gain 2 elimination points this round. And all the other teams below them still active. So there's a chance that they will be pushed down even further after this. But great defense though by the Vikings. 4 points collected. Heavy casualty, but at least they still survive. They can continue on this round.
MXG. They have been taking a lot of blue zone here since the last map as well. One of the late rotators. While the other team's navigation is still ongoing. NSD and Team Flash. Team Flash has been bumping into a lot of teams just now. It's just a matter of time they start to open fire. AUG prop in the hands of Team Flash. They spot out NSD, who's trying to get those elevations at work. But Kings, that was so close. If not the entire NSD might have to get involved.
Team Flash, they are by the borderline of the circle.
Ooh.
They can stop teams like Grumpy. Definitely gonna feel Grumpy there with that knob by Zeus. They're going for it. They're gonna charge. Here we go, Team Flash.
Quite risky here, open field with those ulti eager watching Team Flash. Bows will give some cover fire from the back. There's going to be a 3-1 formation while they manage to revive on King straight on the ground back up. Grumpy is not in a healthy situation at all. His position seems to be compromised. NSD, the attempt to go for the rush. Team Flash seems to be very successful with it. Another team to leave back into the lobby. Team Flash, well, that's a very well orchestrated flush coming up from their end.
And they flushed out the team that also didn't make it into week number 1. NSD out. No points at all this round for NSD. Oof. Back to the drawing board, 8 more games for them. But next circle, all right, let's see if it's going to be pulled towards the left side or not. Well, the team's hoping for it to be pulled to the main peninsula. But it's an okay circle, I would say. Lots of open space though, but at least it's in the main peninsula, so it's okay for most teams rather than it pulling all the way to the left.
The Viking got the compound that seems to be quite comfortable and sweet right now in this sort of circle. But speaking of the chase, it's going to be XSOPHERE chased by VOIN and landed himself with the DBS. A left, right, center, the bullet started to fly, but GENOTH managed to switch over to his rifle in the nick of time. Nakey trying to save his mate, popping up the smoke. The rest of VOIN going to join in now. Nakey managed to hold. Oh no way! VOIN They did that before. This time it's their turn to take as XSOPHERE managed to fight back. But he held to hold in the middle of an open fire. Barely got covers here.
Wow, Nikki doing the Foxy here in this round. That was a beautiful last-ditch defense there. Brought them 4 elimination points, and now XSOPHERE, they are in the double-digit club. But we're back onto another fight here involving Alter Ego. MAQNA down. KTN tries to scout if he has the opportunity to secure that elimination point, but Krypton is there together with another teammate of Alter Ego. But here comes McCarry to support him. Same time, Snape buying time. Krypton is back up again. And now within the smoke, he's cooking up his nade. Now the nades from his opposing team managed to reach him, and Krypton responds back, but still, it's a tussle between Alter Ego and also MXG.
Rosemary knocked down. They need to revive him, but he's too much in the open right now. As Juke, Team Secret actually taken out Rosemary. The rest of Alter Ego be busy to deal with MXG. That smoke will clear it up anytime now. They need to run and have a cover. But MXG, relentless, not giving a break for Alter Ego. Now they landed in between of all the other teams across the other side of the corner, start shooting down as well. Team Flash is just next to them too. And Team Secret, despite MXG coming up from behind, they did not see this one coming.
Ooh, and the spray by the side by GK puts pressure back onto MXG. But now here comes Team Secret, and they're playing with 3 players still. They push towards MXG. And GK, he takes points. Juke at the forefront right here with the DBS gameplay. But Juke gets knocked down immediately by Homebois. And GK shows up with the DBS by himself, but from the other side, GK gets taken out. And looks like Team Secret, another early bow out for them this round.
They just eliminated each other just now. But Team Secret, no, it's actually Team Flash winning over all the rest of them. Alter Ego is down on the ground. It's going 3v4. Bows in the DBS, still see through the smoke. Top's coming in, and Team Flash won that scrappy fight in the middle of the hospital field outskirts of Bangkok. They managed to reset. Nobody else is coming in nearby. So it's a good, clear day. Team Flash, the biggest win of them all, with 7 eliminations by now.
7. Quick work there by Team Flash. But Circle moved away. So next, Team Flash will need to travel in. The potential next target might be TODAK. But there's a lot of free space in front of Team Flash though. We'll check on them later because right now it's going to be BTR coming in onto the Vikings on the left side in. But there's also Vampire Esports close by as well. They can come in as a third party anytime.
Seems the south is very empty. Everybody goes to the north. At BTR, they got this warehouse, but they have to guard it very carefully. They're slightly on the low ground. Those high grounds behind them will be super crucial to make sure nobody breach in from the back. Federales taking the lead to try to force Vikings to get out of their position. They're being splitted apart right now. Back to regroup with the team. The Vikings not giving any information at all. But I'm looking at Vampires, who's actually on the outside. The Vikings spot them out, giving them a couple of quite a far shot. Valkyrie just going to retrieve his vehicle and going back into a different direction. They know for a fact that the Vikings are fighting against BTR. They know there's 2 teams there, so they're taking a longer approach, which is going to be rotating to the south. But unfortunately, also there'll be another team here, AZ, Team Flash, and Vampire might sandwich AZ in the middle here.
MAZ down. Mela takes out Rush as well. AZ Slumber. And they're falling apart to the hands of Vampire Esports. Both from afar will blow up a vehicle. Right behind it is going to be another player. I believe it's from Vampire Esports as well. And both continue to put pressure. And Yui goes down. But he managed to take out Asmi before that. And Team Flash, it's time for them to execute their plan. Time for them to come in to bring in those elimination points next.
They're going to leave Gui to bleed out. Red Bull sometimes always made a U-turn to save his mate. Yep, he never leave anybody behind, but can he reach it on time? He popped the smoke. Try to get a couple of extra bonus loot while waiting for Team Flash. Yeah, at least he tried a pop smoke to see the reaction of Team Flash. Seems that they are smothering just now the rest of Vampire. But BTR, what is going on? They needed their own mate. Vaxi and FaZe. I mean, everything can be discussed here. Calm down. But for Durales, oh, what a nade just now, was it? Yep, he does just finished off the last members of Break with a perfect execution of the hand grenade.
Ooh, but Red Bull needs a perfect execution now against Team Flash. Red Bull all alone with the DBS. And there you go. Team Flash make quick work out of him. 8 eliminations now for Team Flash. They just need to get out this open field area with Zeus and figure out their next step into the circle. But looks like they're moving away. Zeus is still left behind though. So too bad. They might be forced to do that. Oh, but wait a second. No. Thompson is there to pick Zeus up, so Zeus can survive.
Yeah, he immediately popped the smoke knowing that Federalis is watching right now. They don't know it's Federalis, but we do know. eArena reading the circle perfectly well with an airdrop as their bonus. But while BTR going back to their compound, unfortunately it's not inside for the next circle. We still have Nike from XSOPHERE in the middle of everybody else. But the spread from TODAK, I don't know if they're confident or they have something else in mind. Because Dap, Tam and Frenzy is a bit too far out of reach. Back to the side of BTR. Now they have to pop the smoke to leave this area before Team Flash caught them out.
And then BTR. Also a lot of open space in front of them, but they need to deal with Nikki. Man, every time I see Nikki, it reminds me of my cat. It's a similar name.
Wait, Ray-Z got when? Just now. But Nike, Federalis spot out some gunshots from the angle, straight away going for a toss just now by Ray-Z. It's gonna be painful if you got knocked down. It's gonna be the play zone instead. Oh, scary for what he holds. But Nike coming in. And that's going to be both teams immediately. At least both. I think he denied his own points down there.
Over Team Flash, they get a good haul this round. So even though they go out at number 5, was it? Because it happened so fast. But anyway, it's still okay for Team Flash. And they're somewhere up there. But TODAK, okay, time for them to move in. Glue Squad. They have not left hospital yet. But the next stage might force them to come out of hospital, and that's where the fight between themselves and TODAK will definitely happen. With Noel now gathering information. So we'll wait for that to happen. Even BTR, they managed to slide into the circle, so they look fine for now. But I guess they want to manage this one early, so they're probably thinking about eArena. But because there's a road there, so they might want to hold for now and see if they can get an advantage early knock before rushing in.
Speaking of rushing in, it seems like BTR have to do the rush anyhow. GLU have to leave those high grounds and high raises building too. It's nowhere near if the circle shrinks. And time is not on their side. They have less than a minute to decide here. Majority of the teams remaining have a full squad except for TODAK. Last we've seen, they are very spread. But now they regroup. They probably rediscuss regarding which position to go to, or do they wait things out? Or BTR at the trenches area. eArena got quite a compound to work with.
Yeah, BTR don't need to rush for now. They can still wait for the next 20 seconds to see where the circle shifts. If it happen to shift towards them, then obviously they can hold this one. But all they can do right now is, okay, number 1, hold. Number 2, just pre-plan. If they need to move forward, then at least they have an early idea of where to go or how they're going to deal with eArena if needed. But we'll find that out in 2 more seconds. If the circle still favors BTR, but somewhat yes, but it favors heavily eArena with the compound.
Yeah. They've been holding the center of circle for eArena the longest time. They've been reading their circle so perfectly, well done. But with the guns shooting out towards the members of TODAK right now, that's going to be BTR. They have to decide to leave. They have to cross the street, which is not the best way to do it. Position-wise, I mean, they have to pray the next circle will favor them somewhat. But TODAK coming up from behind is not an easy task either. Yes, they have those elevations, but do they have enough smoke to slowly get into where eArena's at? And they have to deal with GLU first.
My eyes at TODAK. They're leaving the hospital area. They're going to rotate down south, but if they go further down south, then they're going to meet with BTR. Everywhere is locked in right now. They need to take a fight. And BTR will stop there at their tracks. But if I battle with Frenzy, they can out red face. Oh, eArena. Okay, getting involved as well from afar. And now TODAK only has Frenzy left. BTR has Razy from behind. Okay, this nade, been lobbed across, and this nade! Did not land enough onto Frenzy, but Frenzy is very low now. One last tick of health, needs to heal.
Oh, we're still going to return the fire here. Oh, one blow of win, enough to take Frenzy down. Is that it? The Pixel shot somehow not connected. Razy down to 36 reserve bullet. That's not going to be enough. He has to force it, no matter what. And don't forget, eArena still inside of the compound. Frenzy managed to reset. He's trying to bait out Razy. While BTR still bleeding. Ow! Frenzy back towards the back of the buggy, but did whiffed it. Razy won that fight with down to 3, but BTR they're bleeding out. While GLU, Tony K, and NC2 is gone. Down to only Sakura. 1v1 against Xbox.
Well, the moment we switch over our camera to Xbox, he wins that 1v1. eArena eliminated. And Glue Squad, they can reset as a full team, while BTR at most they can reset as a trio. That's exactly what they're doing right now. The circle slightly favors towards Glue Squad at hospital area. When they're back as a 4, they will have enough manpower against BTR.
Do they have those health utilities? They're actually in the open. There's no way for them to actually get those HP recovered without death boxes laying around. But good news, they have plenty of teams dying out just now. But Vaxi not wasting any more time. We're along with Redface going straight for GLU. And meet it up, Redface on the ground with that Hexa's hand grenade. They managed to hold. But Razy is coming in a bit later than the rest. This forces Vaxi to get out around the veranda. Going straight to the rooftop instead. Try to confuse the rest of GLU.
BTR, they molly one of their own players. Not too sure what happened early on. But okay, Vaccine now on top of this roof. Ooh, this nade did land. Oh man, what a beautiful nade. On the Vaccine on top of that roof, and now Razy's out in the open, and nothing will stop Glue Squad from locking in the chicken dinner, breaking the streak of the Thai region teams.
The only one stopping GLU just now was eArena. Once they managed to actually deal with the threat, it's cleared as day. They got the compound and stick the chicken to it. If you need to build a house, I hope you go far in your tournament. Oh, they actually do some good praise for themselves then, I assume. But they're happy on the side of VTR, despite all the commotion early on. It was a really tough one. I mean, the only one that actually have those compounds at this stage is going to be eArena. The moment they lost their hold towards that compound, that's going to be it. But GLU, what a flush.
Yeah, this final shot by Xbox, it was crucial for them to win that. And the moment they won that one, they have the entire circle up north and they can reset as a 4. They had the numbers against BTR. They had the circle. They had the compound. And everything favored towards Glue Squad. And with that, they lock in the chicken dinner with a total amount of 7 elimination points, so 17 points for Glue Squad in this round. Everybody contributed towards the elimination points of Glue Squad this time. And they become the first team to break the streak of the Thai teams in scoring chicken dinners. And Glue Squad, yes, they made last week, but of course, nobody wants to miss out on week number 2, even though you were in last week. But by scoring the chicken dinner, it puts them in a good position to make another showing in week number 2. But of course, it's not only about one round, it's all about consistency and gaining enough points to be in the top 16. So there's 8 more games to go for all these teams throughout today, tomorrow, and the day after. So there will be teams that we have highlighted before that didn't really do well, didn't make week number 1, but they need to make a comeback in the next round. Teams like Sem9, teams like AZ Slumber, teams like NST got eliminated early, teams like 52, even XSOPHERE. So they need to devise a plan for the coming round. After this, of course, we're going to swap into Miramar. It's going to be a fresh new map. But before we talk a little bit more on that, we're going to check out the highlights.
Try to see the Lynx AMR actually in play by Razy just now. Was one scary gun, I'll give you that. But with that, coming up from the top 4 team, 1,353 damage, GLU. Well, the least amount of damage doesn't mean that you will not score the chicken. Despite eArena have been rushing and flushing people out and holding those high grounds and getting the center of the circle. But still, they did not score the chicken, but enough when it comes to those eliminations. And BTR seems to be on the rise here right now after the second half of the day. I mean, after the break, they definitely reset themselves and have better momentum this time.
And we have the usual suspects as well. Last season's champion, eArena up here, and last week's Smash champion of week number 1, Team Flash at the top 4 as well. But our MVP this time, it's not Xbox that came up with that final blow, but it is Hexas as our MVP. 2 eliminations, 550 damage with a nice number of 100 damage received, and still able to dish out 22% headshot, which is pretty nice because we've seen a good amount of 0% headshots even though a player scored the MVP. So great work by Hexas, one of the more senior players around. And here's the match ranking with 17 points for Glue Squad.
I have to pause for a bit and just search for Federales' face. Am I the only one who feels Federales and Hexas might actually be a twin for a different region? But
oh no.
Put it aside for a bit. You guys cannot unsee that anymore. But double digit down to Team Flash. Unfortunately, 52 and NST, and the teams that actually did not get into the first week, Super Weekend, really is struggling to the point they need to push themselves up now.
Yeah, well, at least MSG, overall they're okay, but for Sem9, AZ Slumber, XSOPHERE, they need to do more. But we'll calculate all the points together here. So Vampire Esports, still with the most points, 44. Unshaken at top, but we have 2 movers. eArena, no chicken dinner, no problem for them to be at second place with 41 points, followed by Glue Squad with 40 points after that chicken dinner, putting themselves in a fairly comfortable spot. And then we also have Team Flash here, still, even though they dropped to 4th place, but it's about the points collected. 38, no chicken dinner, no problem to be up there. But on page 2, like what you said, a lot of suspects here, right? 52, NST, AZ Slumber, XSOPHERE, Sem9. They're just stacking themselves down at 16 to 12.
And the big boys are hunting them down as well. If you notice, all the teams at the very top seems to know their weaknesses right now and keep attacking them at their most weakest point too. But at least we have some, a turn of a different map this time. So it will be a different, probably expect a lot of players will be subbing in and out. And that might be a good case, especially the teams at the very bottom. They need a different fresh of air. They need a different map to really regain their composure, to make sure they can gain points there, because every single map and the numbers getting lesser for the games to be played, and they don't want to miss this second week of the Super Weekend again.
Yeah, and I guess those teams stacking down there that also happen to miss week number 1 Super Weekend wouldn't mind a fresh new map by now. It's like, Erangel ain't working out for us. You know, let's see if our fate will change inside of Miramar. So there's 2 of them to play, and there's a total of 8 more games to go for them to try to bring in as many points as possible. Because although we saw that based on last week, the cutoff point was like 50, but it might change with the inclusion of Rondo. So we don't have enough data yet. But right now, based on last week, it is still 50. So that could be the bare minimum. But of course, what is the bare minimum for all of you is to update your game to PUBG Mobile version 4.0 in case you guys still having that overheating issue.
If you want to be cool, kids, make sure that your phone is cool as well, guys. Don't forget to upgrade, because it's down to 2 to 4 degrees. That's a lot, actually. And 15% cooler temperature for you guys as well. So no need for those extra fan anymore, or, you know, a huge fan in front of your face just to play PUBG Mobile, because this is yours to just update it. Just one click and you eliminated all your issues before.
Yeah, you eliminate all your issues before, and then you get rewarded with this new event inside of PUBG Mobile, which is the Spooky Soiree, which is available right now in the game until somewhere in October. We don't have the specific dates yet, so don't say we don't tell you or don't remind you to update and try out the Spooky Soiree right now, because there's a lot of fun new stuff to do. Of course, it is the Halloween month coming, hence the theme that is. So you might want to check this one out, and you don't want to miss out on finding out how that cute little kitty cat in the middle looks like in the game.
Now, enough with the cuteness. This is a thing that we all love, waiting for. Now, they already dropped the G-Dragon X PUBG collaboration. The PC version already dropped during September 10th. Only 2 more days it's going to be console. 3 more days, including today. I did my math right. 2 more days. It's gonna be a mobile version, so make sure you guys tag the hashtag PUBG Mobile XG Dragon when this is released.
Yes, but this is not cute. This is elegant, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new vehicle, the latest collaboration of PUBG Mobile together with Lotus. So you definitely don't want to miss out on this one. You definitely want to claim the iconic Lotus cars called Amira and Amiya. Yeah, it's spelled different as well. So check it out inside the game for a limited amount of time until the 4th of November only. But don't wait till the last minute before you forget.
I swear to God, I'm comparing Federella's and Hexa's face right now.
Who's cuter then?
Both of them are very cute, of course. I cannot compare that way. But you guys have the time. Please search for Hexas coming up from also Federella's. Compare these two. I bet they actually look very alike by now. But team to focus, yes, go ahead. We're going to focus a different team this time. But unfortunately, the team that we're focusing on, except for MXG as well as the Vikings, they do make progress. But the others, not so much.
Yeah, at least you have MSG that's making progress. So I guess they're kinda okay for now. Yeah. Team Secret for me still at page number 2. So let's see if they can come back in. Especially Frankie didn't really get much playtime. He got eliminated very early. So my man Frankie, you know, just waiting for him. So happy to have that there. BTR, they do it all right as well. But you also have another one, AZ Slumber, still slumbering.
Man, I don't know. They probably should change the slumber part. It's just not working out when it comes to the performance. But Joker is actually the one coming up from eArena today. We always talked about Tony K multiple times. But today we get to see, I think Joker, I hate to bring this up, but I have to bring it up. You remember where he actually fumbled when it comes to the smash rule last week, where he parted ways with his teammate? I think this is him redeeming himself too for today.
So he's telling everyone that he's not a joke.
I didn't say that.
Well, that,
You
that
said
kind of
that. That's
sounded...
coming out from you.
Oh yeah, I said it, right? Because that's how it sounded to me. Oh, okay. I'm reading. Okay, this is what? Diwa? Diwa chicken dinner. Oh, Diwa?
No.
Oh, EA Diwa.
EA Diwa. What's Diwa mean?
What? We need a Thai translator to help us. What's Diwa? Maybe you guys in the comments can help us out.
If you know Diwa, go ahead. But I wish they have. Federalas is there. I wish they have like comparison of Federalas and Hexas just to see their faces next to each other. So you kind of understand where I'm going with this. We have Hexa, we have Federalas. It's not on the same slide so far. Please, can we have that once? No.
Yeah. Feather Hexas. Feather Hexas. Hexas Reles. Which one sounds better? Hexas Reles? Hexareles. Yeah, Hexareles. Yeah, let's bring that on. Hexareles, please. Comparison, player to player. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Okay. Helton, please wear your headset. You know, we get scared if you don't.
I don't think we have a lot of Razy today. And the fact he just played a couple of rounds here, his name is already popping up to its all the top stats. It shows a lot how much impact he actually bring in the game.
Yeah, Razy, right? When he came back, then okay, they got a second place, and his moves earlier on helped them to eliminate TODAK, and they got to the very end. Just that they had a tough one against Glue Squad, but it's okay. Based on the players' reaction as well, they're pretty happy with how the outcome went for that round. And Razy is a very important IGL role that needs to be in every match, right? So I do hope that whatever happens or however they rotate the players, Razy gets to keep his spot.
I think Razy should be playing a lot of games on the side of their team. He's been almost in all the stats here. For Razy, we can see, I think he don't want to over exhaust himself at some point as well. I look at last match damage, he's up there too. We don't have a last match damage between Federales and Hexas. Can we actually have one? Look at that. You see Federales and remember his face, yeah? Remember his face? And I look at Hexas.
No.
After this, it's going to be Hexas. I swear to God.
Oh no. Oh no. Plus the hairstyle. The hairstyle is same. Oh no.
Oh, what a twin.
Hexas Reles.
Oh boy. It's just a difference of color of jersey they're wearing and make a difference right now. Not helping, we have the Team Flash twins, Zeus and Bose as well. How many twins can we get in a tournament?
Yeah. Maybe more in the future. Maybe, you know, Chu Junior 1 and Chu Junior 2 in PMSL in the future.
That's 20 years later, I assume.
Yep. So if you see Chu Junior 1, Chu Junior 2, 20 years from now, you know where it came from. This English broadcast, people.
Oh, do they even remember 20 years worth of commentaries that nobody actually pick up notice of? But at least we're heading over to Miramar and buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because we're heading into the sandy dunes and another big map. Here we fly.
Oh yeah, and I believe that some of the teams couldn't wait to switch up the map. And finally we will, in Miramar, especially for the teams on page number 2. So looking at you guys to make good use of a fresh new map here as we fly in onto it. The Dusty Dudes on Miramar with a brand new group starting from El Azahar down to La Gilera.
Very decent flight path this time. You know what I miss?
Me?
Ask me. Okay, no.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I miss those very colorful hairstyles back in the day. I think that was PMSL, probably season 2 years, a year ago when I hosted that one. You remember Boo Boo Hoo and the rest of the guys? That time they were in Morph, right? They had very colorful hair.
Oh yeah.
I missed that
one.
though.
I remember Yoru at PMGC. He had a smiley face behind his head.
That one, yeah.
That too. What are the
Oh,
colors
I
did
love-
they have?
And I think Boo Boo Hoo actually have the neon colors, like all the rainbows, neon colors on his head, like very different from each of the angle. But speaking of the angle, the circle is gonna be water treatment.
This is where we look at our suspects, right? So, okay, MSG by now, I think they're kind of okay. They're on the way. XSOPHERE, they could drop safe top rights of the circle, so they're gonna have a safe entry in with this kind of circle as well. And this parachute is really cute, by the way. Just saying. Halton has good taste, though.
Everybody love a Kogi, man.
Oh, look at that.
So cute. But it's not so cute after you landed, and especially when people shooting you from afar now. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. At least on the side of NST, it's going to be a clear day. Fnatic is in. It's been a while.
Welcome back. One of the OG players, Fnatic. Used to have won PMSL before. Now coming into NST to hopefully change their fate because they're now with 12 points. Oh, but Lobby X only had a 1-game break and is back.
Grafkey. Lobby X. Also one of the most high potential player when he's first starting off. Calamity. Gonna switch with Mix. Calamity, I remember when he actually tried in random map when he recalled the tower and then they got smashed down again by another team the moment they landed again. But we finally get to see Halton. It's been a while we're looking at this place. What took them so long to be back in the game?
Well, I guess what took them long is I don't know, no answers now, right? Because 52, they also did not make it into week 1. But yeah, it took them a while for them to make this change. And Houghton, he does have a lot of experience, obviously, playing at this level of the tournament. And it's also nice to see, right? So, in case anyone's wondering, right, like, where has Houghton been before this? Last we saw, he was probably be with CELCOMDIGI Alliance, or back then they were called Udo Alliance. So he has been studying, people. So he's been studying. While that, he has been grinding hard on PUBG Mobile. And it was quite nice when he actually got this slot into coming to PMSL. Like his university actually made a social media post saying good luck. So it was kind of nice.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
A lot of our universities don't give a care what you're doing. Oh, man. But I hope he graduates. All these players, if they're actually still pursuing their degrees, their high school diplomas, hope everybody graduate because one day, who knows, you might be the CEO of another org because you need those degrees to reach that level. Tony K, what happened to him? Some of you guys asked. I think he just needed a break sometimes. He's been playing so many years and still so young. There's so many a person can actually take. Sometimes a break doesn't mean that you get rusty. Sometimes a break means you get to see the game in a different perspective. Like a lot of the players that we mentioned just now, Helton, even the OG players, like even, how do you call it, Vampires, like Newsy, you know, all these players, Shreps is playing, like even the ones that we haven't seen for quite some time, like Luxy or even Ryzen. But majority of them are still active, but hardly get to see. I think one of the many reasons because of their experience of play and how seasoned they are, and how high potential they were back in their glory days. A lot of them has been helping around the coaching staff instead, because their views and their experience is too valuable to be just put aside. So majority that the players, you don't get to see them often play, high chance of actually helping at the back end with the players' performance.
I like that you brought out the name Newsy. We have not seen Newsy play yet. I guess, well, both of us know, but for the audience, if you want to see Newsy, he's actually playing PMCL. Hint, hint, you can go check that one out. But Juke, he checked out the wrong team. Got knocked, but it's a long range. I don't see any push, so perhaps he can be picked up. Not going to be a problem, I guess.
I'm looking at MXG. And Alter Ego. Rosemary isn't playing, is he? Just now. Did you see his name?
He's playing.
Probably gonna take. He's playing. Oh boy. I just hope they actually give him enough mats, especially antihistamine for his flu. But Rosemary is playing, yes. Do they want to go and commit? It's a bit too early now. What a spray by MAQNA. MAQNA is actually another player that's seems to be like an unsung hero because we've seen a lot of good plays by MAQNA.
Oh yeah, and he has been playing well with like combining with Krypton and also Snape. Like the trio has been doing very well. And then you have Rosemary, who's like the cleanup guy and the clutch guy when needed as well. So overall, Alter Ego, they actually have a very good setup. And I believe that that's where the fans have a lot of expectation for Alter Ego to be consistent. Although the Super Weekend was just kind of okay, and I'm sure the fans expected more, but I guess if you're Alter Ego now, the main thing for them is to lift the trophy at the Grand Finals because their Super Weekend campaign was okay. With their current state as well, I believe that they should be able to make Week 2 Super Weekend. And if they can do okay too, I don't think we need to be too worried about Alter Ego until the Grand Finals.
Yeah, I don't think there's any concern right now for them, except for the 8 teams that didn't make it through, like the one that we're mentioning now, XSOPHERE, Lobby Axe. Lobby Axe is actually a very good player. I'm surprised they didn't make it through the first week, to be honest. On the side of VOIN, Zach, very active. But let's look at Circle because nobody wants to fight right now. NST coming in very late. Oh boy, it's a very hard circle to read. It's going to be Graveyard or St. Martin area. And there's a lot of deep valleys on high grounds. Now, everybody wants to be on top of the St. Martin mountain, including BTR. But Lobby X, spotted at Zeta, is 2 down the side of VOIN or 3. Wow, Lobby X is doing everything by himself right now.
Well, a debut for him. Nice one, scoring the first blood for XSOPHERE. They need all the points they can get now to stay afloat. And VOIN not only lost 1 player, but potentially even 2. Now that Potato decides to survive on his own, so his other 2 teammates will definitely go out. Foxy out, and surely going to be Razak next. So Potato by himself, well, I guess you just need to survive now. They had a good run during all the Irango matches, but this time it's a very different outcome for them when we swap over the map.
Where is Sem9 going? They're going to enter through St. Martin, I assume, but BT already hold the high grounds. Is it safe for them to cut across straight like that? To cross the street, it's going to be a lot of work. eArena has hit the patrol. I love to watch eArena rotations when it comes to the circle. They barely missed it. But when it comes to 16 teams, only 3 players out. And that's going to be mainly from VOIN only, that last player of VOIN. They had a really good run with 2 players, but with 1 solo player, this is going to be a tough one to survive.
Yeah, so with the fact that there's still like 16 teams, right, and it's still early in this stage. And it is also Miramar. So Miramar, stage 2 is still pretty big. It was stage 3 as well. So we might need to wait for like stage 4 till like the teams to start to roll. And that's where it tends to get closer to like the top 8. But still, it's going to take quite a while till we reach there, even if it's like stage 4 or so. Probably take a while, but especially with this kind of circle where it's somewhere in the middle of the map, 100% land, It's not one of those sided circles. So it'll probably take a while till we start to kick in the placement points. Another team that needs to start kicking it is, of course, 7-9. So they're still sticking with Trexie, and Yuhai is still taking a break. Now, did it really bring improvement, in your opinion, the moment they swap over Yuhai for Trexie?
It might be sounding brutal, but I feel like it's the reverse right now. We do see early eliminations and then be ousted from the lobby in an instant. And the first one to be out for 7-9, the last one, and when Yuhai got shifted out. But the circle will determine who's being favored or not. The junction between the top spot of Mirama. I do have shots fight 52 and XSOPHERE. The thing is, right, Cloud, a lot of the bottom teams seem to be cancelling each other out, actually.
That's an interesting point. Even in Rondo, it was like the first fight was between 7-9 and 52. So that's one example. Now it's another example that we can see on screen. XSOPHERE and 52 as well, just trying to cancel out each other. So yeah, when they cancel each other, then, well, to a certain extent, nobody wins at the bottom, especially all of them didn't, or most of them didn't make week 1's super weekend. So it's not good news. But at least it's better news for Frankie. Better start for him with the fact that he got this knock. Just waiting for the elimination, but not showing up yet, but that's okay. As long as Frankie gets his name on the board, gives him a little bit more motivation to play this round.
It seems to be a bit chill right now, guys. Take the chill while you can, because all hell breaks loose when it comes to stage number 4 with this sort of circle, I tell you that. But Federales, you know, somebody said after we comment about their faces just now between the players, with some of the same, Federales is playing for GLU.
Oh, wow. I'm sure Glue Squad don't mind that. It's like, hey, we wouldn't mind, you know.
Of course, it's Federales. One of the most celebrated players when it comes to the top Terminator in this season too. Now, speaking of him, he managed to squeeze out the last life of VOIN. And VOIN, unfortunately, after such a great run, after that very memorable run of Erangel, to get eliminated this early, a bit disappointing, really.
Well, I guess VOIN, they like Erangel a little bit more. Oh well. At least it's still like, as of now, 25 points, which is okay. The Filipino Terminator just had to terminate Mr. Potato, the IGL. But that's fine. BTR needs to find their own points as well. And you talked about like the bottom teams cancelling out each other. Here's another potential example. AZ, SLUMBER, and 7-9 just next to each other.
Everybody wants to be at the junction. There's a compound down there, and there are multiple compounds. But nobody wants to be right on top of Minas Generales area compound, because I trust the circle won't be there. The high ground Alpha Centro de Patron will be taken by a lot of teams for now. Who wants to be at the junction? Circle. Alter Ego have majority of the circle, but it's split into 2-1-1 right now. With Graveyard will be the spot where thinning out of the crowd will be major down there. Don't discount the fight of Ascended de Patron, but Vampires taking on eArena, and oh, this is going to be a big fight. If these two titans having a go against each other.
And looks like eArena not interested. They rather focus into the circle, but the moment they arrive inside it, the Vikings will greet them. NC2 goes down to the ground. Same goes for Turney K as well. At the moment they arrive, the Vikings did good work of them. eArena out just like that.
Oh, Nate flying over Mika. Return back to favor. It's going to be tough for 7-9 to flush out the rest of Team Flash with this big compound on top of Graveyard. But we talked about the blue zone. This is not the best place for them to overhold their position for a long time. 7-9, they realize that it's going to be 3-way one instead of 2-way. Watching Flash is there as well. taken by surprise. Now all hell breaks loose as AZ, Team Flash and 7-9. 7-9 running away before get sandwiched. But did it make it too late to get out? Fearing forced to break his formation. Bose and the rest of Team Flash secured that one out. 7-9 scattering across the map right now.
And now only one player left for 7-9. That's going to be Amazal. One of the latest signings for 7-9. With his vehicle not smoking up, that's definitely not helping him. Oh, and another team saw him. He has to abandon his vehicle, no choice. Razy right in front. That's red face from another angle. Oh man, it's going to be hard for Amazal now, but at least he got in the circle.
Oh, from the pen to the fire. Oh, where to go? Vaxi is thinking about whether should we just go the other way around. The backside is actually blue zone, so we have to fight it now. You realize you don't have a way other than have to fight Team Flash through and through. Not only to get into the circle. But on the other hand, Team Flash, BTR, they can leave, but the moment they turn their backs on Team Flash, it's going to be another team. Vampires going straight for it as well. Look at how MAQNA being super sneaky. But Team Flash, they are in shambles. And in an open space with those high grounds, BTR instead been taken out by Team Flash. Bose and Wins finish off the job. But Vaxi managed to take tops down. Oh, they have to fight so many teams right now. Team Flash surrounded by VPE and AZ at the same time.
Wow, Team Flash another haul so far. Already 7 elimination points, not bad. But okay, AZ Slumber, try to stop them. Spraying down onto Team Flash. Zeus will go down. Top still needs to be saved by Bo. Bo managed to reach to the foothill here. But AZ Slumber facing resistance from Blue Squad while all that is happening. 52 right now in the fight with the Vikings. 52, Manzi on the outer side. The Vikings now will need to finish him off. They need to step out of their building. But now the pressure's on the Manzi. He is all alone though in this building area. Navigating around while the Vikings reset. At the same time, they're looking at the circle. Where will it ship? It goes to the north.
Half of it in no man's land while the teams are striving on the left side. Vampires manage to squeeze the life out for some teams out there. Team Flash, they reroute themselves towards the down south. Fighting against AZ instead of taking a fight against Vampires. The Vikings taking on 52, who's left with the player to just sub in Hilton. Spot out the rest of TODAK. One Team Flash. Oh, this is going to be tough. Zeus is trying to save his own twin Bose. Well, Top will try to buy some time from the one that coming up from behind, but it's a slippery slope and a tough hike. As AZ tossing the nade over, it seems at almost the right angle. GLU leaving will gate them from those elevation, knowing the fact the Blues have started to hit Team Flash. They need to move.
Oh yes, this is stage 5 we're talking about. Look at the damage onto them. And Team Flash, no choice. They have to let their opponents go for now. Glue Squad on the other side. So technically there are 2 teams now sandwiching 52. But anyway, for Glue, they need to move as well. And they're on their vehicles. They're going to focus on the game to the circle. Vampire Esports also around the corner as well. We have 4 different teams here too.
Everybody feels like putting a truce for a bit. Wirgen is calling a truce and re-rotate. But Vampire's going already arrived. He's alone with the rest of Vampires. He's going against a tree of Team Flash by himself. The rest of them just arrived. But Gui managed to do so by himself. With the help of Red Bull from above. But unfortunately, Vampires wiped out by GLU. What a third party. But Team Flash, they taken a bit of a surprise party, but AZ and GLU, it's going to be the long range of the sniping again. Back to us, Team Flash. I managed to reset with this very, very small shape. GLU got eliminated by Alter Ego out of nowhere, pops their head and finish off the job.
Okay, all right. Fights erupting right now, and Team Flash, after all that, although they didn't score anything, had a bit of assistance from Glue Squad, but they still are alive with 8 elimination points now. Now NST in action. They're just above Team Flash though, but Team Flash, they are in that check, so NST can't do much from this position. Might as well try to focus onto Alter Ego, who's coming in. Look at this on the minimap. Alter Ego We have Rosemary here on top. Fnatic making his move, but Alter Ego is there.
Going in reverse. Nope. Fnatic is just like, nope. Those kind of shots, I know who that's from. It's Rosemary. Nope, never mind. Reverse all the way. And look at Rosemary. Standing like a man. Just going in all out by himself in the front. God flew or not, this is not a trouble buddy, but Rosemary got knocked down by Canboy 7 with a nade. They need to help him. MAQNA is at the back. Oh boy, Alter Ego, they are very spread out. On the side of Canboy, he's not stopping here yet. He's going to finish off those high grounds, but it's going to be tough to reach out on the high grounds where Alter Ego's at. MAQNA trying to save Rosemary while the circle just happened to be shifting, and they are the nearest one to the blue zone.
At the north, yes. But the south, ooh, okay, look at this. Fnatic still trying to hold on. With Alter Ego around him, Snape scoping out. He sees Canboy. He knows that he's behind that smoke. Doesn't get a good clear shot, but Grumpy gets one for himself, okay? Let's see if NST can actually survive this one. Fnatic dancing around. Fnatic wins the 1v1. Now the other players of Alter Ego, they're on the other side though, so it's down to the other players of NST to deal with them.
Alter Ego broken the formation right now. MAQNA have to deal this by himself. What a splat! On that, on the spot, now only left with those in the high ground. Snape got himself a huge hike here. Can he hold them from breaching at the back? He spotted out Fnatic down straight. NST against the entirety of NST to go against Snake, the last man standing for Alter Ego.
Ooh.
He will stop them and deny the entry from the blue. He spotted out Canboy. Knocked down as well, leaving with only Kings. He knows exactly where he's at. He's cooking up the nade. He knows he's reviving. What a nade! Dropping Fnatic back on his knees. Snape is running out of bullets too. Has to be extra careful. He might be stealing the deal. Snape, the last man of Alter Ego. If he drop himself to death here, there's nobody to save him. That's going to be the end.
Wow. Well, he survived that one, so great work by Snape, still able to bring in 4 eliminations for the team by himself. Eliminating NST. By at least NST this time, 6 elimination points. Not too bad for NST. But for TODAK now, against XSOPHERE. XSOPHERE, one of our suspects. They need to survive with 3 players against TODAK, coming in with 4. And TODAK deciding on, do they want to take this fight head on or do they want to rotate away? It's very likely they'll take this fight head on with Deb down on the lower ground, taking a lot of damage. Will be knocked out by Secret, just to be countered by Doki from the other side.
Great cover fire coming up from Doki, knowing that Deb is in the open without any covers. That slope of hill will give them view, but here comes a push. Tom coming in and a flying cut straight into the small shot, getting sneaky. Well, Lobby X dealing with all those eliminations at the back. Nikki! Managed to hold 2v1 against him just now. XSOPHERE living through another stage with a load of eliminations. 8 by now. The same goes for Team Flash.
Wow, not bad of a round for XSOPHERE so far. Okay, let's see how far they can go because right now we're at 6 teams left. So they're also bringing in the placement points. A Team Secret. They're going to take advantage right now. Juke gets Lobby on the ground. It's going to be Nikki, the final player left with 50% of health with the DBS. And Team Secret scouting. They're making sure that they know the exact location of Nikki. And now they're executing their plan. Doki getting into position. He's inside the shack though. It's a matter of time before they go in. But before that, look at the circle. Shifts towards the right.
Nikki switching away from the nade to the DBS. But the nade is flying in. And Juke finish off. A valiant effort by Nikki coming up from XSOPHERE. Back to his Team Secret. Now it's their turn to think about how to get into the circle unharmed. Team Flash with the remaining 2 players is going to find those Team Secret teams right now. But we're looking at Alter Ego last place Snape. He still survived though. And MXG, they're not taking any action. Same goes for AZ last player without eliminations. But at least best case scenario, any consolation, they got themselves those placement points.
Yeah, the longer they stay alive right now, the more placement points they can get. At least that's something that AZ Slumber can still bring in. And they will not root them at number 16 by the end once you tabulate all the scores. As for MXG, they're going to play it safe at the north. Like what you said, not making the big moves yet. But because they already have like 30 points plus placement points, they just need to get over the line and be consistent enough. As long as they stay alive with a full squad like this towards the end when it's like 3 teams left perhaps, then they can come in and just grab the chicken dinner.
I guess the interview for MXG really give them some buff. Sadly, it's going to be Macarius who's actually got the interview. He got knocked down first by Team Secret. But at least there's some distance between them, so they can actually go for the revival. This uneven terrain make it so difficult for them to drive through. But Snape, this is what I'm talking about. Here's being the bane for the remaining members of Team Flash and making sure they cannot get into the safe zone at all. The Blues will burn the last player of Team Flash alive, but Team Secret, they're starting their move against MXG.
Oh, here comes the nades on the MXG by Team Secret, hoping to get that one knock. And we have Get Slow as well, cooking his own nade. Lobs it across on the way Donkey's, and Donkey moves away. Bose will finish off the final player. AZ Slumber eliminating them at number 5. Now we're down to the top 4 teams. Nades will continue to rain down as McCarries gets GK.
Oh, GK, a bit of trade, but Snape, the troublemaker. Oh, the last player of Alter Ego will make every single player out there wiping off their smile off their faces. But he's running low when it comes to his resources. Barely got enough magazines left. But GK lost. It's going to be Team Secret, leaving with only one player left. That's going to be Frankie. MXG, high chance they score another chicken for today.
Yes, this is the strategy. Stay cool, stay chill, and show up at the end. Oh, my ball! Gets Frankie. That is Team Secret out. Now MXG, they just need to take out Snape and Bo to claim their next chicken dinner today.
For MXG, they thought it's going to be a team. They thought that Snape's actually closing into her bows, but he's actually not. Snape, he wants a point for himself. He got 6 by himself. He's carrying the heck out of Alter Ego here by himself as well. We couldn't spot out the last player of Team Flash. Here comes Bose. He knows exactly where Snape is. While MXG is still scouring for these 2 players. These 2 will cancel each other out. Here comes the Nate. Missed it on Snape. Bose, he just confirmed on Snape. He's there. And Snape coming in. The explosion did not hit any of them, but the Blizzard will force Bose to actually push forward first. Snape with barely have enough reserve, but MXG finish off. Win. Down to Snape to deal with the whole crew of MXG.
Oh, 1 by 1, he gets 1. Okay, 3 more to go, Snape. 3 more to go. The former player of BTR now against the 3 players of MXG. Snape taken out. Straightforward elimination towards the very end. And it's MXG with another chicken dinner for themselves.
MXG. They dropped 1 map, but doesn't mean that they will not get it back. They got 2 chickens in a day now. Juboob. There you go. They are angry. You can see the emotes right now. They are angry.
What's that? Is that Schweb? Okay, I need to zoom
No
in
idea
there.
today. We need to zoom in, I agree. I think all the Thai teams seems to be putting up their portrait. You guys do tell us who's that. But when it comes to the solo players, it's just amazing, man. The fact that even though they are solo, but their firepower is crazy good.
Yeah, and especially Snape, as solo player, brought in at least 6 eliminations. Too bad he couldn't finish that last player that he knocked out of MXG. If not, it would have been 7. But still, it's a solo run by him that brought in a lot of points and also the 2nd place for Alter Ego. But for MXG, 2 chicken dinners here today. This time with 5 eliminations brought to the team. Contributed by KTN, who was also the MVP in their first chicken dinner here today. And also a decent showing by him. In fact, when it comes to damage output, he's the highest among his teammates. Eliminations, he equals McCarry, so it's very likely that KTN will get the next MVP here once we tabulate all the scores together. But it's still a team effort, so another chicken dinner. And for MXG, they did not make week number 1. So this performance is crucial for them to make week number 2. Let's check out the best moments here from Mixer Gang again.
I think TKN definitely deserving to be the MVP. He's running out of bullets to that one point. 1,246 damage. That translate to their 5 eliminations. But Team Flash, on the other hand, 2,173 damage. Despite they barely have enough members for their full squad time, is among the least when it comes to the top 4, other than XSOPHERE. But XSOPHERE, I'm loving this. They're on the rise.
Yeah, this is what we want to see, right? Like the teams on page number 2 that also did not make it to week 1 super weekend coming up, and XSOPHERE is a good example. But okay. Hopefully they can be consistent, and this is not a one-off for XSOPHERE, right? But great job so far for XSOPHERE, and for the Thai teams in general, well, they have been dominating the day. But our MVP, as what we expected, and you called it out as well, KTN MVP again this time.
46 damage received, 436 damage being dished out there with 2 eliminations, 5% of the headshot, and his bullets basically was less than 50 if I'm not mistaken last time I saw. But when it comes to the overall match rankings right now, a lot of double digits to the top 4, 15 to both Team Flash and MXG. The difference is swapping those rank points and eliminations only.
Yeah, I mean, no chicken dinner, no problem for them to equal the number of points between Team Flash and also MXG. And then, of course, we have Alter Ego. Out of 7, 6 of them was by Snape. So 13 points carried the team to a top 3 finish. And we have XSOPHERE, of course, with the double digits. So that's nice to see. But what's not so nice to see is our suspects here on page number 2. AZ Slumber, 52, and Sem9. Especially Sem9, another 0-point round for them. It's hard to watch.
I wouldn't worry too much about VOIN and eArena because we know what they're capable of. We haven't seen the best of Sem9, I agree. They are quite concerning. But when it comes to the points, Vampire has been pushed down as Team Flash taking the throne right now with the most eliminations up there as well. But if you compare it with rank points, I think even though MXG lost 1 map with a 0, but they're still quite consistent up there. But 52 now get pushed down to the 16th place. Not much of a budge for the bottom 4 teams. They need to make a comeback, and now is the time.
Well, it's nice to see XSOPHERE moving up. Now they're knocking on the door of the first page of the overall, so that's kind of nice for them. But it's nice for the Thai teams. 4 chicken dinners out of 5 here today. Now the final Miramar, who will claim this one? And of course, we would like to see like some of the comeback teams, right? XSOPHERE did fairly well, so that's nice. We're still waiting for a whole bunch of them, and I'm starting to worry for like those teams who didn't make it on the week 1 super weekend.
But to complete the set, might as well GLU get a double chicken as well. Who knows? But what you guys know, at least you guys can update the game here right now because there's super smooth graphic available for you guys to update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0. Why would you want to strain your device much more? Because you can actually make it easier for it and for you to play with 10% less for GPU and CPU usage. And of course, which means less power consumption. You can play more longer and don't have to have that power bank hanging off your phone while you're playing and heat it up as well. So make sure you guys update because it's going to be a huge update this time as well.
And if you update that, not only you get the perks of having your smooth gameplay, but you also get the perks of the Spooky Soiree, which is the new event inside of PUBG Mobile right now in conjunction with the Halloween month. And it's going to run until somewhere in October. So it's going to go fast. We're already in the middle of September, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check it out right now because there's all these amazing events happening. And, well, you can try out that cute kitty cat that you can see in the middle of the screen right now. But you know what else is cute too?
It's definitely not cute, but it's hot.
Huh? Okay. I'll take that.
Dropping it hard this time, we have a huge collaboration of PUBG Player Unknown Battlegrounds. If you guys don't know what PUBG means, that's what it means. Alongside with the collaboration with G-Dragon, it's going to be across all platforms that is. So the PC version already released it 7 days ago, which is September 10th. Tomorrow will be the console version. A couple of more days is going to be the mobile, the best version. You guys know it. It's true. PUBG Mobile X G-Dragon. Don't forget the hashtag when the update release for the PUBG Mobile because it's my game, my rule, and my survival.
But imagine you combine the hotness of G-Dragon with this vehicle, the new collaboration between Lotus and PUBG Mobile featuring the Amira and Amiya and maybe G-Dragon. Who knows? There'll be a nice combination. It's available right now inside the game until the 4th of November. So make your journey unexpected. Just like how these teams perform in front of us unexpectedly, coming out with unexpected performances.
Unexpected. But yeah. Oh boy. Other than MXG, the others that seems to be not getting the first week super week and having some trouble now as they're running out of games, especially for today. We're down to only one last map to go. Will it be GLU Hexas or aka Federales, or is it going to be BTR Federales aka Hexas getting it? But you know what? I want to see other teams other than the teams that already scored themselves the chicken here because I want, especially the second page team, they need to come back and this is their last chance here.
Yes, and there's a total of 7 games more. 7 games more and it's counting. And especially when tomorrow when Group B comes in, right? So Group B, lots of heavy hitters there. It's going to be scary to be part of that mix as well. So I don't know, Chu. I don't know. At least XSOPHERE is starting to come up. So we're starting to see some lights. But hopefully they can maintain a level of consistency. And it's not only a one-round thing. Because 19 points is not enough yet.
I hope they don't celebrate. It's too early to celebrate, by the way. But the rest of them, like, we've seen a bit of a Vikings earlier today, like halfway through. NST, on the other hand, and AZ, they always try to be the sandwich or try to be a third party, but it just didn't work out. It's always going to be a bigger fish that eating them out alive. And unfortunately, they stuck with VOIN, eArena, and Team Flash, which is going to be a really tough group to start with. So, like it or not, they have to fight their way out. But I like that you mentioned about Group B. Now, when it's Group B versus Group C, all hell breaks loose. I promise you that. Because Group C, the 3 teams, all the top ones are going to be in here. And the bottom ones also in here. So, the bottom ones need to rise up now because we've seen them and glimpses of them, but for Sem9, I'll be honest, I personally prefer U-High playing.
Yeah, I think the stats don't lie as well. After Trexie came in, like there was, the team only managed to collect like 1-2 points. It's definitely not significant enough. But at least when U-High played, they got more. So that's a testament.
I personally don't feel like it's a Trexie problem or a Trexie thing, but it's just Yuhai know exactly what he's aiming for and know exactly what he's going for that objective when it comes to round per round. It feels like everyone under... I personally don't like Yuhai to be the IGL because you do know when it comes to the IGL, your position change. When you used to be a top terminator and top frag in the front, you have to actually play the support role. But at the same time, yeah, a bit later, but better late than never. XSOPHERE and VIKINGS. Now, please entertain us and also enlighten us with your performance. For you, you're going for TODAK and Vampires. I mean, I thought you're on the same page now.
I just went like, 16, 15, 14, 13. I just went up. Yeah. But I'm a little bit scared now. Okay, fine. Yeah, I have to entertain myself at some point. But I'm a little bit worried of XSOPHERE though, because, it's in your prediction.
Oh man, are you saying Lobby Axe is actually one of the highest damage out there just now? But we need 4 Lobby Axe to work, not just one Lobby Axe. Make sure that his whole crew is playing like Lobby Axe. And for MVKE, WOON-T, no surprise, actually most of the trays being used as well. But we need plenty of WOON-T as well for VIKINGS. These are the only names that pop for the bottom teams because we're going to get into the game. And I want to talk WOON-T and Lobby Axe. If they can bring up their A game with the rest of the team, maybe we can see some results here.
And if they can, it'll be good news for them. So let's see if that becomes a good news for them in the final round here, because this is going to be the last 7 matches for both of these groups throughout the group stages, for them to lock in as many points as possible to set the tone before Group B comes in. And also, newsflash, looks like Trexie is going to continue to play for Sem9.
Oh, wait, if there's any improvement here. Oh, wait, it's a luxury for the teams at the bottom right now. But some teams are dropping quite early. They drop their usual spot while demand. That's going to be an ST. But we do have AZ join in around Patona area right now. They don't drop themselves down south before. But it's all about the circle. But similar flight path than the last one too. Equally dividing the Miramar map into 2 sides. But I can't stop looking at the chat asking for Tony K. Give that guy a break, man. He's been playing for so many years. He needs an off day too. But Rosemary and the rest of them on top of Chumasera will be Los Leones south of it again. If it's south Los Leones, no, the south Los Leones, that will be fun to watch. I want to see if Zaxi is actually playing, because if he does, I remember that clutch so well. He's not playing, it's going to be Razy.
Yep, so it looks like they're going to stick with that. Oh, Dep, okay. An early attempt on to break from the Vikings, but I guess he let that one go, so that's okay. Oh, Consulate is playing for VOIN. Okay, so VOIN had a swap. I wonder who's taking a break.
No,
for Choo-Choo.
Hey.
Disclaimer.
Hey, but it's still good. Still good. But Razak, I think he hit a wall probably. We don't see a lot of him today. A couple of shots here and there when it comes to the highlight. Manzi with Kimi. They've been swapping in and out to make it work for 52. But last person that survived for 52 just now was Helton as well. Oh, imagine news. They're bringing it up. Okay, Vampires, we got you.
They're transferring Nuzi from PMCL now to PMSL. Welcome back, Nuzi, to the league. Okay, now I'm excited to see what Nuzi can bring to the table. Of course, Vampire, they're doing okay. 47 points now. Yeah, they're fine. But Nuzi, it's Nuzi, guys. I know he hasn't had his best performance ever since the Infinity days, but Nuzi still has that kind of flair with him. Like, maybe it's the whole Jack Sparrow thing around him.
I want to see if Nuzi can work together with Mela, since Mela is on the rise today. But for the top 5 eliminators, we have Snape. Well, that's pretty straightforward. He's the last remaining member that survive and carry out the rest for Alter Ego in the last game, of course. Tops coming up, Team Flash. 2 from Team Flash win. We don't see the other 2 twins. That's going to be Zeus and also Bose, eArena Joker, and GLUK FQ. No Tony K, surprising.
I don't know what was that for, but okay. But anyway, I thought that
Not going to say anything. No, nothing about that.
I know today we haven't seen much of Razek and his guns, so gotta save that for someone else, right?
I'm waiting for MVP by Razek because I love the fact.
Oh yeah, sure. Of course, you love the fact he gets the MVP. Sure.
Actually, look at his shoulders. It's the same width with the model of the headshot, the body shot, and the leg shot. If you actually can measure it, probably going to be 100% accurate.
Wow. He doesn't need 100% headshot. He just needs 100% model-looking body. I get it.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that see that? Is that a bird? Oh no, it's actually a string. Sorry for that.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought you need to clean your monitor.
No, probably need to clean my brain for a bit. But Alter Ego. Okay, we have to stop this, guys. Alter Ego. I love MAQNA. MAQNA has been really under the spotlight, under my spotlight at least. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like he's an asset. Just like he can actually go. Imagine MAQNA and Rosemary to work as a duo.
I mean, they are the same team.
Yeah, but we rarely get to see them as a duo. But RedFaZe, we saw he's frustrated before. I don't think this is great for RedFaZe. He's definitely devastated right now and being finished off by Mela at a point. Can we see news and Mela actually have as a deadly duo as well? We don't see it. Mela has been a lot of going outskirts a bit solo and trying to find vehicle. He got himself a bonus, I guess.
And Nuzi now on screen, but Razy is leaving. So no action for Nuzi yet. I guess we'll need to wait for that. But you know, the combination right now is pretty interesting for Vampire. So you have Nuzi and Mela, who are former The Infinity. And then you have Dewey and Red Bull, former FaZe Clan. So you have like the 2 and the 2 sort of combo. So well, it might not make much sense now, but you know, on a narrative wise, hopefully that has some sort of a chemistry between like the 2 pairings.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward for, because back in the days of Infinity, now you guys who just joined us, they were Infinity back in the days, and they are the star players, both of them from Infinity. I remember till to this day in Sunhawk map, they were trying to flush out another team, and Mela and Nuzi, these two just flushed it out hand in hand with those hand grenades. Sadly, we don't have Sunhawk, and sadly, we don't have Infinity too, so I don't know how they will make it work. Because I feel like Nuzi, after he's in Vampires, it feels like he's holding himself back too much. It's more of a support role these days, but I love the previous Nuzi when you just let him go wild in front.
I miss the Infinity though. Some people call him like the demon that time.
He is still. But Sakura is a bigger demon right now. What a long shot with that spray, taking out TODAK players. Tom cannot be safe at this point. And finally we get to see TONIK, but TONIK has been very quiet today.
It's been tamed down a bit. But at least overall as a team, eArena is still okay. But that's the beauty of like eArena, right? Like if it's not TONIK truly performing, everyone else can pick it up. So you're not overly dependent on one player. So that's kind of nice how eArena has set themselves up. But at least this time TONIK can get himself warmed up by getting an elimination out of Tam.
He needed that. I'm looking forward if it's actually this season's flavor, the top Terminator for the entirety of the tournament this time around or not. Because Federales is also another Terminator that you cannot dismiss. He's also in the running for the top Terminator, the FMVP this season. But the circle, down south, please. You know we want down south.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't
that's
mind.
okay.
I take this any day. I take this any day, but it's been a while we actually have Minas Generalis, Bendita, La Bendita sort of circle. This might be the first few in a long, long time.
All right. That's an okay one. But let's see if it will be an okay one here for TODAK against eArena. They know they took out Tam, so they know they have the man advantage. And TODAK looks like they were disengaged. Dep needs to hitch a hike, hitch a ride. Oh, hitch a hike. What did I just say? But eArena stopped 9 from running away. Headshot down onto the ground, and Dep is very low. NC2. They just need to hit one more shot to Dep, and Dep will he be able to survive this 1 second attempt by Sakura this time, and they will get Dep.
They're really chasing the tails hot on the side of TODAK for NC2 after they finish off Tom before. And Sakura secures another eliminations. On the side of eArena, that's leaving the last 2 members of TODAK now fleeing the scene with 1 knockdown. They're still in the car, but they're not done yet. eArena, whatever that moves, they will shoot it straight away. Team Secret just gonna part ways since they... Oh no, from a time to the fire. Now it's going to be VTR chasing the heck out of Frenzy, and there's no way for them to actually save Dap yet. Frenzy didn't have time to even revive his mate. But now being surrounded by BTR from different angles. Can Frenzy do it?
Oh, Bexy! And there you go. Looks like the answer is no for Frenzy. As TODAK will be the first team to be eliminated. No points collected in this round. And the points were shared between the BTR and also the other teams. Team Flash, too bad. eArena, apologies there. eArena. Oh well, I guess it's a early retirement for today for TODAK, and they'll be back on their next match day.
At least they get to have extra time to revise before heading over for tomorrow. But as the circle progresses into in between the lands of the highs and the lows, whether to go to La Bendita or going to Picado or going to Graveyard, these guys have to decide whether the circle will actually go north again. I don't think it's going to be going north all the way. I just hope we're actually in the crate of La Bendita, to be honest. I love around La Bendita fights due to the terrain itself. But Krypton, coming out from Alter Ego, spot a couple of players of Team Flash across. They have to leave Los Leones now. We're down to 15 teams. The only team taking out TODAK right now with Traxi, Sam 9. Can they make it happen?
Yeah, Sam 9 needs a huge bounce back. 14 points. Definitely don't cut it. At least this time the circle is kind enough for Sam 9. 2 players already in it so they can follow up. Not a fast circle for Sam 9. But XSOPHERE is going to be a little bit far. They need to get in the circle with Team Secret in front of them up north. But of course, the highlight team now is Sam 9 since they have a huge fan base, and you can imagine how the fans are feeling right now. So I do hope that Sam 9 can do it. If it's not for themselves, at least for the fans.
Well, not so much for 52. A lot of bullets flying over their side. It's going to be VOIN stopping them from advancing towards the center, but they don't care anyway. They're inside of a circle. They're not being the gatekeepers. They're losing a lot of men on this side. Down to only 2 players. They need to leave. VOIN, on the other hand, a bit devastated. They couldn't actually take any of Picado just now, and unless that 1 elimination is by Voxy early on. Surprisingly, Kimi decided to stay put, and Vampire's just arrived, and it's Gooey with a flying buggy coming over fast to reunite with the teams. And VOIN just let them slip by again. 2 teams out of the hands of VOIN when they had the opportunity to gatekeep them. 52 and Vampires. Sam 9 behind Helton. If he's not being careful, he might get sandwiched between Vampires and Sam 9.
And with the fact that he popped that smoke, so that gives a clue to the other teams that he's there. 6 damage, down to 40% of health for Helton. And Sam 9 across this hill. If Viren wants to try to take out Helton, he needs to go up to this high ground, and that will mean that he might expose himself, so he's very careful right now. Especially with the position that Sam 9 is at. He cannot afford to make a single mistake.
pop the smoke. Oh, Zeta coming from VOIN. We're stolen away by vampires. There's no way out for 52. Oh, Gooey. He's still in the way. Zeta! After all that work you put into it, VOIN unfortunately did not gain that point, but they have a different focus. Instead, they're going straight to 7-9. So they definitely stay put where they at before, and they are definitely gatekeeping this, but a lot of them slip by their hands because they're focusing too many things at the same time. But this time, 7-9 seems to be very interested to commit to this fight.
Yeah, and 7-9 is still around the corner though. Let's see who will make the first move. At least they're in the circle, so not in a rush, but that could change in about 15 more seconds when we move on to stage number 4. The happiest of the bunch could probably be Vampires since they're on the inner side and they could potentially gatekeep those teams on the left. But now we're focused on the teams on the right. We have Blue Squad here and MXG. And here's an 8 launch across while the circle shifts away from 7-9, VOIN, and even Vampire.
Great selection of circle when it comes to eArena. They got a compound again. But for VOIN, rotating into Los Leones North. And we'll have to face again BTR. And BTR, can they hold their grounds? It's Federales. Mela taking it on VOIN as well. It's VPE and BTR. But BTR, Federales, nobody to give cover fire. At this point, he's alone. The rest of BTR a bit far off. I don't know why he's stranded alone here by himself. Don't know what's the real plan for BTR, but did not work things out. But XSOPHERE taking on the Vikings from afar.
Oh, your boy Lobby X on the ground. And Secret almost knocked down as well. Lucky enough for him that he managed to back out just in time. Now XSOPHERE will need to plan how they're going to get into the circle. If we look at the minimap, there are more teams coming in towards their direction. But Lobby X finished off. Unfortunately not able to be picked up. And Nikki taken by GK from the side. And GK, he needs to land a single one more shot. And he will. And GK KNS down, and that's XSOPHERE. Only one player in critical situation left, and that's going to be Secret.
Against Team Secret. What's the secret now? The GK and GK will actually see this through. Oh, they definitely will check things out. They will want to be inside where Secret's at. But Team Secret, they're not noticing the last player of XSOPHERE, but Frankie spotted out 52 from afar. So Red Dot barely can see anything from here. Ambitious coming up from Frankie. But he will do the cover fire while the others charging in. And 52 will take the blue zone a bit if they're not being careful. And they definitely keep them at bay. They deny their entry, completely shutting the doors for 52 right now to go into the safe zone.
Not looking good for 52 like what you said. And Gimme is tanking out the blue. It's just a matter of time. But Secret for XSOPHERE is out. Thanks to BTR. No place on points for XSOPHERE. No points at all. Since they didn't collect any elimination points. From a decent round to 0 points. But Gimme now down to only bandages. He's not going to be able to last that long.
Now we switch over to Vikings. Here comes a nade. Seems like, oh, it did not somehow connect. Vaxi and Razy, the two last member of BTR, try to flush out the rest of the Vikings. Break Superman and Tins. Cooking up. Try to get the right trajectory. I don't know where Vaxi is going, but he's going outside. He's had it enough for the indoors one. He needs to see what's going on outside. Yep, we spotted out Wunti. Vikings. Oh, he might attract more people around this area right now if he's not being careful for Vaxi, but the nade did not somehow connect yet. Sam9 in trouble. Traxi knocked down by Alter Ego is Mary. As the circle will shrink even further, it will divide on the north, I think. Where the... The nade's coming in. BTR Razy taking on Superman. Vikings in trouble.
Oh, and now the fight will explode. Tins down on the ground. Only 2 players for the Vikings active left, and Break takes a bit of damage. They're down to 50% of health. BTR, they might push anytime soon. The smoke is activated though. But Teens is crawling towards Break. Sends a nail onto the second floor. Will not connect at all at Break. Will pick up his teammates. Well, now we need WOON-T coming in. WOON-T is going to join in the fight as well against BTR.
In fact, he couldn't spot out where the rest of Vikings are. They're changing their positions. WOON-T down on the ground. Oh no, WOON-T, he will get finished. There's no way the rest of Viking can hop onto this other's building. And Break tried to stop them, but couldn't stop the dying WOON-T. Nuzi's taking on Vampires on the rush as well, but Vexy secures WOON-T, but the nade! Flying over from Tens! Despite he knows he couldn't save his mate, but he will do some damage to his BTR. But Team Secret, they're coming in from the back line, but they are running from something else. Who they're running against? GLU against MXG at the very awkward angle here. Those steep heels will make it difficult for GLU to pin down towards MXG. They have those elevations. But unfortunately, BTR didn't make it through. That nade it really impacted the rest of BTR.
Oh, what a nade by GetSlow onto Noel. And GLU now, we have KF at the forefront. It's another teammate is still behind him, but they're not in the blue, in the zone yet. And Macaris, oh, that's a very far jump there by Macaris. But anyway, here comes the jump onto KF. KF goes down. Blue squad, only one player left inside the shack, and it's going to be Xbox, the final player, and the blue will be on top of him soon.
MXG quite consistent here today. They have to make it as a 4. You can see they need each other, but Xbox being boxed in by no other than GetSlow. Jumping over NST. Oh wow, they eliminated the entirety of Alter Ego. This is what we're talking about. Seems like the second page team is on the rise here.
Good work there, NST, but the journey is not over yet for them. But it could be for the Vikings if they fail this fight against eArena. And now the Vikings, only 2 players. Oh, but behind, Vampire. Oh man, they're squashed between at least 2 teams and also VOIN in front of them.
Oh, nade flying over. It's getting closer and closer. They couldn't could not stay in the same place. NC will barely miss. Did not miss that vehicle, no. Tony K coming up as well. They're being wrapped around the fingers of eArena right now for the Vikings. Ooh, there's VOIN on top of them as well. Vikings got sandwiched really bad. The worst position to be in, but the circle will shift upwards this time. Oh, slightly on down south, and we're looking at NST. They have a clear in, but will it be? Because Vampire is actually dominating in the south.
And in the middle, we do have Team Flash there though, so they have the circle all for themselves, but they need to fight against Vampire Esports. Dewey is currently down. Teammate's a little bit too far for him. He might be eliminated, but Mela sends that smoke across to try to save him. Let's see if we can actually make that one. But on the circle, we still have a good amount of teams at the south that needs to come in, but because there's still buildings they can navigate through. On the elimination feed, Joker now gunned down. No follow-up yet. Probably a long range, but oh, Tony K gets taken out. Okay, this fight is going on.
It's a 2v4. The Vikings still have to fight them. That's why they call the Vikings in the first place. But Sakura not missing anybody today. Sakura's on top form here. But when it comes to the Vikings, that's going to be the end of it. As per usual, Sakura secures 4 eliminations. And they are not out in the woods yet. They need to reset themselves quickly. Because right now coming in is going to be VOIN. VOIN tried to pressure him. Potato is already cooking up the nade. Flying over to where Sakura's actually reviving Tony K. And almost hit the jackpot. Ooh, Tony K. Need to reset his HP quickly. At least he got himself vehicles. But Team Flash versus all Vampires.
Oh man, that nade, that was so close. But the Vampires now will knock down Zeus. Nuzi will eliminate him immediately. And if we look at the amount of eliminations that the Vampires have right now, they have 9 eliminations already for the Vampires. Okay, with Nuzi in the lineup, they're still able to perform this round.
They cannot afford to lose those high grounds for Team Flash. If it is, it's over for them. But for eArena, oh, they tried to flush out easy! Just now with a nade by their own teammate. What a blunder, the worst possible timing. And it's against eArena as well. They couldn't afford to have those mid-saps right here, right now. From winning just now down to 2v1. 2v2 and C2 need a revive. Sakura's cooking up the nade. Will toss over to the other side, but Joker just finished off all the knockdown players. And C2 multiple times got knocked down here today, but Sakura seems like a perfect nade just now. That's just it. AZ eliminated. What a blunder, the worst time possible. It was 4v3.
And because of that, that will root them right below. Number 13 onwards, all have been eliminated. So now, if any comeback story for one of the teams that they make it into week number 1, it's going to be NST. Still in it though, with 3 elimination points. Let's see how far more they can go. As right now, it's going to be NST. Now showing up on our elimination feed, but on our screen, it's going to be MXG versus eArena. MXG with a high ground advantage against eArena. But will they still get the circle? The answer is no. It moves towards the middle.
Well, Vampires, they fought against Team Flash before this. Knowing the high grounds, it's almost impossible to actually take over. They're spreading it quite wide. But for eArena, they managed to scare the heck out of MXG that they're even willing to leave their compound. And now they have to fight against 2 teams at the same time. eArena, Team Flash have their eyes locked onto MXG.
Well, the high ground is still open here. But I think it's still going to put focus onto the high ground now that the circle have shifted. They can still ignore the high ground. And eArena is just going to focus on getting into the circle. But the moment they go in, they're going to meet up with another team. Oh, but still, Macarius won't let Joker go. And Joker taken out by Macarius. But the trade back here by Tops onto Macarius instead.
You finish off instantly. Team Flash is a 3-way war, a triangle between these 3 teams right now. Vampires, now VOIN might want to join in too, possibly very soon. Vampires, Flash, and MXG. I'm waiting for NST to finally take action. They are driving, I think, towards the side. Possibly. Last we've seen the nearby the blue. So if NXT will join in, this is going to be the perfect time. And C2 and Sakura left there is, but Sakura needs to get away. It's a clear shot towards his side. If it's not being careful, Team Flash can see him very clearly from above.
Ooh, and Kenboy gets Newsy. Okay, NST. So far, so good for elimination points, but they need to do more right now. They'll start by raining down the rains onto Vampire Esports. Let's see if they can connect to any of them. Tossing into the smoke. But they have to be careful of Mela right in front of himself with the MG3. Now switches to an M4. With a molly in hand, he might lob it just to buy a little bit more time for his teammates to heal up again. But at the same time, you need to manage the circle. Coming up soon in around 10 more seconds. Nade after nade. Lobbed onto Mela's location. But none of them connected. Again by NST. Does connect onto Chewie, but not enough to knock him down.
They barely got enough for the side of Vampires. They've been tossing a lot to his side of Team Flash, and Grumpy is not happy about this. Here comes the nade flying over with the Blues and stop to slowly take their HP down. But it's Mela has the demon rise back up again this season. He is back. And Mela been buying so much time and space for the rest of Empire to reset himself back as a fool. There's the Team Flash that finished off NST just now. MXG, on the other hand, going for a retreat all the way back as Team Flash still take these high compounds. Now, Vampires, I'm curious regarding how much resource they have left. They've been used up all their throwables against Team Flash before. Now barely have anything left in the tank. But for VOIN, this is going to be the one that changed the flow between these 3 teams. They've been going against each other for a long time, but nobody's seen VOIN yet.
Yeah, and now VOIN is starting to show themselves after surviving the left side circle to come in. And now they'll breach through to the high ground where Team Flash is at. And now they will take control of the center of the circle. All the other teams They're by the edge of the circle, so now VOIN has control. It's just that they don't have the numbers. But at least they're right in the middle of the circle. So when it comes to stage 9, when the zone closed entirely, they will have a huge advantage of that.
Gooey down to 40% of HP. Chipped down quite plenty of HP from that nade coming out from VOIN just now. Red Bull is trying to find any information regarding Team Flash, who's hiding themselves so well on top of the grounds here. They got the compound, but the thing is, compound is huge still. Anybody can breach from the back where Red Bull's at. And they're all focused towards MGX for now. VOIN couldn't push in straight due to Vampires. Gooey kept a tight guard towards the side. Comes nade over toss. If they deal with MXG, it's one problem out of the equation. But when it comes to their throwables, they have to save it for later.
Here's the final moment. Zeta's going to open up against Homebois, knocking him down. Another nade sent. Trying to get slow. 50% of health. The blue is closing just right beside Get Slow right now. He has to get fast and get out of that situation. But it's so difficult when you have Team Flash
Win.
just above you.
Oh.
And there you go. Win with a nade. Finishes off Get Slow. MXG out. Top 3 now.
Win spotted out with those. Another nade down. Oh, Potato, he got himself a very small corner to work with. Oh, Voxy managed to reset himself. Bo spotted out. Vampires. It's Bose alone against the crew of Vampires from the back. While Team Flash still try to clean up the rest of VOIN players. Newsy next spotted out by Win. Now Win going over to his both sides to give him aid, but Win jumping down. This is too much at risk because Potato is still there. For nothing, Win jumped down and got shot instantly. They did not know Potato is still there, but the information really why? Team Flash, what is going on? They're throwing this away! But for Gooey coming up, it's going to be VOIN versus VPE. Gooey got right on top of the rest of VOIN Potato. As per usual, Vampires triple chicken in a day. Wow.
Whether you bring in Newsy or not, Vampire still performs, and Newsy swapped in. They still scored the chicken dinner. Vampire 3 chicken dinners today. Man, what does it take to stop these guys? 3 chicken dinners. GL, HF, good luck, have fun. They are definitely having fun.
Mela is just a different beast today, man. I have to give it. On the side of VOIN, Potato lasted long enough, but the questionable moment is where Team Flash jumping down. It was unnecessary. And they thought it's already cleared down there. They did not see that very small corner where Potato was hiding. Win dropped down first, and Gooey dropped down as well. Sorry, Win dropped down, and so I don't know what were they thinking at that point. He thought he can actually flick it with the big swing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but for Vampires, my God, 12 eliminations.
12. The only thing I can think of about the whole Team Flash thing is because like it's either you give the point away to Vampire or you kind of gamble it by trying to take out Potato as you jump down, and you should basically do a smile in one of the PMSLs before this. But Vampire Esports, 3 chicken dinners today with a lot of eliminations, and everybody contributed, including Newsy as well, who played this one and only game here today, still able to bring it. But of course, Starman himself, Mela with the most damage, most eliminations. For sure, he's going to be the MVP this time. This is an absolute solid, undying monster here. Vampire Esports. Let's check out their best moments.
I don't know how to feel about Team Flash right now, to be honest. And there's so many blunder when it comes to the last map here. We saw it with AZ as well. But for top 4 teams, triple chicken in a day for Vampire. This is going to be open up the margins even further. When it comes to the number 1 spot, they will take over the number 1 spot once more. VOIN, eArena, and Team Flash. Well, this is basically straightforward. Top heavy fraggers, heavy hitters in this season is up here when it comes to the last map. With VOIN with the least amount of full squad time. But they last long enough.
Hey, I think if anyone here is a fan of Team Flash, overall, they still did not bad. And they still got a lot of eliminations. And again, this stage is the objective of just being in the top 16. So, still okay for Team Flash. But what's way more than okay is MAQNA with 6 eliminations, 824 damage here as our MVP, with a quarter of his shots are headshots.
He's on form today. 25% of headshot. He's totally on form today. Of all the MAQNA we've seen in Vampires, I have to say, this season, his best season, man. 22 total points with 12 eliminations. Coming up second is going to be Team Flash, despite of what happened. And VOIN, 12 points. eArena, 12 points. So much double digit this time. And MXG, I feel like they will actually make it through when it comes to this Super Weekend. But who will get dropped down then?
Yes, that's the natural trade-off, right? If a new team gets into Super Weekend, somebody has to be booted out. So that's going to be a scary one. But we have like, what, 5 zeros here? Are you kidding me? 79, Blue Squad 52, XSOPHERE and TODAK. That's crazy. But let's check out the overalls, right? Okay, so Vampire, 3 chicken dinners. Okay, look at this, right, Chu? 3 chicken dinners, you're at 69 points. No chicken dinners, you're at 67 points.
Look at it, 45 eliminations across the board. And second to it is going to be eArena when it comes to the most aggressive as well. Now, we do know eArena is always the one with no chicken, no problem. But Team Flash, they really studied during the off days. They're going exactly how the trajectory of eArena doing during the Super Weekend too. So this is quite scary what they have to offer for the next couple of days.
Like how the interview the other day, right? They said that, you know what? We're just going to practice the next day. We have some scrim to play and all that. So it's showing there for Team Flash. But the worrying one, of course, is the team on page number 2, like 52, 79, AZ SLUMBER. XSOPHERE is still here on page 2. NST as well, still on page 2. So they need to do a lot more work to make it into the Super Weekend. But our daily MVP, okay, this guy, he definitely, in one of those rounds in Miramar, he carried Alter Ego, worthwhile of a daily MVP, Snake.
He carried it solo, okay? The one that actually got the most point and even got a placement points by himself, Snape. That one was a lot of good highlights today. If other than that, I think the VOIN player is probably going to be in here as well. There's going to be a VOIN, I forgot, Potato and was it Vaxi? Vaxi's not
the Vaxi, yeah.
Was it Vaxi?
Vaxi. Yeah, Potato and Vaxi. But we'll check out the interview now.
And that settles it for our first day of the second week here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage. A very dominant performances from the host Thailand's team here, claiming 5 out of the 6 winner chicken dinners. And I'm currently have to talk with the team of the moments here. We are joined by the representative Vampire Esports Red Bull, as well as our translator Peggy. Welcome you two on board. All right then, so let's cut to the chase here. Red Bull, you have a very strong showing tonight, right, on our first day of the group stage. How are you feeling after kicking things off with such a solid start?
ก็วีค2วันแรกก็เอาซะเดือดเลยนะคะแวมไพร์เรดบูลเป็นไงบ้างคะไหนลองแชร์หน่อยค่ะ
ก็วันแรกอะแบบว่าให้เล่นแบบแต้มขาดแล้ววัน2เล่นสบายๆครับ
So what we planned earlier, we would like our points to be as high as we could. So for the day after, we can play just as not that serious, let's say.
Not that serious, okay. Trying to create that buffer to gain that lead, right? Of course, that's going to help you guys play more comfortable and possibly more confident as well. Now, Red Bull, this is a bit of a personal question for you. This is your first season playing under Vampire Esports. So how does the experience with this team compare to the others which you have been a part of before?
Red Bull ค่ะก็อันนี้จะเป็นคำถามเชิงส่วนตัวนิดนึงนะคะจะเป็นซีซั่นแรกเลยที่ได้เล่นในนามของ VPE นะคะ VP Red Bull ถ้าพูดถึงให้เปรียบเทียบนะคะกับความรู้สึกที่ผ่านๆมากับทีมที่เราเคยร่วมเล่นด้วยรู้สึกไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าทีมนี้แบบความเป็นมืออาชีพเยอะกว่าทีมที่ผ่านๆมาทำให้แบบเล่นด้วยแล้วแบบเล่นง่ายขึ้นครับ
For what I can feel here is about the professionalism that the team gives to us, and also I would like to say that in game we can play much easier for that.
I see, and that pays off well for not only for you but also to Vampire Esports as well. Now, speaking of your former teammates here, last season you and Mixer Gang's Makaris were teammates back in the FaZe Clan days, right? So earlier today within our interview as well, he mentioned that he would catch up to you guys on the winner chicken dinner count, but they just fell short, right? As you hit your third winner chicken dinner towards the end here. So do you have any words for him?
ก็คำถามถัดมาค่ะ Red Bull เหมือนกับว่าก่อนหน้านี้เนี่ยเรากับทาง MXG นะคะ MAQNA นะคะเราเคยอยู่ทีมเดียวกันด้วยใน FaZe Clan เนาะแล้ววันนี้แป๊บหนึ่งก่อนหน้านี้ในสัมภาษณ์เขาก็ได้เมนชั่นนะคะว่าไก่วันนี้เนี่ยจะตามไม่ทันแวมไพร์ให้มากกว่าให้ได้เลยแต่ดันพลาดซะได้นะคะเราคว้ามา3ไก่แล้วอยากจะฝากอะไรไปถึงทีม MXG ไหมคะ
ก็ฝากถึงมาคารีนะครับยากหน่อยนะครับที่จะตามผม
It's not that easy bro to catch us up
Okay then, that's I suppose the old friends or rather old rivalries now as you two represent different teams here. So after Vampire Esports long reign as the Thailand's best team, right? eArena just snatched that titles away while winning the PMSL last season. Do you think Vampire will take it back this season with you now being part of the team?
ก็คำถามถัดมานะคะสุดท้ายแล้วค่ะทีมแวมไพร์นะคะก็ได้ขึ้นชื่อว่าเป็นทีมที่ดีที่สุดในประเทศไทยเนาะแต่ไม่นานมานี้ก็โดนคว้าตำแหน่งไปโดย eArena นะคะคิดว่าเราจะพาชื่อเสียงที่ว่าเนี่ยกลับมาได้ไหมคะกลายมาเป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดแล้วก็ดีที่สุดเหมือนเดิม
ก็ยังไม่ชัวร์แต่ก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
We're trying our best. We are not sure to answer this question, but let's see everyone.
I see. Oh, with that being said, would you have any specific message towards eArena?
แล้วมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอก eArena ไหมคะเป็นพิเศษ
ส่วนตัวไม่มีครับน้องนิสัยดี
Personally, no question, no messages, because they're really good brotherhood.
Oh, a very good boy here. So I suppose, okay, that will be it for this interview. Thank you very much, Vampire Esports, Red Bull, as well as Peggy, our translator here. And that is a wrap up here on the first day of our second week of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall group stage here. Please stay tuned for more match day tomorrow here, obviously. So see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just to rectify, it's not Vaxi, it's actually BTR, but it's going to be a Voxy. There you go. And Red Bull, wherever he goes, he performs. I have to say he completed Vampire's lineup for this season and is definitely under the radar of, is it going to be Tony K Prodigy at this point?
Ooh. Well, I guess Tony K will say, it's not that easy, bro. As good boy as he is, you know, I'll still pick up that line, okay? That's still the line. But I like the whole banter between, like, you know, the ex-teammates, you know, they're from the same region. And naturally, they'll have, like, the side eye of, like, hey, I did better than you today.
It just shows how close he and Makari is. The moment they mentioned Makari's name, straight away his face lighted up. Oh, I'm gonna say something good to you, bro. We can actually hear it live as well. But speaking of vampires, eArena, Team Flash, and VOIN, this is going to be the top 4 for now. But can they keep it going? Because tomorrow is going to be a different group coming in.
Yeah, especially with the bottom teams. We have a lot of suspects still down there. But we also have some good comebacks, right? So it's, but majority of them are still like on page number 2 with not that many points. So they have like 6 more games to go for them to try to climb back up. And these 6 games, you know it will just fly by. It just takes one more day and then their points are locked in, and then it all depends on how all the other teams will fare.
I just hope for the Belgian teams, at least we get to see MXG is really grinding their way in for this week. The others, well,
Well, we still get to give the trophy to MXG as the best performing team that didn't make it into week number 1. So that's great stuff there. But tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, in case you miss any of your favorite teams of Group B, they will be playing tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be the same time, same channel, and potentially even the last 6 games for some of your teams here. Ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for day number 1 of week number 2 of the group stages in the PMSL Southeast Asia 2025 Fall for today. My name is CELCOMDIGI, together with the yellow choo-choo, who happens to be the same color as our Lotus cars. We'll see you again tomorrow, alright? Bye-bye! Load the airdrop.